for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list at main channel. First link for the Scream a Large Boat Campaign real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is Friday, Junior. The market is now up. It looks a little crazy today, and all it is a little bit of relief from yesterday. So the fact that rates didn't get further destroyed after that little fiasco, you got a little bit of rate reprieve. That helped calm things down. Stabilization is bullish. You got no other bad news from overseas. And then the jobless claims came in, and they came in a little hotter, which is good for a tightened labor market, and I would argue this is probably the biggest jobless claims reaction you've seen. So it's not just that. It has to do with rate stabilization and people calming down a little bit. But considering how the first couple of the days of the week have already traded, we'll take this. It's kind of calm. We got a little bit that we're getting into. But for the most part, just Fed speakers, not much data, some data overseas. Then tomorrow's the non-farms. And then it's the end of the week, baby. And then it's earnings. And then it's middle of April. But Chad, don't let me go too crazy in the AM. What's up, baby? It's a blessing to be here. Good morning. What up, Kenny, Candy, Ray, Battleboard, Ansel, Devlin, Malcolm, Najee Wolf, Laker, Jay. Good morning, baby. What up, Dirty Bird? No step on snake, baby. Open face sandwich. Walter White, Rigo, Carissa Hines. Good morning, baby. What up, Craig? Eduardo, Colt 45. GG. LinkedIn Evans, Agent of Chaos, Ben Stone. Be like Mike, S-Dub for Mayor. El Chapato, baby. Hypno. Good morning, Mark J, baby. Tim Coper in the house. Oh, Jerry. CYB Clayton. Good morning, the team, baby. Sewell in the house. Banks Market ready to go. I know Ryan McPhee got that law term. Tim Women like her. Jay, good morning, baby. What up, Clorox, Goofy, Christian, boy, baby. Dino, Luna the cat, Trey Kush, baby, Jerry, William, Mavis, Clorox, be like Mike again, Pablo, three-pointer, good morning. What up, Sean? What up, Doppler? What up, Christina? Good morning. So, Chattadonia, it's Friday, Junior, man. We better have some fun. Bro, I'm telling you, I was about to hit live, bro, and I was like, man, I can't believe we are going live again. You know that, man? I was like, this is a blessing, bro. I saw the Chad early squad, baby. It's a blessing. So good morning, man. I hope you are ready. Let's have a good end to the week, okay? Let's see what today brings, man. Y'all like the video if you feeling good. You got some time, but now let me direct you to my twin brother. My twin brother is gonna read the news for you, okay? Some of you didn't know I had a twin, but now you know. U.S. futures rise on Powell rate cut reassurance. Wall Street was set for a firmer open after Federal Reserve Chief Jerome Powell reaffirmed the central bank is on track to cut interest rate cuts this year. Futures for the NASDAQ 100 climbed 0.4%, while S&P 500 contracts advanced 0.3% after Powell's comments on Wednesday that recent inflation figures did not materially change the overall picture. 10-year Treasury yields ticked up 2 basis points, but stayed well off recent 4-month highs, and Bloomberg's dollar index extended its slide following its biggest one-day fall in nearly 4 weeks. I think Powell wants to get the process started in terms of the cutting cycle, said Jamie Niven, senior portfolio manager at Candrium. We've seen some strong data in the last few days, but I don't think it's absurd for them to cut from quite restricted territories. Jitters remain, however, as a blowout reading for March private payrolls hinted at the possibility of a similarly strong number For the monthly non-farm jobs print on Friday, swap markets still price less than 3 rate cuts for 2024 and see less than a 60% chance that the easing cycle will start in June. Investors are waiting to hear from a raft of other policymakers on Thursday, including Richmond Fed Chief Thomas Barkin and Cleveland Fed President Loretta Mester. Weekly jobless claims, also due Thursday, are expected to tick up slightly from the previous week. Euro area bond yields, meanwhile, slipped on expectations the European Central Bank will kick off policy easing on June 6th and cut rates 3 more times by year end. Europe's stock 600 index rose 0.1%. More broadly, inflation fears are being fanned by strength in commodity prices, with Brent oil futures approaching 5-month highs after OPEC Plus confirmed plans to continue tightening crude supply. Copper rose to a 14-month peak, and gold is trading near record highs above $2,300 per ounce. In New York pre-market trading, chip makers such as Micron Technology Inc. and Advanced Micro Devices Inc. advanced as analysts see limited impact on the semiconductor market from Taiwan's recent earthquake. Google owner Alphabet Inc. slipped after the Financial Times reported the company is considering charging for artificial intelligence-powered web search features. Powell soothes. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell said policymakers will wait for clearer signs of inflation slowing before any interest rate cuts emerge. However, he said that the recent hotter readings on price growth don't materially change the overall view and that it will likely be appropriate to start cutting later in the year. Fed Governor Adriana Kugler echoed the sentiment, setting the stage for a parade of Fed speakers this week. 5 more policymakers are due to speak Thursday. Reassuring ripples, Powell's reassuring words settled markets, with stocks closing the day higher in futures, pointing to another positive session. Gold extended and hit yet another record. Copper prices are at the highest in more than a year, and the risk on sentiment is on display in Europe. The dollar steadied following its biggest drop in 4 weeks. John Authers said the reaction indicates that Powell's reassurance still means something in markets, where traders increasingly believe they and the Fed are on the same page. Dollar headaches. Notwithstanding the dovish tone Powell struck, Fed officials signaling higher for longer interest rates are backstopping dollar strength. The knock-on effect has pressured currencies around the world, forcing remedial action by central banks and governments. The Fed's path is also likely to influence policy beyond the U.S., despite its insistence that this won't be the case. Trade protections. U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has suggested that the U.S. will retain an option to protect new industrial sectors against China, commenting on the huge state investments made in areas like clean energy that follows. President Joe Biden have raised China's unfair trade policies and non-market economic practices with Chinese Premier Xi Jinping earlier in the week. Investor Ray Dalio, in a LinkedIn post, said he won't abandon his investments in China, even with the problems its economy faces and the risks around it. Top overnight news. Chinese authorities nudged Swiss agrochemicals and seeds group Syngenta to withdraw its application for a long-delayed $9 billion IPO in Shanghai on concerns about the impact a sizable new offering would have on a volatile market, 4 people said. RTRS, the Bank of Japan, cut its economic assessment for most regions on Thursday, but signaled its confidence that wage hikes were broadening, leaving scope for another hike in the country's still low interest rates. RTRS, UK businesses expect wages to rise at a slower pace over the coming 12 months, a finding that will help reassure policymakers at the Bank of England that inflation has been tamed. WWJ, Swiss inflation cools by more than anticipated, coming in at plus 1% YY and MAR on an EU harmonized basis versus the street plus 1%. 4% and down from +1, 2% in Feb. BBG. Ceasefire negotiations between Israel and Hamas are stalling again, Israeli officials say, with large gaps between the sides over hostages, prisoners, and the future of Gaza. BBG. Italian authorities have arrested 23 people and seized more than euro 600 MN as they investigate suspected fraud involving the EU's 800 billion euros COVID recovery funds. FT. U.S. institutional investors are selling more of their private equity holdings at a discount as they cut exposure to the liquid asset class led by pension funds and endowments. Big investors sold 99% of their private equity holdings at or below their net asset value on the secondary market last year, the most since the investment bank began tracking the figure in 2017. The figures were 95% in 2022 and 73% in 2021. FT. Boeing 737 MAX production has plunged in recent weeks in response to FAA scrutiny and steps by the company to improve quality and reliability. RTRS, Google could begin charging for a new AI-powered premium search product. AI-powered search eats up much more computing resources than traditional search, which is why Google may look to charge for the experience. FT and quarterly path of S&P 500 EPS year growth. Positive EPS surprises, averaged 4 PP during the past 4 quarters. All right. No BB. I thought it would end with like BBG. All right, man. All righty. There's still more, baby. S&P futures are up by 0.6 Thursday morning. Trading near best levels comes after U.S. equities finished mostly higher on Wednesday with momentum and cyclical reflation plays among the standouts. Treasuries weaker across the curve after yields finished Wednesday well off their highs for the day. Dollar is down by 0.1. Gold is off by 0.4 after a 7-day run into record territory. Bitcoin futures up by 1.1 and WTI is down by 0.3. Market continued to try and shake off some of the Monday-Tuesday weakness. Some comfort from today's jobless claims data. Some rate stabilization still seen as the positive for risk appetite, particularly given the influence of the softest ISM print since March of 2020. Along with improvements in supplier delivery times, Powell's comments about recent data not materially changing overall picture supportive as well. Also, some better sentiment surrounding semi-space with resumption of production following Taiwan earthquake. Firmer growth backdrop remains a key bullish talking point. However, a recent ramp up in scrutiny surrounding the cracks in consumer resilience, though some relief today from Levi's beat and raise and upward pressure on commodity prices, which have helped drive break-evens higher. In addition, several potential near-term catalysts, including non-farm payrolls tomorrow, CPI next Wednesday, and start of bank earnings next Friday. Weekly initial claims rose faster than consensus and prior week revised up. Continuing claims came in lighter than forecast. Markets seem to welcome the report, though much greater interest in March employment report on Friday, particularly after stronger ADP payrolls out on Wednesday. Also another busy day of Fed speak. Harker, Barkin, Goolsbee, Mester, and Kashkari on tap. Musalim and Kugler scheduled to speak after the close this evening as well. Kugler said yesterday afternoon that she expects further disinflation without a significant rise in unemployment, adding that rate cuts this year likely appropriate. Pretty quiet in terms of overseas developments. Swiss inflation came in cooler than expected. Damn, man, they just had a rate cut. Google reportedly considering charging for new premium AI-based search product. XOM trading update pointing Q1 results largely in line with consensus. Levi's up following Q1 earnings beat driven by better sales, strong GM expansion, and cost control, while company said U.S. denim market has stabilized and slightly bumped up full-year EPS guidance. ICLR announced CFO departure and reaffirmed full-year guidance. Lunar boosted by NASA contract. SQ, a laggard on Morgan Stanley downgrade, and then Bank of America downgraded at UBS. Boop. Don't worry, there's more. Jake from State Farm, baby. Good morning. Wait, how come it won't let me like it? No, it says I'm not am I not logged in? What is happening? Usually it let me like it. Oh, they won't let me like it. They used to. Did they take away the like button on there? Dang, bro. Well, good morning, Jake from State Farm. Still got some more. Fed Kugler Expects disinflation without big rise in unemployment. Still sees rate cuts this year. Europe's quicker progress on disinflation may allow ECB to cut ahead of the Fed. Former Bank of Japan officials skeptical of rate hike before October. RBI expected to leave policy unchanged on Friday as rate cut hopes dim amid strong growth and persistent inflation. Chinese analysts see liquidity boost with PBOC rate cut. Google reportedly considering charging for new premium AI-based search product. Levi beat and raise. Exxon Mobil update flags Q1 drag from softer nat gas price and derivatives. Sherry Redstone reaches tentative agreement to sell her Paramount stake to Skydance. Earthquake in Taiwan may cause short-term supply disruption for chips and display panels, but impact expected to be limited. A group of chip makers led by ASML asked Dutch Parliament to back policies that will boost the country's chip industry. Sanofi reportedly settles over 40,000 Zantac lawsuits, but financial details still unknown. Eurozone final PMIs show return to growth for economy. Swiss inflation unexpectedly cools in March. U.S. bond yields up strong as economic data and inflation worries compel investors to doubt Fed easing path. Dollar strength fueling concerns as other central banks are prompting more intervention. Yield gap and intervention uncertainty among reasons blamed for yen weakness post BofJ rate hike. China cracking down on risky trading practices by quant funds. Yellen to warn China about excess capacity global economy cannot absorb. Biden's upcoming call with Israeli PM Netanyahu expected to be tense. Japan and Philippines discussing deploying Japan troops to counter China military activity in the region. And NATO chiefs €100 billion plan for Ukraine faces obstacles. Wow. Good morning, Steak. We got Jake and Steak, baby. Good morning, baby. So I'm tired. That's a lot of news. That's a lot of news, but we got through it quick, baby. We still got some more time. I still got some plays. I don't know if y'all got the likes. I hope we get. And I don't know. Y'all were making Carissa a little sad. She said, I don't know, but Carissa, it's an emotional roller coaster. Every morning, I think they're not going to hit it. They hit it. You know what I'm saying? It gets wild. So like the video, man. I don't know how y'all do it. Y'all like to play these games. Y'all like to play chicken like it's high school high. You know that movie? Some of y'all too young for that movie. They don't know that movie. They don't know about the chicken scene. You know, they don't know it, bro. You love the energy, baby? Let's go. It's Friday Junior. It's game time. I'm sorry, I don't want to get too hyped. That's good, but this is what happens when AI saves my voice for like 10 minutes. Though I could get a little crazy. But we got some pre-market movers. Conagra up 3.7 off of earnings. Palantir up 2.7. Partnership with Oracle All Cloud Solutions. SYF up 2.0. Wolf Research upgrade. A-Lab up 1.9. Recent IPO. Meta up 1.5. Win up 1.5. Mizuho initiates buy. VRT 1.5 nothing. WDC 1.4. First Solar 1.4. Ford up 1.2. SMCI up 1.2. CEG up 1.2. And NVIDIA up 1.2. Levi's up 11.9 off earnings. STAA up 10%. Q1 guidance raises full year 24 guidance to higher end of prior range. Zeta up 6.8. Morgan Stanley upgrade. Cron 6.6. BB 4.7 off earnings. Wayfair up 4. Evercore ISI upgrade. SMPL 3.9 off earnings. GH 3.8. MXL 3.6. Northland upgrade. NVCR up 3.3. SMG up 2.9. Update full quarter performance leverage ratio. 4 up 2.5. Opera up 2.5. Extend search agreement with Google. DJT up 2.2. Car up 2.1. Goldman Sachs upgrade. TVGN is up 85%. HWH up 47. Cattle 38.1. Interim data phase 2 trial CAN 2409 and PDAC. AKA up 21. GRRR up 20.2 off earnings. Goro 15.7 off earnings or nothing. Brog up 13.8. SLP up 11.8 off earnings. MGNX 9.7 phase 2 Tamarack study. Early interim safety data and plans for future disclosures. Holo up 8. ALDX up 7. Lunar up 6.7. Awarded NASA lunar terrain contract for $30 million. DXYZ up 5.5. Mammo up 4.3. MKFG 4.9. HITI 4.6. MNMD up 4.6. GSAT 4.5. Lab 4.1. Strategic agreement with Bristol Myers on use of SomaScan platform. Jefferies initiates buy. SPWH up 3.8. BYRN up 3.5. SNDL up 3.2. Bitcoin stocks trading higher. Square down 3.2. Morgan Stanley downgrade. RPM down 3 off earnings. Solventum down 1.4. BV down 5. Goldman Sachs downgrade. Hertz down 4.8. Goldman Sachs downgrade. AXNX down 3.3. Receives FTC second request in connection with acquisition of BSX. SMR down 2.8. NG down 2.7. 1.27 off earnings. IBRX down 1.9. Upstart down 1.6. Bank of America reinstates underperform. Ken down 1.6. KYCH down 26. LGVC down 19. RepX down 17.2. 21 million share offering. FLGC down 16.1. 16.1. Common stock offering an intermediate amount. ACLH 10.8 reports interim data. Phase 1-2 trials CNET in advanced NSCLC in melanoma. CGC down 5, and then AQST down 250 or down 2.7, 250 million. Mixed shelf and 100 million equity distribution agreement. Wow. That was a lot of news. Yeah, y'all even liked the video too. So let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Good morning. Good morning. You grateful? God bless you, Rob. Let's go. I'm grateful for all of y'all. I was excited, man. I was excited this morning, bro. It felt like a blessing to be here. So good morning. Those are your plays. We got a little bit of time here. So I have a couple that I'm going to be looking at. I'm going to be watching gold. That short ended up going higher. Keep an eye on oil, still in the BHC from yesterday. Again, that Palantir Google thing, maybe that runs it up. Watch out for Wynn and any of the other casinos. They got a nice little upgrade cycle here. Then Opera, deal with Google. Lunar, deal with NASA. And then Google, we'll see how that AI stuff plays out from yesterday. But Chad, we still got some good time here. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go down me a water. Okay, it'll give you some time to like the video. But when I return, I hope you're all played up. I hope you got the plays, baby. I hope you got the plays. So good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. I'll see you in a little bit. Like the video. Like the video.
CISA published on the Volt Typhoon hacking thing. They don't just say state-sponsored actor. They say People's Republic of China state-sponsored actor. So we're going through this. You watch what China's trying to do, even in terms of spectrum. They're trying to get 5G and 6G to push into spectrum that we currently use for radar. There is so much friction on the AI, high tech. I don't think there's any way to have normal relations. And they flipping it around. What I'm watching this push made by China, where on the previous segment you were talking about BYD, right? BYD is becoming a household name. You're going to see Chinese brands push into our sales. I think it's all-out competition, and it's not going to get better.
Matt, in terms of these pieces of theater that we see, Yellen arriving in China, it is to stabilize that relationship. China has promised to hit 5% growth target. Suddenly, we are talking about China during this opening market val in America. So how relevant is China to the narrative for you for risk 2024 for the remainder of the year?
Well, the economy seems to be picking up, at least when you look at the purchasing manager indices, and they did a lot of stimulus. I mean, you could say that they didn't bring out the bazooka, but they certainly brought out enough stimulus to get the economy starting to recover. They still have a massive issue with the real estate market, and they are becoming much more how do I say this politically correct? Less capitalistic, we'll say. And I think you're getting more state and government intervention in the private market. And we look at earnings estimates. It's really hard to get an edge on the geopolitical backdrop on this and the macro backdrop, but we look at earnings. And you got to just try to keep it simple. Look at global earnings. Earnings revisions in emerging markets and in China have been sideways for a better part of a year. It's been hard to see earnings growth. And so the best earnings growth is still in the United States. That's where we're overweight, and those companies to us are going to be the leaders because earnings are going to be really important as the year goes on.
Well, it was supposed to be that we were all not Sinophile enough when it comes to Apple from Wedbush Securities, making Apple worth $4 trillion, and that narrative has significantly changed. Matt, thank you very much. Matt Miskin, Peter Chair, on the markets this morning. Coming up, your morning calls. I will also catch up with RBC's Amy Wu Silverman.
Good timing. Chatadonia, you're here right now. You hear them talking. Apple. Do they like Apple or not? But Chatadonia, you're here right now. You heard the TV. You heard the news. You're not waking up to pressure today like every other day this week. So tell me, baby, what's the first play of the day? Post it in the chat. What do you got, Chatadonia? Yeah, wake up and drive. Tell them, what do we got? Post it in the chat and like the video. SPY puts, NVIDIA 910 calls, Tilray, SNDL, taking it slow, Diddy calls, Airbnb, more Palantir, Intel calls, Broadcom, SoFi, Nikolai, NVIDIA, Disney call, NVIDIA, Apple call, SLV, Tulum calls, SPY calls, Palo Alto, selling Tilray, Soxel, Cash Secure put, Eclipse glasses for sale, GLD, Beam, Para, UNH, buying Doge, holding SPY calls, Apple calls, Starbucks, Nike, ADC, selling Skydaddy, Walmart, lose everything, HWH, KRE, Disney puts, SMCI, MSTR, coin puts, Disney call, SNDL, SPY puts, Starbucks for the long term, Holo flip, long streak, AG chillin', SLV, Josh calls, VRT, Hitty, Celsius, ARM, 426 for $1, Oracle, Celsius, and the final plays. Baidu, Intel, Meta, NVIDIA 1000 again, Levi earnings, and soy credit spreads. Wow. Soy credit spreads, baby. I'll take it, man. I'll take it. So good work, Chatadonia. That's it. Y'all ready to go. Y'all done everything except like the video. You know what I'm saying? But I believe in y'all. Y'all getting close to it. So we got about 1 minute here until the pledge. So is there any questions? Is there any questions that y'all got? Y'all let me know what you have. We could go over it. Today should be pretty simple. Again, you have 4 or 5 Fed speakers and then 2 of them after hours and then no other real data. You'll get some shorter bond auctions, but it shouldn't move us up too much. And then that's going to be it. Anything else? Any questions? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Like now. We need 200 more likes. We need 200 likes in 4 minutes. Otherwise, it's just technical difficulty. You know what I'm saying? Do we like Disney news? I don't really care too much. I would have preferred Nelson. The only thing I don't like about Disney and what happened yesterday is if Nelson Peltz ends up selling out his shares and then, who used to be a positive catalyst for the stock would turn into a negative catalyst. That would be the only thing that I would be worried about. But Chad, you know what else I'd be worried about? Is if we don't pay enough homage and love and respect to the most important group of people in our society who has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will, baby. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. That's why here at the Cult, before we do anything, we got to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families, for real. Thank you for your dedication. Thoughtful. You didn't, man, the way that y'all sacrifice for people that y'all have never even met and the way that we as a society have failed to take care of our veterans, man, the least we could do is give this shout out. So I hope all of y'all show love and appreciation to your veterans. Thank you and God bless all of you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it happens. So God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Salute the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Oh, Chatadonia, Friday Junior. It's game time. 2 minutes, and we need 140 likes. I don't know, man. Why y'all just love to put me through this in the mornings, huh? Y'all just really, I told you, man, it's an emotional roller coaster. I don't know what we gonna do, man. I don't know. The Jets have been sent. So if you got any questions, you let me know. We're getting ready to start the main themes here of the morning. Rate stabilization, things not getting worse. It's calming down. Initial jobless claims helped us out. And then we're just looking ahead for all of the Fed speakers, baby. So let's see what we got. But you got about 1 minute and 40 till the bell. So you got a little bit. Oh, wow. We only need 20 likes. I think we got it. I think we're going to get it, baby. I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it, Chatadonia. Y'all woke up and dry. That's what I'm saying. Wolf, I did not look at it. If anything, I'm looking at Marvel, but I do believe Wolf might get some sympathy off of the Marvel event. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think they have moved together. They got some crossover, but other than that, I have not looked at them. Marvel is my only chip play as of lately, so I'm still in Marvel. We got a good gain on that, and then we're waiting till next week. Again, that's going to be the event. Wow, we did it, baby. 1,000. Like, let's go. I appreciate the likes. We haven't made as many plays this week, but guess what? Just keep the likes in place. You know why? Because earnings is coming. It's right around the corner. 2 dead after drone attack in Russia controlled part of Kherson. All righty. Yeah, Levi, that one could have been a good. Remember, last time it didn't move as much, but today it did. And then Bond's going up. And Chad, you got 30 seconds, so drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you guys are subscribed. If you have any questions, we are all here right now, so don't be shy. Any call-outs, post it in the chat. You're going to hear me make some call-outs, and then I'm sure you're going to listen to a couple of Fed speakers on this channel today. So I hope you are ready, baby. But get ready, less than 10 seconds until the bell. Solventum. I like Solventum for the long term if it's free. So I got it off my 3M, but that's about it. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Okay, we're off. We are off. Airbnb. Where was it? Opera. Is that thing still up? What was the other one? Lunar. So Lunar already gave up that game, didn't it? Was this the one that went crazy the other day? Yeah. This is it. Damn, it got no love. Ain't no love in the heart of the Luna. Yeah, I shorted gold. I'm up 240 on it. I was up like $300-400 in the morning. So it was decent. It was a decent price, if anything. Micron above 130. Watch Dell too. Remember, they went crazy yesterday. Meta's on the high. Dell's already up too, man. That's crazy. Where is it? All right. This one's definitely more speculative. Levi's up 17. Damn. Six. All right. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed 500 shares of Lunar at 618. So again, they got this one very, very risky. Again, it's one of these. It's the space play. Remember, we talked about this thing getting hyped. I never played it. That's why I'm like, all right. They had their news here today. They've kind of already sold off a decent amount. It still has 4% more to give up, or it could have a bounce. So be careful on that. Palantir had news. Palantir had news with Google. I think they like expanded a partnership, something like that. Dell news. GLD as well, be careful with GLD options. They absolutely suck. I'm telling you, I hate I absolutely hate that thing. Yeah, the options on that thing are like actually wild. You have to be careful of it. Like GLD options, bro, they move very slow. Because remember, gold, that's the thing. This is exactly why I shorted it. Like gold doesn't move like this. So like those GLD options, they'll get fat premium on the big moves. And then the moment gold like returns back to, like responding how it is, Those contracts do not move. Again, even the nugget, like, bro, we have the random play. We have a nugget call in the money, and we got it before both of the gold pops, like a $400 run up in gold, and that option play is up 600%, which I'm saying is that's kind of a crazy amount considering how much is ran up, a crazy low amount. And then there's Palantir. Where's the other one from yesterday? BHC. I don't think they really moved too much. Meta's on the high still. Again, I went with the Lunar. AMD. Marvel was up. They're coming down here. Baidu on the high. SMCI. Let me get a VWAP. SMCI's up 4. Damn. It's actually kind of killer. Airbnb. SMCI's on the high. Is Bob Iger talking on the CNBC thing yet? Square got a downgrade. CCJ's climbing up again. NVIDIA just flushed on the high. Yeah, Square's going lower. SMCI's on the high. Uber. SPY's holding up decent as well here too. Oh, I only have one TD open. He's live on CNBC now. Oh, I'm trying to get them on. Please hold while we connect your call. Log in, Habibi, yallah. MSTR pumping. Square. And then there's Lunar. That's the first player. They Trip on the high. Yo, Trip. Watch out, Trip. 30-cent pop. Remember, they have been a acquisition candidate. So they've still been holding since all of that board stuff. We've literally got this news a lot. But they just went red to green. Honestly, it looked bigger on the high ticker. Lunar News was a $30 million NASA contract. Disney update. We're waiting for CEO guy. Let me turn that on here. Please hold while I connect your call.
Consistent with exactly what our priorities are. Maybe not surprising, by the way. Clearly, shareholders are interested and care very much about succession. It is the board's #1 priority. They've been spending a significant amount of time on that. We have a succession committee that Mark Parker, our chairman, chairs, and James Gorman, who just joined our board, is on. They met 7 times last year. They intend to meet even more this year. They're confident they will choose the right person at the right time, and they have some time to do that. But again, they're treating it, with a sense of urgency because it is so important. Clearly, shareholders care about that, given what the company's been through these last few years.
Yes.
As you'd expect, they care about what ends up being our top priorities strategically. They want to know about the future of ESPN. They want to know about streaming and how that can be profitable. They care about the quality of our films, and they're very interested in growing our parks and resorts business, where we said we're going to spend $60 billion over the next 10 years.
Right.
Amazing consistency in terms of subject matter and the list of priorities.
And all things we're going to talk about in the time to come here. But
make no mistake, though. I know because you mentioned the 30% a few times. This was decisive in terms of how shareholders voted. As I think a true endorsement of the board and management in the direction we're taking this great company.
Stock went up. The first time he had a proxy fight, the stock went up. Then it came down when Peltz
TSM popping here at the high. Again, this is Bob Iger talking about the recent Disney stuff.
In terms of getting you guys
and then bonds coming down a little bit. SPY turning too. We filled the gap from a couple days ago.
And actually, it has a good
Datadog pop in too. 2 big candles into the high. They're up 2.
The stock is up over 40%.
And Spotify from yesterday.
October. There was a slight bump when he announced his interest in basically the second proxy fight. And then actually the stock drifted down after that. And then it went up when we announced our November earnings.
Yeah, I mean...
he then mentioned a slate and named a slate. It drifted up slightly. and then went down again. And then we had our February earnings, which were sensational, and it went up significantly. The market is reacting to how this company is performing.
There you go.
It was not reacting really to
That's
the
why it was
activist
quiet.
factors.
Right, and not the idea, though, that you're going to be even stronger in your communications, even more focused in terms of articulating what it is you're trying to do, and or more focused on it as a result of somebody on your back?
I came back about
SPY coming lower.
16, 17 months
Yeah, it was
ago,
November
and
22.
immediately established
All
a set
green
of-
shoots
well,
on
first of all,
Microsoft?
wanted to stabilize the company because it had been through a tough time. Immediately established a set of strategic priorities with great alignment with the board, actually. And we've been executing against those priorities.
Oh,
since
HubSpot, yo.
early in my second tenure.
Alphabet in
And I think
talks
the
to buy
results of
HubSpot.
implementing them, and we're just at the beginning in many
Whoa.
respects, but the results are already being felt
Damn, is it halted?
in a positive way by
I
the
think it
company.
is.
And I think it's reflected.
Yo, watch for it. Maybe that's why Datadog has sympathy to that. That would make sense. Reportedly, Google in talks with advisor about potential offer for HubSpot. That one's kind of big, Habibi. Yeah, Hubs is halted. Let me see. MU flushing. Celsius, Metagarbo. Again, I'd watch for anything related. That HubSpot news is pretty big. Come on. Win got an upgrade. I don't know. Are Datadog and HubSpot, are they sympathies? I want to say they are, but I wonder if there's more of a direct one. MSOS, Micron headed the other way. I'd watch anything related to that HubSpot thing because that's big. Again, any of this M&A activity has been a big driver of a lot of names. CRM compared to HubSpot. Because Datadog moved with the news. Remember I called that out right before. Yeah, CRM went down on that. Interesting. And then Datadog went up first. And then Levi's breaking out again post-earnings. They beat and raised. Bonds a little off the bottom. Same thing with the SPY too. You're up almost 1% on the NASDAQ, 3/4 on the SPY, and then 0.63 on the Dow. TCBP. Oh, this one ran a couple of weeks ago, I feel like. That one's popping. Intel. What was the other one? Datadog. Data Kelb. Not bad. I'm going to take one. No ads to the long term yet. No. Gotta wait a little. But I still have my deposit. That's the good part. Oh, they filmed me? Nice. And then Micron coming down, SPY and bonds trying to bounce here. You got a BMY to long term. Nice. It's a good name. It's a good name. Got some value in it too. ATAI. Hubs is open. It's up 10 per again. This is a huge stock. So it's already up 10. I don't know how much higher, but I did make a play. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with a Datadog play. I grabbed a May 17th Datadog 170. It's a little further out there, but I made sure I covered earnings. So they do have earnings right around the corner. I grabbed one for 50 cents. So, again, no one's even trading this option. The chain is absolutely dead. So they kind of got the pin. It's like a loose sympathy, I would say, here to the HubSpot stuff. They kind of reacted at the same time. But other than that, it'll give you a backup there with earnings. Micron got clapped. HubSpot, too. See if HubSpot moves. There could be another play on that. Where's the lunar? That drop here from the morning. That one's about to fill the gap or go down to 0.07. Where's Bosch? That would stay in pin. SPY near the low of the day. Dell keeps going, man. Dell even from yesterday. HubSpot still climbing up again. Datadog holding. Dell, man. Data Kelb. Sorry, Habibi. Data Kelb. CRM drop. Yeah, CRM is the sympathy on the downside, which I think is interesting. So, again, a couple of names responded right when the news came out. It was Datadog and CRM. And then Datadog slightly higher, CRM lower, and then HubSpot up 9. Yeah, we're a little lower. I mean, we remember today you kind of had relief in the morning, so a lot of the pre-market was just going up. We are slipping here a little bit. We haven't moved too much. Again, we don't have that much data. All it is Fed people. Fed speakers. CCJ. Bro, CCJ just hit 50. I guess it did it yesterday too. Crazy. City's on the high. Again, they were getting murdered. Tesla's gone red now. NVO. City's on the high. Remember, yesterday was ugly for them. Why did you get time on that one? Because they have earnings. So that's why I was like, shit, might as well go 2 for 1. That's weird. Somebody bought that. That chain was dead. I think we triggered an algo. Because now there's 150 contracts on the data 140s. On the data kelbs. But that wasn't there before. I'm telling you, there's only two executions before I bought anything on that whole expiration. Yeah. Could have been a baby sweep. No, I don't think that one was in a chat. I could double check, but I think that was 150 and 1. That was a sweep. AMD flushing. I grabbed the 170 data kelb. SoFi clapping. Budweiser on the high. Tisha. So if HubSpot comes down enough, I mean, if you want to take the risk on those. CRM down 2 now. Tesla's going down further. SPY near the low. But yeah, Tesla just flushed, and then CRM down 2 on the news. Disney dumping Ummo business. Habibi, shukran. Or not. Oh, excuse me. My goodness. Thank you, my friend. Oh, day, baby. I hope your Friday, Junior, good. Uh-oh. You just gave me the hiccups. Oh, no. Oh, no. News on HubSpot is Google is reportedly looking to put an offer for them. Isn't it? I feel like it was just Monday. I don't know how it's Friday, Junior, already, man, but we've been running through the week. Stop it. There you go. PayPal went up. Pfizer, again, bonds holding. Getting a little bit of a rate relief today. Join me on the data dog. Well, be careful. Good luck. Again, I grabbed that one to make sure it covers earnings. So the thing about that play is that it's still like expensive. If you priced in earnings today, that play would still be within 2 standard deviations. But the point is earnings is still like a month away. So, yeah, that could change a lot. Google, I think they traded a little lower, but now they're stabled. I think they had a little drop candle, but not really much. Because HubSpot's a lot of money. I don't know if that's going to be cheap for them. TSM would be smarter. It's in April. We're not playing this play just because of earnings, though. So, again, HubSpot just got a buyout offer. I think there's a loose connection to Datadog. That's why Datadog and CRM reacted. So, we're not playing this just because of earnings. But that's why I was like, if I'm going to speculate on this news, I might as well grab a play that could cover earnings. So the same $40, $50 I could stretch it. So now I'm in a pre-earnings run-up play, or if it does pop off the data, I could benefit off of that too, or pop off the buyout. Expiry was May. Their earnings is May 4th. CRM on the low even more. Damn, bro. HubSpot, so they were the real murder. I mean, if we went for the CRM to the downside, that's crazy. ENPH, Enphase, Redfin. Couple days moving again. SPY still at the low. Bonds ticking. Is that Walgreens on the high? Dollars down again today? That's crazy. Actually, is gold still down? I'm up $300 on the gold. No way. So that's kind of crazy because you even have the dollar down today. Yesterday, gold ran up with the dollar getting killed, but you're actually still red on a green dollar, on a down dollar today. The Dow giving up the move. Don't forget to like, indeed. HubSpot still holding. Again, Lunar, we're still in that play. Hasn't really done much. BHC from yesterday, same story. ATAI, weren't some of you guys calling that one out? Atai Life Sciences up 15%. GM, 52-week high. What? Since when is, I guess Ford's almost at 14? But, like, since when is GM at 52-week high? So Tesla's getting murked, and all the other auto companies are running up. MSOS 1070, that's crazy. Dow weakness from CRM, definitely a good call out. That makes sense. Someone was just saying the Dow slipping. So Dow's the worst on the day, 0.39. That would make sense with CRM. NASDAQ 0.8. We were just up 1. Russell's still up 1, 2. SPY flushed into another low. And remember, all we did today, we filled the gap from the other day before. So I don't know how you want to look at this, but it's you're stronger than the last 2 days, but then you're still kind of back to this gulag. But then again, I mean, this is much closer to all-time highs than not. One pop, you're knocking on the door of it. Atta baby, Atai baby. ACB on the high, more wheat stocks. GNRC, ARWR. I'm seeing like biotech healthcare plays on the high. DJT on the low, iBio on the low. Yeah, Donald on the low. Tesla came back to green. NVIDIA is still green, but they're selling off. Marvel, Lunar everywhere. Rare on the high. So, dude, again, I've seen like 4 or 5 random biotech poppers. Lulu dying. Yeah, Lulu's down 1.7. NTRA, Natera, NTRA, 4%. NTRA. I don't have news, but that's a big pop. It either looks like news or it's just hype. But NTRA, They registered shares. I don't have any news on that. Biden administration plans to urge Netherlands meeting next week to stop chip-making equipment, ASML, from servicing tools in China. Damn, NTRA up 4. And then a Biden headline on ASML. That's why ASML taking candles down on that now. ASML Biden comment on wanting them to not service equipment in China. That's literally coming out 2 minutes ago or a minute ago. Yeah, no news on Natera. I was just chilling there. I want to short ASML, but anytime I've shorted the ASML off of like the government news, it never works out. It's kind of like the power curse. Damn, these options are expensive too. Meta new all-time high? No. Natera 4%. I have no news on that. There could be an event, actually. I didn't check that. I'll check if there's an event on Natera. Other than that, though, 4% pop. Stock has been hovering at all-time highs for a while. And then I do think it's diverging. What's this? Divergence from sector. Disney, Iger to crack down on password streaming. Yeah, so Natera is only off by 0.4% of its 52-week high, while its whole sector is about 30% lower than its 52-week high. So gene testing. So they're outperformed. I mean, that showed up as an automatic algo thing. Fed Harker, inflation is still way too high. So there's your first Fed speaker. Israel military says there's been no change to guidelines on the home front. Meta's going up. Meta, that's not an all-time high, but it's close to it. TLT, I mean, I think TLT is going to be fascinating in many ways. And right now, I mean, I'm in a bond play, but the only thing that I am like really what's going on with all of the bonds right now, it's just a matter of either the bonds agree with the Fed or they don't. And that's why right now it's exactly why the bonds are getting killed and why the bonds offer an opportunity. Because right now, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year, 30-year, they're all trading higher than the dot plot. So really, once the bonds get enough data to believe the Fed, the bonds have a lot of room to run. But then vice versa, if the Fed doesn't execute, and what the bonds are showing is that they are worried about what they're seeing. Yeah, you can't. I don't think we could listen to the Patrick Harker. See what you mean about GLD options? Puts have moved 3 cents. Oh, just wait, bro. I'm telling you, like, even then, just wait. You haven't seen shit. GLD options are trash, bro. Again, I remember I did one and remember when we first started playing gold, I grabbed those marches when I hit it on the futures. And that's why I was like, just watch out, because even if you get like a really good play sometimes, it's the nature of how gold moves. It doesn't work with options. It's just too slow, and then it wakes up all of a sudden, and then it implies a crazy price, and then it's a commodity, and then it just falls right back to normal. But yeah, those GLD options are scammy. Moral of the story. Disney, Iger on ESPN says we are looking for a strategic partner. Have had ongoing discussion. Where is this fool? There is not any real data coming out today, no. You just have Fed speakers. So you have Harker. There's a couple of comments, but he's not like live. It's like a private event. Where's Malvum? NTRA came down again. ASML is just dancing, so it had a reaction to that headline. Then GE, remember, they just had this split. Merck on the low. SPY, this is VWAP technically. So bonds came back to low of the day, and so did SPY. All gaps filled. Yallah, Habibi. BHVN. Apple's not doing bad. 3M. Solventum ended up coming back up, and then SPY bounced. SLV? So I saw something with LV in it. AMD straight red. Yeah, they flipped. Square red after the downgrade. NVIDIA, they're lower, but still close to 1%. SMCI holding. Marvel did it again. They were up 3 and then just sold off all of it. Again, I think Dell is the one that's crazy. Dell and Micron. Micron even gave up earlier. They were the first one, but Dell is hideous over the last 2 days. Then XOM coming up. I have not looked at energy. USO just holding. GLD, a little bounce off the bottom. Weed is dying now? No, weed's killing it. Weed is like insane. I'm mad. I should have held out. We made another 1,000. Fed speakers all throughout, I think like I want to say like every 30 minutes or hour. There's a lot of them today. So, you got Barkin. Oh, what? That's weird because we just had Harkin. Harker wasn't on here, but I see Barkin at 12:15, then Goolsbee at 12:45, and then Mester at 2, and then Musalim and Kugler after hours. I thought there was one more before that. Otherwise, we wait till like, what, 9:15? So in like 2 hours, and then 15 minutes, 30 minutes after that, another one, and then another hour after that, the last one, and then 2 after hours. And Phase just took off. Oh, there's Lunar now, finally. Bumble on the high. SMR, K. Again, ASML had a bad headline, but still holding up. Tesla coming down. Humana's on the high. Again, they all got wrecked. Weird. Humana's green. UNH is red. Very on the high. Excuse me. Mava. Oh, what was the other one? Gildan. I forgot about our boy Gildan. Did we get an idea of the price? That's the info I need on Gildan. Yeah, Turtle Creek releases open letter calling for meeting without delay. That was March 25th. So it was March 19th. Yeah, I don't think Gildan has a price. So they already received the offer. And there was more than one bidder. And then bonds near the high, or excuse me, near the low, but they're bouncing. MSOX on the high. PayPal's Zoom platform now supports funding with PYUSD stablecoin. JKS on the high. Again, some solar names are running. Roblo going up. Fed Harker jury's out on whether AI will boost productivity. Harker, I can't get him live. Maybe I'll double check, but for the most part, that's it. He's speaking. Right now he said inflation's still too high and they want to wait. Or what was the other comment? Yeah, he said inflation's still too high. Inflation's still high, asshole. I'm looking at something on Gildan right now. Browning owns 5%, issued below. We're naturally concerned the board has initiated a sale process to avoid accountability. Following continuous growing support for Browning, call for significant board reconstitution. We believe the company's owners would be dismayed at the rumored 42 per share indication. To put this low price in context, if Glenn Chimandi had not been terminated and the stock simply performed in line with most relevant, it would be worth 42 today. We believe the stock will recover to at least this level after our experienced and credible slate is elected in May, and we could, in our view, be worth multiples of that level over the long term. This is related to Gildan. So, bro, the Gildan thing's kind of messy. Because remember I was telling you guys yesterday, I don't have any details, so I'm looking there now, but I didn't know that. One of the people who own 5% is mad, and then there's a rumor of $42 price, but that's still not it's still not confirmed. Interesting. But then somebody doesn't want them to sell, and they're saying 42. What's the percentage on that? $5.30. That's kind of, you're trading like right there. So you're trading at like a 15% discount to the rumor price. So if it did go through at 42, stock would probably trade around this level, maybe 5% lower or maybe 5% higher. It'll stay within 10 to 20%. No news on Meta. No, they were running today. ASML popping. My goodness. Yeah, Palantir had news in the morning. It's not going to fill. All right. Well, Ulta's on the high. And LGVC, they had news, I think, in the morning. And they're moving. But Chad, I'm a camel. I need to go pee again. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. It's only been 30 minutes. No. Yeah, 6:30, 7:08. Wow, time flies. So, Chad, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. God bless you. Good morning. And we got a wild day still ahead, and maybe a little bit more calm. Again, wait till the Fed speakers, but very interesting movements to start. But I will BRB.
And you're looking for a little bit of a diversification, why not consider something like an EWJ in your portfolio when you do have a central bank there that's finally beginning to raise interest rates into positive territory? You have an area of the market that's so underowned. Most US investors and even Japanese investors are underowned in Japanese equities. If you look at some of the holdings, mostly for Japanese households are in cash. So having that tailwind in your favor, and of course the corporate reforms that are taking place, those being the three trio of tailwinds. I think looking at Japan, and then of course India is a demographic story, it's a digitization story, it's an infrastructure story. So we really like those as non-US exposures that investors can gravitate towards that can work both in the short and medium term.
Love how cross-sector, global perspective you can bring us. It's great to have you in the house. Gargi Chowdhury, of course, with us from BlackRock. Please, she's going to be staying with us. But let's just take a quick look at what moving now on the markets more broadly. I'm pleased to say Emily Grafeo can bring us the micro perspective on a big win, or maybe not for the long term, with Bob Iger.
That's right, Caroline. Bob Iger winning a proxy fight in a long one against Nelson Peltz, and that's really affecting Disney stock. Not moving as much today, but the stock did drop over 3% yesterday. Now, over the last 2 days, it is in positive territory, but the headaches aren't over yet for Bob Iger, like you suggested, because the company is now facing questions on who's going to be the next CEO. They're also dealing with reviving a struggling movie business and turning a profit in Disney's streaming division. Despite all that, though, the stock for Disney still up over 31% year to date. So at least right now, I guess we can call this a victory for Iger.
And for Peltz, as he's been long the stock and getting the benefit of that rally. Emily, move us on a little bit to where we saw a lot of anxiety yesterday. We, of course, had a devastating human tragedy over in Taiwan that impacted the chip stocks, but today there seems to be a bit of a relief rally on hand.
That's right. I'm looking at ADRs for TSMC. This is the leading provider of advanced chips for Apple and NVIDIA, and that company is saying that it's restarting operations less than 24 hours after that earthquake hit Taiwan, one of the worst earthquakes in over 25 years. But that stock is now up over 2%. And I'm also watching that because traders should be looking out for any headlines that Janet Yellen makes about the semiconductor industry in her visit to China. That's the second one in 9 months for Yellen. And that stock is still up, beating the S&P 500, that ADR year to date as well. As, of course, there's a lot of optimism for the semiconductor sector.
Yeah, we want to hint on any further tariffs that might be being seen across various industry groups. Emily, move us on lastly to what's been so interesting is the commodities rally we're just talking about with Gargi. How has that been impacting certain equity names?
Well, you look at Exxon, and that stock has been basically on a vertical line up over the last few weeks. In the last 6 days, it's been in positive territory. It's now flat after the opening bell, but still up 19% year to date, in part pushed by those higher oil prices. But the company actually announced yesterday that they expect their first quarter earnings will likely be lower than the prior 3-month period due to falling oil and gas prices, perhaps a little bit before this most recent run up in oil prices. That's where their earnings are coming from. They said that their upstream division will take a hit of as much as $1 billion from lower oil and gas prices, and they said that in a filing Wednesday.
On Wednesday. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Data Dog. Tesla. I mean, market's holding up here. It's actually still green. Yeah, Data Dog popping now. I don't know if CRM still murdered. Did Hubs go any higher? They're just holding the first halt candle. I mean, 6.8. They were up 10. So, I mean, there is a little bit of room there. Atlanta Fed GDP, 2.5 versus 2.8 previous. I think that's kind of some good news. It's a little lower. Again, last GDPs were kind of hot. And then you got Meta did have news. Meta got a price target raised by Jefferies. So Jefferies raised the price target on Meta to 585 from 550. And then you got another headline on the Dutch, or U.S. urging the Dutch for more curbs on ASML. But they're still holding up there. Reddit approaching all-time lows. Fed speaker going to be at like 12. Like, so in about an hour, 2 hours, I think the Fed speakers all start. We have 5 Fed speakers today, 3 before the close, and then you already had 2, I think, already, and then you'll have another 2 more at the end of the day when the market is closed. Where is it at? All right. Maybe it's still early, man. I can't believe it's only been 45 minutes. I'm looking at another play right now. But I'm seeing if we could finesse the Gildan, but it's going to be difficult. And then again, they just got the drama going on. Amazon starting to work up. ASML coming down. Apple's on the high ticker, kind of balanced out. Silver. Gildan. Gold to Gildan. It's like 60. Wait a little bit. Datadog's going. I don't know if the options popped, but that one's going to be both, short term as well as earnings. But I don't know. I'm still. I don't know how sold I am on going too early on these earnings plays. It's the only issue. I grabbed the May 17th, on the Datadog, Kelp. And ASML, watch if that comes down there. Like I said, that news sometimes pretty hard to play. Datadog's near the high. Again, Gildan is near the lows. It's still not as low as it was yesterday. So it's like right there in the middle. Do you think that ANF should not be as high as it is? I haven't looked at their financials enough to say that. And what I mean by that is like sometimes, I know a little bit about Abercrombie. I like girls who wear Abercrombie and Fitch. But like sometimes we watch parabolic moves and you're like that's worth wait. Like this makes no sense, right? But one part of like Abercrombie, I know like they have very limited debt. So even then, like their profitability, it's easier for them to make money. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I haven't looked into the story enough. I'm sure there's a little bit of overvaluation, but also too, just don't underestimate. This company's been around for a while, and I think the way they structured it, they're able to operate with less costs and debt, and it's been able to help them, not to mention just still remaining relevant. They have physical stores still, but like I'm saying, they have a little bit of cultural relevance still today, but then like at the same time, they have like just like as a company, they know how to make money. Like that's sometimes what we often forget. Is that, like, you guys got to realize there's companies out there where the product is really good and the company is really bad. And then vice versa, sometimes you have people who got not that really good of a business or like an idea, but they know how to manage it and milk it. And that's what I'm saying. I think Abercrombie is a milking story. I don't think it's anything besides that. I just think the people in charge, they know how to milk the profits from this thing. It's established. They built a system. bottom up and they have everything in place already. It's just a cash cow. Yeah, Snapchat is one of those that they make money. They got things good, but how they spend it and how they use it, that's not good. There's a lot of names that do it, and then vice versa. Gold. They got canceled in like 2010 or something, 2015. Well, Lulu does both. It's not that, like, Lulu is very different. Lulu is just a cult. You know what I'm saying? Like, people really love it. They buy it. They're into it. They got good margins, good growth. But, like, Lulu has other costs and debt. And, like, what I'm saying is I think Abercrombie is more of a story of, like, it's like buying real estate in Cali in 2010. That's how I view Abercrombie. That's why I think they're rich. I don't think it's because they're, doing crazy new moves nowadays. They got in early. They have low cost bases on what they do. And I think that is what allows them profitability. Yeah, all the weed stocks are going up again here today. Bonds going to the low of the day. And then, yeah, gold is ticking back up. And remember I was saying, I was like, it's weird. Gold down with the dollar down. So maybe by the end of the day, gold may be like, nah, bro. Because silver is rocketing. I see that on the high ticker. You got your ACB up there as well, too. Data Kelb. Yeah, Tilray. Bro, all of them are nuts. MJ ETF. MSOS 1080. Man. AMD. 179 below 180. Oh, that's MJ, not Marvel or Micron. Still think Dell's the best. Apple's climbing on all of this. I mean, that's the interesting part. Snow off the bottom. I have not looked into Argentina. I mean, I know they got high inflation and then they got Mr. Malay. I think last update I got on Argentina was some of the updates. I think Malay got rejected on certain plans he wanted to do, and then he wanted to, like, do some state-owned enterprises. You think Marvel will be at 84 at the end of April? I mean, I don't know. I would like that. That would be nice because I own the shares, but I do think that it's going to have the ability to move within its range, and where it's been at after the AI event, depending on what they release. Argentina, Boomba, Boomba, Boomba. Number 1 hit classic in iTunes. Yalla, habibi. Argentina, Boomba, Boomba, Boomba. It's a very good song. Selling puts? No, I don't want to buy Snapchat, so I don't know if I'd sell puts. And then, like we talked about yesterday, y'all got to calculate the fixed income, so it's not real. Like, don't let me be the answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, when it comes down to selling puts and selling, cash secured puts, I'm not the answer. You shouldn't listen to anybody. You should listen to the numbers because the numbers on the option chain will tell you everything you need to know. How much are you committing? How much are you getting back fixed? And is it higher than the risk-free rate? That's all that matters because that right there is just simple, rational logic that, you could look at anything you want to do and see if it makes sense, and it should tell you. Everybody, Powell's back tonight. Down, 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 out. I'm tired of cutting rates when you want me to cut. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know if I mix songs or anything, but NASDAQ flushing lower. All right, Bond just gave up, though. Oh, no, never mind. Spy said, hold on, wait for me, I'm coming. No, $1 and go. You're not leaving me here with yields near 4 or 5. No, I'm coming with you. So we'll see. Dollar's back to break even, so we'll see if that affects gold. But again, dollar was lower And then now dollar's back up, gold coming back up here too. SPY's still green, everything's still good, solid on the Russell and NASDAQ. Even the bonds, I guess. Remember, stabilization is the new rally. I'm about to say the market's boring. Oh, no, it's exciting. It's exciting, man. Look at this. Look at this. Because if we keep going from here, I mean, yeah, you got your little gap up, but there's a lot of room to move down, and like we're kind of been straight down from the open, about 5 minutes of green. So we'll see. I was saying, man, someone was asking me, they're like, man, shitty range on the NQ. And we were talking about just, bro, if you just like buy the close or short the close and just play the gap move, I think that's low-key benefited you a little bit more here. So like if you're just like buying or selling the close and then trading out in the open, I mean, that has worked out pretty good the last 2 weeks, I'd say. I'd say you've gotten about 2 trading weeks of that working. No police chase. Hey, man, you never know. You never know. Cali's a wild place. Again, another headline, U.S. officials to pressure Dutch government on China chip curb. ASML, that's coming down. Again, SPY hit a new low. Bonds, they led a little bit lower. Again, if anything, bonds are leading the way down. They're up the least amount. And then Russell's doing the best. Then NASDAQ number 2. ACB, more weed stocks. We've been watching that all day. JPM, bank stocks are next Friday, dude. So earnings, Habibi, earnings right around the corner. Don't forget to like the video. Tell them, Kevin, tell them. Why is Ulta? I said this on the watch list, man. I'm telling you. They went up 3% today, which is good. But Ulta, it was like they didn't need to guide there. It was very unnecessary, but it's not that their guidance changed. They just talked about the guidance that they gave last earnings, and they just said, yeah, like, we guided lower. You guys, remember we guided lower? They're like, yeah, it's just like, it's happening faster than we thought. So it's already slowing down a little more than we thought and doing it way quicker than we thought. So they gave an update. They didn't really need to because they already guided lower. I don't know if it was like a material change, but that guidance just, gave them a nice little haircut back to 2 earnings levels ago. CL and GC about to go crazy. Then ADM. I don't think those options will ever move. No, they won't. Those are going to be like the NVOs. They'll hit after they expire. Would you hold contracts to 10,000%? It all depends on the scenario, man. And it depends on the initial investment too, right? Because if you put in $1, I mean, that's a different, like return, and it feels different than if you put in $1,000. Micron flushing, hitting a low there. Again, Meta got a price target upgrade. That was their headline again. Micron on the low. SPY and bonds bounced. Lunar. Oh, damn. We went green on that, and then he just flushed. So that one went red. That was up again. That was up 15, I think. 20% in the morning. DraftKings on the high. That's good. 46.49. Where's Coinbase? ERJ. Coin is up. PayPal is lower. Still above our price. Disney's holding up. I mean, again, still no update on if Nelson or not dipped out. Expedia and DraftKings on the high. What was the other one? Pfizer. Still no Pfizer. You and the homies hate bears? Oh. Okay. I feel. Not really, though. I love everybody. And then, like, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, if I could have any animal, like, in the world, like, if I could have a pet, I'm not Russian or anything. Don't sanction me, please. But I love bears. Like, I'm not talking, like, stock market bears, but, like, if I could own a bear, I would do it. I probably can. I'm just not that motivated. But like, I would love bears. They're the cutest thing in the world. I love their behavior, like how they act, how they behave, like everything about them. Like, I love bears. I love them. I love them. Uh-huh. He'll eat you? Nah, I'm friendly. We'll become friends. I'm one of those people. I know. I'm a nut job. Like, you know what I'm saying? I really believe that I could build a bond. That's my toxic trait. I feel like I can build that bond with that bear where, like, I'm more likely to eat him. You know what I'm saying? I got a friendly bear. It doesn't matter which type of bear, as long as it's friendly. Yeah, you got a little pop there. I mean, you're up 4 points off the low. It looks big considering how we moved. I can make him love me. Hey, I got you to love me. You used to hate me, Mavis. You still kind of hate me, but like, you see what I'm saying? Some of y'all, you hate me. Some of y'all were like bears ready to rip my face off, and you love me. So don't doubt me. I could do it. I could do it. I could do it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Is Datadog Play up? Yeah? Or you just get me excited? You just get me excited, bro. It plays like break even. I feel you. Never saw Revenant. I think that's about a bear, right? No, but I haven't. Silver pot. So I told my dad, I texted my dad, I was like, did you see price of gold? He said, no, what is it? He texted me back in English, but I'm assuming that's how he sounded. He's like, no, what is it? And I said, 2,300. And he said, should we sell it then? And I was like, what? I was like, no. I said, don't sell it till they cut rates. And then he said, okay. He said, what about silver? I forgot. My dad loves silver too. Bear Frizzle. Let's go, baby. Shout out the bears. Like the real animal bears, you know. I'm cool if you're bearish too. That's fine as well. You know, don't let these bullish people, knock you out from, having your phase. It's okay. You should, man. You should look at the stock market and economy and doubt everything at one point in life. So don't let them shame you because you just discovered zero hedge. Okay, bears, I love you. Hell yeah, don't let them play you. But I do love real bears, though. Like a real cute, cuddly bear, one of the greatest animals. Why does gold go up if rates are high? Because the expectation that rates will be cut sooner than other countries around the world are cutting sooner, then government debt and fiscal policy error risk is going up every single day. And the debt and worry about a policy error by either government or Fed, the odds of that have increased, and geopolitical tensions, all the reasons why gold is maintaining and why people are moving towards gold. JPM. JP Morgan, man. Friday, and then bonds still a little bit weaker than equities, so they were weaker to start off the day. Even now they're trading a little bit lag behind. But yeah, dude, my dad, I forgot, he has a bunch of silver too. They really got him, bro. But yeah, so he was excited, but although he loves all of the gold and silver, he does not check the prices. It's kind of funny. Someone said it yesterday. They said real gold bugs don't look at the price. It's like, I guess you kind of have a point. LA, sure. Again, that's all you, bro. Maybe we should do it. I think we should do it. Maybe tomorrow, Friday. Let me see. I'll talk to my dad. I want to call my dad and bring him on here. And I want to call one of you guys. And I want one of you guys to try to tell my dad what just happened. I want to go live and I want to hear the Chads trying to explain shorting to my dad. I'm telling you. I think he knows, like, I think there's a Bruce Willis movie where they made money off the market going down. So I think he'll know the theory. But, like, I really think some of you, it would be the funniest thing trying to have some of y'all explain it to you. Be like, it's shorting it. It's not Mr. Answers. It's short. It means you bought. Who I borrow? What do you mean buy? I don't. Haram. Why borrow? Cash only, Habibi. Why borrow? Huh? No. It means you have to make it, and you have to borrow. Why? What is interest rate of borrow? Huh? You know interest rate high right now. Why you want to borrow high interest? Huh, Habibi? No, it's so that you can make money. No, it's called short. It's not. What do you mean short? Like short sale real estate? Like the bank buy it? You sell to the bank? I don't understand, Habibi. Yeah, SPY's coming back down here now. Again, bonds hit a low first. Like I said, they're a little bit weaker dribbling down there. NASDAQ flushing. Well, they got the most cushion. If NASDAQ falls below SPY, that'll be one thing. And then watch if the Russell gives up. Yes, where's dollar? VTGN. And then gold again, bro. Are you kidding me? So I went green to red, I think. Yeah, I'm red on my gold short now. I was up $400 on it. TMDX, what's this? Almost $1 pop. TMDX, Transmedics Groups. And then URGN, SPY near the low. And crazy shorting gold. I know. But at the same time, though, I do, like, again, even today, the way it opened up down like 0.5%, it's just gold, bro, just doesn't really move like this. So I'm just going to play the range. Yeah, TMDX, man, volume, and it's popped up almost $1 there. Palantir, Oracle, yeah, that was in the morning. Oh, I thought it was Google. It was Oracle. VIX going down. VIX is in the red. I guess we did have there's generally a day of relief so far. I mean, you got Fed speakers in like an hour and a half. It's 10:30 actually. So what? We had Euro close 6 minutes ago? Oh, no, I'm tripping. 1 hour. Let me give you an update though. I think everything should be in the green. So you got Dow Jones, 7 names in the red, 23 names in the green. Then you got NASDAQ 100, 20 names in the red, 81 in the green. TMDX still popping. And then SPY, 99 names red, 401 in the green. Damn. Speakers, Barkin, Goolsbee, Mester, Muslim, and Kugler. And then Muslim and Kugler are after hours. Barkin is the first one in line at 12:15 here today, Eastern. And then Goolsbee, then Mester. And bonds hitting a new low there, so we're still not getting out of this little shake the top. Again, it's just been a slow move down from the morning. Everything is still green, but you're just selling off a little bit of the relief. Coin holding Palantir. What was the other one? Lunar. They were up and got clapped. BHC came back up. Again, I still don't have anything on that one. I'm in the play, but we don't know what caused that. And Baidu slightly up. Hubs. Hubs was up 10, and last time we looked at it was like 6. So if you want to take the risk on that, there's a little bit of range to squeeze out. Yeah, there's nothing on Bosch. Oh, do we have Goolsbee? I thought Goolsbee was yesterday. Fulcrum, yeah. Hubs to 7.5. I kind of want to play it. It's just expensive. And then bonds, new low. So SPY not going there, but yields, you're still, again, green on bonds for the day, but it's given up half of its recovery. JPM, 199. Again, it's been above 200. So it's not like it'll get too much resistance. But then keep in mind their earnings. Roblo on the high. Where's XLF? XLF's doing great. Up 1% actually. And then Tesla, Amazonian. And then Pfizer selling off now. Pfizer just went green to red. Abivi sold off pretty decently. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's any headlines there. NVIDIA's been quiet. Yeah, NVIDIA, I think ever since Blackwell, and Groot, it moved around a little bit, and then everything kind of started to chill, and now it's been doing decent though. Don't let it fool you. I mean, $900 still pretty big. Average return from trading, I mean, long term, 5 to 10% a year. That's been very consistent with the random outperformer. If it's like extra bullish or extra growth, and then trading anywhere from lose 30% to make 30%. All right. I want to see. There's no news on Abivi. That sucks. I want to take a look at the long term, though. I think UE approved Keytruda. Oh, maybe that's it. There was another approval for one of their competitors. I drip the Abivi. Surprisingly, I haven't bought Abivi in a long time. So, like, I want to say it's maybe been 2 years since I bought Abivi. But I bought it with my drip. But, like, any new positions I haven't added to. And then bonds, man, they just flushed there. You're below a quarter now. So watch out if that holds or not. Where's Abivi? So it's the biggest in our long term. Like Abivi, literally, it's the biggest position. We've got good gains, but take a look. February, that's a drip. So that's dividend, 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 dividend. Last time I bought Abivi was October 2021 for $109 though. So we got a good price on it. But yeah. So like literally I haven't purchased, and that's why I love drip though. Hopefully you feel me on this. I don't know if you feel me on this. Cuz like I haven't bought this thing in 2 years? Like a little bit more than 2 years? Maybe almost 3 if we make it to October without buying it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 transactions. That's a year and a half. 2.5 years. I've been able to add to it. So this is what I love about drip. I don't have to think about it. I'm not trying to time it or do anything, but legit, it just pays me out. And then again, you could calculate the value here. I mean, let's see. We'll go 226. 9 plus 201. 42 plus 189.35 plus 209.46 plus 196.569 will give me extra 10 cents. 20858 plus 218.90 plus 139.35 plus 197 plus 39. Ta-da! You want to know what the funniest part is? It was 2 years, but like, take a look. So far, I missed like 60. Oh, I haven't bought an AbbVie in 2.5 years, but I've been able to add $1,700 of stock just through the dividend. And ironically enough, my last purchase 2 years ago, I put in $1,900. And then we've already gotten $1,700 in further invested. So no matter what, for the rest of my life, as long as I'm holding AbbVie, it's always going to slowly be adding to it, but I haven't bought in years. I would like to buy some more, though, on it. Now that I just did that math, and I'm like, damn, I haven't bought this in so long. Like, it would just to increase the position and add. It would be nice to add some. I have not bought this in a long, long time. Trying Nelson Peltz on CNBC. Next steps. Oh, that's going to be good. It's pop or pump, Rob. Calm down. Calm on. We okay? Pop or pump, Rob. I thought it was going to be at like 202.
Buyers are saying, I hope this is not a redo of last year where we pulled out, gave management a chance, and the stock went down from roughly 120 down to 79. I hope that doesn't happen this time. Whether we stay or not, we don't make those kind of announcements. I hope Bob can keep his promises. I hope they can do all the things
he's not telling you whether or not he's going to sell.
They were going to do. And we'll only watch and wait. If they do it, they won't hear from me again. If they don't, Jim, you may be seeing me on your show next year doing this same thing again. So it's really up to management. It's up to the board. It's up to whether they do what they say they were going to do, or if it's going to same old story again.
He's saying he'll be there next year.
They've got to get a succession
what he
plan
said about selling, no,
think
about it.
That works.
We'll talk about it when he's done.
Okay, we haven't seen one going back to 2011. They began talking about succession. We're 13 years from them, and they haven't come up with anything. They've got to get the margins up. They got to get streaming right. They made a lot of promises, and frankly, as a shareholder, I hope they keep them.
Well, okay,
but
so
if not, we're here.
In Restore the Magic, your document, you say Disney claims that it has, and I quote, turned the corner and entered a new era, and you said it rings hollow for you. Any change? Does it ring less hollow for you, given the fact that Bob Iger has came on with David Faber and talked about a number of changes that have been made already?
Look, I'm willing to give them the opportunity to prove me wrong. I'm willing to give them the opportunity to do as they say. The shareholders have voted. They want to give management and the board a chance. So be it. We will watch, like we did last time. We pulled out a year ago, February. A lot of promises were made. We hoped that they were going to keep them. They didn't. We came back. We've got a new set of promises, and I hope they keep them. And if they do, I'll be a guest on your show, probably talking about a different company.
Well,
but if they don't, you'll see me again, Jim.
Fair enough. Any company in mind right now that's a different company? You've got me thinking about, I know this is, I like to think a little forward, too. Is there anyone disappointing you that you think it might be good to take a look at?
Jim, I got to finish buying that stock before I can tell you who it is.
All right, it's a mystery there. Now, let's talk about an article in the Journal which says Nelson Peltz's Disney Consolation Prize, a $300 million gain in a recent FT piece, The FT says Peltz likes to say that he'd rather be rich than be right. Were you rich and don't care about being right, given the $300 million consolation prize?
Well, first of all, the number is wrong.
Okay.
Okay? The number is dramatically wrong.
He said I made way more
You
than
did
that.
better than that, Jim.
How about $1
Okay.
billion?
Yeah.
And
He said I
that
did
sounds
way
more
better
like
than
it.
that.
And
Stop
the
it.
fact is that we have an obligation to our investors. Okay, we have to make returns for our investors. And then once we get on a board, that obligation moves to the board. But until we get on a board, we have to do what's right for our investors. And I think we've done right for them in terms of our investment in Disney.
Yeah, CRISPR popping.
And that's what I say. I mean, if Bob's got to take it from here.
Did you, after getting ISS, were you surprised, meaning you had a proxy advisor say that you were the guy that should be on, were you surprised that some of the index funds actually voted against you?
I was very surprised at that. And one has to understand why they voted against, because if you look at their comments were beautiful. They were very complimentary. But at the end of the day, they checked the box, and you'll have to ask them why they did it. I've got my feelings, but I'm not going to talk about it here on television. But you should ask them. I was very disappointed, to say the least, that after the beautiful comments and after the good meetings we had with
Tesla
them,
going up.
they decided to vote against us.
I want to be sure about this. So, in other words, you met with some of the index funds. There's only a couple very large ones. Did they say that they would vote for you and then change their mind?
They didn't, and I didn't say that. They didn't say that they won't tell you whether they're going to vote for you when you meet with them, but they were seemed very happy with our meeting, seemed very positive about the answers we gave them. And, look, I had 93 engagements, my people tell me, in this Disney proxy fight. 93. You walk out of the room and you say, that was a good one, or that wasn't so good. We missed a couple of points. But the fact is, when we walked out of the meetings with the index funds, I thought all three of them were very good. And so I was quite surprised that they didn't vote for us. And basically, them going one way or the other shifts these votes. And that's a big problem.
So that would be what Vanguard and BlackRock did not vote for you.
That's correct. And State Street didn't vote for anybody. They basically abstained.
Now, one of the disputes, there are a lot of people feel this is very personal. You never were seeking Bob Iger to leave the board. You did feel that there were some board members that were not as strong. People seem to think that you had a dramatic loss against everyone.
Yeah, I
don't
thought
think
he
that's
had
necessarily
State
fair.
Street. That's
I
crazy.
think if there had been some index funds that had gone with you,
And
there would have been some
BlackRock
board
said,
members
no,
who were
keep
out.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Jim, you're 100% right. I had no issue with Bob. There was a point in time that Bob and I used to meet socially. There was a point in time when Bob asked me to talk to his board, which I did after the Fox acquisition and where I thought the streaming business was going. And I did address them, and for what I gather, they had guest speakers in at every board meeting. So I had no issue with Bob. The only issue I had with Bob was the succession plan, which again is at the feet of the board, not with management. My issue in this fight was with the board. There's always trying to personalize these things, make it into something more dramatic, making it into something that it wasn't. My issue is with the board. I don't believe the board was doing their job. That's the problem here. If they did, then they would have had a succession plan that works. They didn't. And that's basically the proof in the pudding.
Did it bother you that there was very little repenting? I did not hear Bob Iger say, you know what, I personally recommended Bob Chapek. Bob Chapek did not do a good job. The board regrets that they picked Chapek. We got to do this over. We didn't handle ourselves well. Would that have mattered to you, or is that just some sort of malice toward none, charity toward all, Lincolnian analysis that I'm offering?
Jim, that would have been factual, because what we've been told on very good sources, that Chapek never even had an interview with the board directly. Now, I've been on lots of boards where we've had succession, and let me tell you, there are lots of small meetings between directors and the candidate, lots of them. And the fact is, I had one where the candidate wound up to be CEO, and I love the guy, and we're still friends. But the fact is, I couldn't vote for him because I only had one dinner with him 4 months before the vote with 2 other directors. And I said, I need more time. So the board gave me more time to be with him. I came back and was thrilled. But I was doing my job as a director. I don't think any of those directors did that. They all took Bob's word and they voted Chapek in. That's not what the responsibility of a director is. Bottom line.
Understood. Now, let's talk money. There would have been a way to be able to make shareholders a little richer, which is just to say, you know what? He's one guy who's been around, knows a lot about business. Not necessarily, board members, I'm not looking for a board member to tell me about the movie slate. You weren't either. What you wanted is success. You wanted people who had a process. You wanted a board that was not yes people, because those people are actually quite good, as you have told me. Why didn't that matter? I don't understand why it didn't come down to the idea that, you know what, let's just let him on and not spend all these millions trying to stop him.
Jim, you're 100% right, okay? But you know what gets into the way of boards and management. It's that awful 3-letter word called ego. And when you get ego out of the room, great decisions are made. When you let it come in the room and dominate, you really have big issues.
This is going to be on a commercial for a podcast
of this proxy contest.
I could already see
If it wasn't, there would not have been a proxy contest.
Yeah, 3-letter word.
There is no doubt
ego. Once you
that
get
Jay
that out the
Rizzullo and I were
boardroom,
much more
yeah,
capable
VRE.
of being positive
Yo, is
directors
this a REIT?
on this board than some of the other
Yo,
people.
VRE pop?
No question.
There has to be
But
something
the
news
ego
on that.
in the room didn't allow
Isn't this
for
the
it.
one the Trump dude tried to buy?
And you've seen that over and over again, as I have. And once people get ego in check, good things
I don't have
happen.
news on VRE.
And I want to tell you, David Taylor at P&G, who they fought me tooth and nail, David Taylor never allowed his ego to get the best of him. And he and I wound up to be great friends. The company did phenomenally well. It went from the 70s to 160 while I was there and while he was CEO. So let me tell you, the ego is the issue.
Well, did they, when they spoke to David Taylor or to the chairman who was initially against you and then told me, you know what, at this point, that you were valuable, did they not get a sense that maybe you'd be valuable here, even though you weren't necessarily the guy who understood Prel? I mean, that wasn't your thing. You understood process, you understood business units, you understood how to make people accountable. That's what that was about. That's what Procter was about. When they spoke to Taylor, did they not get that sense that you could help them?
Let me tell you something. They don't want to hear what they don't want to hear. That we gave them so many people to interview, people who were against us coming on boards, and then let them talk to them, call them up. We gave them dozens of people. You know how many people they called? None.
They're very busy.
That's what they did.
They're busy people,
they
Nelson.
were
I know
very
those
busy.
people. Very, very busy.
Well, that's why they couldn't.
They're super
That's why
busy.
they couldn't interview Chapek.
Well, it is discouraging. What's Jay going to do? Jay Rizzullo, is he? I mean, I thought he had some good Disney knowledge here.
Jay has become my great buddy. Jay and I are going to work together again at some point in time. I think the world of him. I really got to know him up close as we went through this process. And he's
He
a star.
does sound like
He's
Men's
really
Warehouse.
Smart. He understands
You're
this
gonna
business,
like the way
and
you
he
look.
understands business.
I guarantee it.
And I can't
gonna
thank
like the
him
way the board
enough
looks.
for being at my
I
side
guarantee it.
as we went through this.
Okay.
And Disney would be so smart if they used Jay even as an advisor. He's got so much to give, but it's that three-letter word, Jim, that stops them from doing it.
Well, is that three-letter, this CEO, the biggest three-letter word that you've heard, which is ego? I mean, look, you hang around with Elon Musk, who I know is against Tiger. I mean, could you do a little ego comparison?
Can I tell you something? Elon is a friend of mine. I think the world of him. This guy has no ego. Okay? That may be hard for you to believe.
Oh.
But having spent the amount of time I have with Elon, he is willing to listen to anybody. It has the same attitude we do, that will steal any good idea and be proud of it. But his ideas are beyond anything I've ever seen
Steal
in
any
my
idea
whole
and be
life.
proud of it.
He's a brilliant guy, understands so many things about the world, and all you want to do is listen to a lot of what he's got to say, but he's a good listener as well. And the really smart people in the world are good listeners.
Now, last night on Last Call, Jeff Sonnenfeld, Yale professor, said that you're finished, that's it. Care to dispute, Jeff, or even comment on it?
I do not even know how to pronounce his name.
Well, I think that's pretty definitive, frankly. At that point, Nelson, look, I'm thrilled you came on. I think
Nelson
that,
Peltz,
that
I like
as a
him,
shareholder
you know?
for my charitable trust,
I'm
I
sad
hope,
he
too,
didn't
that,
win, bro. I'm
that
sad.
things
I like
are that the corner has been turned, and
I like
I
Nelson,
understand
bro.
exactly how you feel.
He
in
give
terms
me
of
like,
trying
wait
to
till he
make
get,
changes
he's
at
already
Disney.
old
Thank you,
as
Nelson
shit,
Peltz,
but like,
for
wait till
coming
he
on
even get
Squawk
older.
the Street. Carl?
Jim, thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
Have
My
a
pleasure.
great day.
Thank you, Nelson Peltz. Oh. What about Nelson Peach? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Wow, what a way to wrap up that interview. But that was a very important one, but not as important as the Peach Horner. Oh, Chatadonia. Peach Nation, get up. Let's go, man. Let's go and stretch a little bit too, man. We kind of missed that there. It's on. No, we actually no. It's only 8. Never mind. I'm kind of ready to stand up and move around, bro. I'm ready to go. But Chatadonia, God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Thank you, my friend. I hope you're feeling good. MG and X again. VRE's moving. I don't have news, but what Nelson just said. So I don't think he is going to sell, but he can. I don't know if you guys, so remember, that's the question we were asking for Disney, is whether or not Nelson is going to sell. So what he just said right now, he said, well, it's up to Bob. He said they don't talk about whether or not they're going to sell or not, but he said it's up to Bob. And he did say, he said a year from now, if they don't execute, you will see me here doing the same thing. So it seems as if he has a plan in the future. But some of you are like, oh, he's not going to sell then. No, well, think about it. He could get out now, or he could get out after the next quarter if they don't do good, take his gain, and then wait 1 or 2 years until they do bad, and then or see what's not even maybe shorter, and then buy back in, and then do this whole thing all over again, right? But here's the deal. They were talking about it, and it kind of slipped my memory. I don't know if you remember, but he was pressuring them a year ago, and then he backed off. So he first bought like $890 million or like $1 billion of stock, and that was about in February of 2023. And what he did at then was like he was pressuring them, and he was talking, and they nominated Nelson Peltz. And then he had like a talk with Bob Iger, and then they made a couple of changes. And I even think they brought the dividend back, and then he backed off. So by backing off, he didn't sell. He just said they put a statement and said that they withdrew Nelson Peltz from the board nomination. That was about it. And then they came back on once that's what he was saying. He was like, when we did that, we got on, the stock went to 120, and then when we backed off, the stock fell to 70, and then they bought more, and then they went back on it. So he didn't sell the first time. So quite frankly, I think he's going to hold, but there's still a little uncertainty where I'm saying, like, maybe he can back off, take profits this time, and then buy back in. But, I mean, I do think it's either Disney does good or you are going to hear from Nelson Peltz again. And I don't know if it's going to be as straightforward or if he's going to play some back and forth games with it. My goodness. Oh, makes you want to stop buying needless purchases from any corporation? You just want to buy food, gas, and water? What? That Nelson Peltz conversation? You might have had Alex Jones on in another tab. I don't think, because he was just talking Disney. I mean, he said stuff about Elon. He said Elon don't have an ego and steals ideas. That's crazy. I wonder what it would have been, though. It would have been nice. Nelson at Disney. That sucks, man. That was good. Good info. State Street played him. I thought he had State Street's vote, and then they chose to abstain. And then BlackRock and Vanguard were like, nah, Bob Iger all the way. My cousin said he's going to buy Reddit for the long term. Should I sock him now or later? I mean, why don't you just help him? I mean, let him, he can buy Reddit. Just, make sure he doesn't go too crazy with it and, has a plan for other names and balances it out. I mean, I don't think Reddit is the most ideal play for a long term right now, but like any other stock, I mean, if the long term has more than one stock and you could buy around it, yeah. And if he's buying small and gets if he buys triple the amount of quality for every one Reddit he buys, yalla, habibi, yalla. I don't think the Para deal is dead. Just Para, it's a hard stock to trade, man. You would still be up $1 from my top tick, though. But it just gave up some of that craziness yesterday. So, again, they rejected a $26 billion cash offer. And then they chose to sell a different, stake in the company instead of the whole thing for $26 billion. Sold end of the day. New deal looks sus. Says would require offering. Oh, that's whack. It's very, very whack. All right. You always say along this, if you use every day, those are the kind of stocks you put in the long term. Wouldn't Reddit qualify if you're an avid Reddit user? Yeah. That's what I said. I mean, it's not like I'm not fully against the idea. Like right now, the only thing where I'm like, I wouldn't buy it for the long term now, I don't think it's the best, is that, you live in a world where things are either really expensive or really cheap right now. And I would opt away from the more expensive ones. So, but no, definitely. But that's why I said, if you work it into your portfolio with other things, you could make it make sense. But I wouldn't make my whole entire portfolio Reddit or half of it, even 30%. What's cheap? Cheap is relative. It's relative to its peers, relative to the industry. That's why I do think stocks in a weird way. It's kind of like real estate. It's all about comps. It's like when you compare value of property, right? The same stick house built in California has a different valuation than the one in Texas. And, you know, the same one in California, depending on the neighborhood, has a different value. Same thing kind of with like stocks. Again, compared to industry, what it actually is, what it's offering, everything else around it, you could start to get an idea of what cheap is. Does it pay you money back? Does it have a fixed return? So on and so forth. Okay. I made a play. All right. Reddit. I didn't buy Reddit, but Reddit. All right. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I'm getting myself in another buyout play. I did 500 shares of Gildan at 36.52. So this is the one from yesterday. It's actually trading lower than yesterday, which is good. Gildan, the shirt. We flipped this, I'm pretty sure, that day one of it all. But essentially, it's cheaper than where it was yesterday. They made the update on the offers. Again, the rumors at 42. It's trading about 14% lower than the current rumor price, which I think it could either go 5% lower or stay here if that's the offer. And I put it out in the stream alert too. The risk with this play is that it gets an offer below 42. So this reminds me of Nuve. Again, buyout, people talking about it, had the pop here. They're accepting offers by the 10th or the 11th. So give it a couple days. We'll get news on it, and it'll move in the meantime. But yeah, not a recommendation. You will lose money. Risky. GIL. The Oakland A's have announced they'll be playing 2025 to 2027 season in Sacramento. 37.50 calls would make sense. Just how much are you going to pay for them? So as long as you're not like I guess April 19th, add 75 cents if that's how much you pay for them. It'll be like what, 38? So you'll be making like 39, 41. You'll have $4 of profit. But if that contract expires April 19th and the deal doesn't close April 19th, you don't really get anything unless the stock moves to the 42 price. But like I'm saying, we don't know the offer. The higher the offer, the better. But then if it comes in lower or like right where it's trading at, like the Nuve, then we could get clapped. You're the man. You're the man. God bless you. Disney's going up. And then Hubs, that's still holding. SPY going lower. Bonds hit the low earlier and just been hugging it. Datadog went up. So that one's good. Cog T high. He's coming back. Yeah, Google's not bad. How's Amazon? Amazon's still in the green. Nvidia's in the green. Marvel was doing a lot better. I thought the A's were going to Vegas. Yeah. It says San Francisco or Sacramento for the next couple years. CRM's clap because of the HubSpot. Booking and B&B doing good. SPY going lower. I think Solventum was running earlier. 3M's on the low. Yeah, Solventum's up. I did 500 shares of Gildan. I'm down to do 1,000, but like I think it could even flush a little bit. So I was cool with the gains even on 500 shares. But if it did like flush, I'd be down to buy more. But start with 500 here. They need the stadium to be built. Tropicana just closed doors this week. Oh, that's where they're building it? Why don't they just play at the football stadium? Isn't that what they used to do in Oakland? Wasn't it the Oakland A's stadium that would have like a baseball field and a football field, and you would see like both of them? Tesla on the high, SPY flushed a little bit. Airbnb's on the high. Take it. Yeah, it's Oakland and yeah. Why don't they just do that? I've never been to the Vegas stadium. I want to see it though. The football one. You think Airbnb has any possible ripples with housing? No. I mean, granted, I've said that for years too. It's funny because like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, y'all would ask me like what if I thought like Airbnb would do, and I would just say no. And y'all like, you love it, you're biased. But like, I don't know. I think y'all see the real estate market now. I don't think Airbnb is like, it's doing good and bad in some places. Like that's like, it's crazy. Like, bro, I'm telling you, I even have one of my Airbnbs limited. It's not like limited, but like you can't even buy in that town anymore. And then people are talking about certain things. Like some people are being dramatic. They're like Palm Springs is crashing after Airbnb demand. It's like, no, prices are lowered like 50 grand or some stupid shit and still up 30-40% from just a couple years ago. So it's I think Airbnb is, and that's something you got to think about. The longer it keeps going, I mean, it's kind of working its way like naturally into the real estate market. I hope that makes sense. Like, I just think it's something that's part of it. I don't think you'll see anything too crazy unless real estate makes dramatic moves. I don't see Airbnb causing any dramatic moves, nor do I see any real big Airbnb or travel shifts anytime soon. You have 2 in Cedar Park. They're nonstop booked. Yeah, no, they do great. All of mine are booked. That's like the thing I told you guys the other day. I saw this house come up for sale next to my Airbnb, and it was gorgeous. This house was beautiful, and it was for $600,000. And I was like, wow, I want it. It was $650,000. And here's the crazy part. They had this house listed for $1 million, 1.1, about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago at the peak with like Airbnb, and this area was going crazy. Like I bought my house for like 400 or something, 400 or 500, and it's worth like 7 or 8, just almost instantly. And then not to mention the good Airbnb income. But yeah, this house, they listed it at 1.1, and they were willing to sell it now for $650,000. So you know why? Because the area capped the number of Airbnbs. So you could only Airbnb if you have applied for a permit and you have to like display information on the property. Like my property now, I have a huge sign in front of my property with like all of the Airbnb contact and property, and it's all registered, my license number, all of that. So they only give out a limited amount of those licenses now every year. And they stopped any new ones, and it doesn't transfer over. So now if I bought this, I wanted this house, but I wanted it so I could Airbnb it because my Airbnb in that area is very successful. Like I make like 4 times my mortgage, like very consistently for several years now. And unfortunately, I am not, if I bought this house, I wanted to Airbnb it, I couldn't. It's actually like insane. So that's why the value of that property has dropped considerably. Not mine, but the other one. I mean, I assume mine, if my license doesn't transfer, I could probably run it for the people, but if my license doesn't transfer, I mean, my property wouldn't be worth as much. I don't think it's a bidding war price. I think it's the license. So the house might still even be for sale. He may not even sold it. So I think it's just because you can't Airbnb it. I'm telling you, that house, buying that house, it's a beautiful home, and people will rent it to live in it, but you won't make that much on a normal rental. But it's like the money on that house was Airbnb. Like I'm telling, like my house is like close to it, and if you got a good view and it's a nice place, bro, Airbnb is a cash cow in that area. But unfortunately, even if you bought this beautiful home, you could only rent it out to long-term renters. Think it'll hurt profitability of the company? No, because some areas, it's like boom and bust cycles all over. So, like, some areas for Airbnb, and, like, you have to think about it, before it hurts their profits, it has to help their profits. Does that make sense? So, like, think about it. Before it's like, oh man, this place got banned and it's going to hurt their profits, that means it probably did very, very well to the point where they're like, okay, we need to ban this or we need to do something. And then usually as one place is busting, another location is popping. And like I'm saying, and even in this case scenario, as far as Airbnb concerned, they're still making money off of my stuff. So maybe it'll slow down their growth, but any of the Airbnbs that are active, they're still making, hand over fist on it. So when valuing and considering non-transferability, you value your house assuming it's not Airbnb. Yeah. To be conservative, I mean, if it like prior, if there wasn't like a licensing and like I built up like an Airbnb and I just sold the property that was an Airbnb, I would value it at the cap rate of the Airbnb. I would show both to whatever they wanted to look at. You would have one normal rental rate and then one based on like actual net income of what we produced. It was local legislation that capped the Airbnb stuff, not Airbnb themselves. What's up with the gap up today? It was just rate stabilization was kind of the theme. People saying Powell not overreacting to the data. You still had good services from yesterday, and then jobless claims came in a little hotter, and people are like, all right, let's go up. That's cool. And they did its thing. A Gil, did I consider options? No, I like the shares. I mean, the Gildens, the options kind of went up a little bit, but the April 19th, it's just too much. If the deal, you get final offer on the 11th, I don't think the deal is going to close on the 19th. And then even if you want a month of time, the break even's like what, $39? So you're going to risk $140 to make $200. Yeah, Hubs is climbing up again, and Tesla. I think shares, I mean, you either take 5% risk if it, or even more if it gets a lower offer, or you're able to just profit dollar for dollar. Where is Gildan? And SPY's still near the low. It's right around where I bought it. And again, Airbnb was going up today. They sold off pretty hard, though. Remember, they were just at 170. NTNX. It's another biotech. What was the other one? There's another one that started with an N that was up. Meta, what time? 11:22. 8:30. Still very early, man. 8 minutes till Euro close, and we are near the low of the day. Was it NNOX? No, there's another one that popped up today. I'm still holding the CCJ puts. I mean, again, I made a lot. I made $6,000. The puts cost me $600 net. So I'm down to hold them for the next 2 weeks just in case. I think I could sell them and maybe get like $100 or $200 now and then only lose 400 on them. But CCJ is like, I held it. This thing's stupid volatile. Like, it'll just run up and die. So I'm kind of down. NTRA, I think that is it. You are correct, Monica. Yeah, Natera. Remember, I didn't have news on this one, but this one just popped. Para just sold off a little bit. Somebody said the deal may have like elements of like selling equity. So it's not good. Does the trading account outpace the market in terms of gains year over year? Yeah. I mean, even, dude, end of last year, I think we ended up like 30 somehow. Again, we had a nice end of the year. It was actually looking ugly. And then one of the other years before that, we did very good. And then when the market did very well, I mean, we do good with the market. That's the beauty of even the long term too. I mean, if everything is just a bull rally, you might be able to get some extra added effects. But yeah. Allure up 85 on weight loss product launch. Is it Ozempic? I'm telling you, man, I just want like Ozempic for like 2 months while working out and just eating straight protein shakes. I'm trying to get on like some Ozempic steroids. No, I don't know. Thinking of AMD calls. Well, I mean, maybe if you get time, you could think about chip plays. I've been talking about it all week, that Marvel event. That's the one next week, so there will probably be some follow-up there. Isn't that the equivalent of being on trend? Yeah. I don't think the side effect is muscle loss. I think as long as you, like, eat enough, like, food or you eat protein, like, you could still grow muscle. That's it. Loretta Mester, 2 p.m. We got, what's his name? Was it not Bostic? Barkin at 30 minutes from now. A little longer, 45. You need carbs for energy. Bro. Is muscle loss a side effect? Oh, that's stupid. Because I'm like, bro, this would be crazy. Is LT the only agent you do work with in California? No, I work with a lot of people. I work with whoever gives me the best price. That's, very rational. You know, so sometimes, like, I'll even send LT, like, houses. Who sent you this? But he could send me, like, sometimes, too, I'll get the same property sent from, like, 4 people, and they all give me a different price. It's funny. But that's how the game works. Like, you guys got to start realizing, like, real estate is like fucking buying used cars. You know, like, have you ever bought, like, a used car or even a new car and how, like, the dealership is annoying? Like, low-key, when it comes to pricing in real estate, man, especially, like, once an off-market is going through, like, the agents and everything else, bro, my goodness. The same car, you could get 4 different prices on it. Does it mean it's all from the same people? No, usually it just makes its rounds. So somebody gets the contract, secures it, and then they start circulating it once they have it properly secured, and then they say their price, and then you get one agent or one person, one wholesaler, they start going to you and they say, hey, here's this. I can get it for you at that. And there you go. Still gain muscle and caloric deficit, but there's a limit. Hey, man. I'm here, bro. I'm down. Just try it for a month. The market action sucks. Today has been more one way. I mean, we'll see now. We got about a minute and a half till Euro close. We'll see if it just still goes one way down. But, I mean, we've been talking about buy the close and just sell the open. I mean, that has been a strategy for the last 2 weeks that has probably provided more of anything. Good morning, baby. Welcome. Welcome to the Euro close. Oh, yeah, Restoration down 1.5. Remember, they just had earnings. Yeah, man. Well, Euro's closing now, and, I mean, you're just holding the low of the day. But like I said, it's just like a slight, if you drop the ball would keep, if water was flowing down this chart, it would still be going lower. But we'll see if this changes anything. Euro closed. Bonds bounced off the low, too. Yeah, so Ventum's up, and then your boy 3M's down. Ulta's on the high. Take that. Data dog. And then BHC, it's back to where we got it at. What was the other one? Lunar. Boo. And then Gildan. Yeah, Solventum 68. Weed stocks again. CGC. And no. Push-ups, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're having a great morning. It's Friday, Junior. That means it's Friday tomorrow. Yeah, Google, Apple on the high. Market going up. It's European close. But Chattadonia, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Oh, you see that? Hopefully you didn't see it and it was like a weird distorted vision because you were blinking. But that feels good, man. It relaxes your eyeballs. But do me a favor. Honestly, do yourself a favor. Just right now, I've gotten a lot of positive reviews on this lately. I'm telling you, man, it's critically acclaimed. Every time I tell this, man, everybody just, they love it. So listen, this is a gift for you. Do me a favor right now and clear your mind. I don't want you to think about anything except for dropping your shoulders. I know, humor me. Just humor me for a second. And all I want you to think about is dropping your shoulders. Drop your shoulders and relax. And just focus on just letting your shoulders fall. Release the trauma in your trauma traps. That's all you got to do. Relax, that's it. Just don't think about anything. Just think about the shoulders dropping. Think about how low they're going right now. Wow. They were just so tight. That's crazy. Just stay low. Just drop them. Yeah. And now chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Legs in front of you. Then boom, baby. Good posture. You look good, man. You look good. See, and you relax. And relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that, Chattadonia. All right. Okay. Yeah. What's longer than long? Long term. All right. How do you tuck your hips in? You tuck them in. You know what I'm saying? Like you got tuck them in. You know what I'm saying? Like you sitting like you got a booty. Like you got a badunkadunk. Do people say badunkadunk anymore? Like you got a dump truck. Like some of y'all, like I'm imagining, ladies, I'm not speaking to you right now. Ladies, if I am speaking to you, I'm not. Okay, I love you, but this is between me and my fellas. I gotta talk to them. Yeah, some of them got a donkey. Yeah, some of y'all sitting and y'all got a caboose. Y'all. I'm talking to my men here, and y'all got a badunkadunk trunk. And y'all sitting there and you just poking your booty out. You know that? I'm just looking at you right now. You got your booty poked out sitting. You don't notice? That's why your legs are behind your chair. You popping that booty, and then you leaning. And you leaning on the keyboard with your booty popped. What are you doing? That's what I mean. That's why you got to tuck the hips in. You got to tuck it in. Flex the core. Tuck them hips in. You got to get some good posture and sit on that badunkadunk. Stop popping it out. Because what's it called? I forgot it's an inverted pelvis, I believe is the term, the medical term. It's your pelvis. You got weak hips in your pelvis. I got it too. I got a badunkadunk. I'm speaking from experience, you know. So that's all I'm saying, man. So tuck them hips in. You feel me? All right, let me hit my resistances. Let me hit my resistances. Anterior pelvic tilt. Thank you, Alex. That's what it is. Talk to him. Talk to him, man. Let me hit these resistances. Oh, man. Feels good. And then no X on the high. Oh, man. There you go. Med school with Josh. No, it's just like YouTube fitness videos of me just Googling why I have a badunkadunk. Because I got bad posture. My posture's gotten a lot better, but it's still pretty bad. Just from all the years of sitting. And then I don't do enough ab workouts and legs. I'm still a meathead. But that's why the resistances help a lot. They help you work out, different things. All right, one more set. Let me hit the wall stretch. Europe is now closed. We are higher pre-Europe and post-Europe. So, just see how long this lasts. Oh, that's good. Oh, well. I want to go hit the wall stretch. I was going to play something because it gets quiet. I don't know. I could only say echo so many times. I'm trying to get engaged in my deep stretch. All right. I think we could thug it out. 8-week bills, 5.26. A lot of that high. 5.265. All right. Oh, you guys can still hear me. It's good. I got to get the stretch, man. It's just I'm so far away. That's why it'd be nice to play you something, and then, see, I'm getting into the stretch now. I can't talk as much. You know how I get quiet when I make a play? It's kind of like that, but with stretching. Do y'all even hear a fucking word I'm saying? Oh, they hear me. Oh. I'm talking into a wall right now. That if anybody, my life is really weird. If anybody saw this right now, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Did y'all hear me? Did y'all hear? Did we have a conversation? Did y'all hear that? Oh, man. That felt good, though. All right, we good. We good. You did? All right, that's good, yeah. I'm saying, man, I know you saw me there. I would have looked weird. Like, if you saw the little wall stretch, I'm just, yelling into the wall. And, I'm talking to people, and there's, nobody around me. And I'm like, if you saw me right now. Anyways, it's good. That felt good. It's 11:38, man. You're up. It's still early. It's mad early. Before you know it, the whole day is going to fly by. Before you know it, you're going to get your Fed speakers. So about 22 or 30 minutes until Bob Barker, barking. I don't know if there was sound news, but I do remember Chad calling that out not too long ago. HC, yeah, Lunar dropped. And then where's Gildan? Sounds popping again. And then Ulta at the high. Gildan slightly up. My life is so... Yeah, you heard. Damn, I didn't even say that one out loud. That's crazy. That's good then. So y'all could hear me back there. Google. And then there's Meta. Someone was saying all-time high today. I was like, I don't know about that. And then now it is. TKO on the high. That's actually insane. Not TKO, but Meta, man. Like crazy. Considering earnings are right around the corner. And this thing's already up there. That's nuts. No one tell him he's muted. No one tell him I timed him out. Shh, don't tell him, guys. It's not a fun game. It's not a fun game. It's not a fun game. Facebookian, where are we? 461%. That's insane. The stock. We almost up. Percentage is the price of the stock. That's a huge move on Meta. It's a very, very big one. Thank the Lord. And then SPY still working its way up again. Europe not bad. I don't think we've gotten anything out of Europe that was bad. They had PPI in the morning. Let me see. PPI came in -1. Year over year came in line. Great Britain. Car sales dropped. PMIs in Great Britain. Those came in lower too. If Meta misses, I mean, I think it'll have a big effect on the market. That'll be the first miss on Meta in like, what, a year and a half now at this point? That sounds wicked to me to even say, because I just remember them at $90 and how bad it was. But, yeah, you could definitely get a big move on Meta if they miss. And then I don't know what happens if it does good. Like, I feel like they'd have to do really good. But then again, too, remember, what was it last time? It was Meta brought the dividend. They brought the dividend. They talked about spending a little bit, but AI. So that's the thing. I don't know if Meta ends up doing good. I think it's going to be off of them saying some crazy AI shit. And what I mean by that is, like, last earnings, bro, they leaned into it heavily. And if they've been if they have any sort of like major beat that they could attribute to that, then there you go. Yes, then I don't know where I don't know. Maybe it goes to 600, 700, but at the same time, a bad earnings, this stock does not do well with a bad earnings. Welcome to ask anybody who's owned a social media stock. Good earnings, you get rewarded. Bad earnings, oh, dude, it's like Sharia law for bad earnings on social media stock. Not good, Habibi. Not good. Not good. Meta earnings, I believe, is in a month. Maybe like 3 weeks. No, 3 weeks. April 24th. 20 days. Myrna on the high. Bonds are just slipping, man. Ever since Euro closed too, they died even more. They're probably going to hold break even or go back up to positive 0.25% on the day. But for now, they're giving it up. It's going to, by the end of the day, I'm sure either SPY or one of them will make a move. If not, bonds could still stay down in anticipation of the data tomorrow. TSM, king of production. NVIDIA outsourced intellectual property. We got numbers for you, Mason. I don't. Nah, I don't. You lost me on that. Tesla. 173. Apple's 171. They're almost the same price. Should look at that. Goodbye. You lost the money on the Rumbles. You're losing the house. Well, you could always email me if you ever need any assistance. But I love you. Have no fear. Solventum up good. Up very, very good. And then, yeah, bonds, they sold off. Now they're at the low watch. I mean, either bonds are going to, RNA flushing on the low. Either bonds are going to bounce and then SPY's going to come back down, or bonds come up and then maybe SPY stays the same here. They've been in tandem literally since this Euro close move. Again, RNA, Avidity down 8% in one candle. Google going through the high. More lows for Abivi. I wish there was news on that. SPY could go up, bonds can go down in this environment. For a little bit, I do think, though, if bonds don't have much room, and what I mean by that is what I've been saying the last couple days, the closer the bonds get to 4.5, then I think what you just said, the less that will apply. So I think the market will start getting a lot more sensitive as we get 4.5. Hmm. 4.5, that's just where we had it last time, and that's where some people think we get restrictive. I think it's like that's a level where real rates actually could reach a point, or I think even double where we're at right now. But that's kind of where it's seen as like an area of being restrictive, and then also at the same time, what happens with the bonds when you go through 4.5, the next step is going to be 5%. And then at the end of the day, too, we are saying 10 years, a 10-year bond at 5%. Why in the world would people expect that rates are going to be at 5% in the next 10 years? That's kind of that's a very weird expectation. If you think, have you guys ever thought about that? So let's say, bonds, literally almost yesterday, you were at 4.5 on the 10-year. Let's say you go to 4.5. Let's say you go to 5% on the 10-year. And you're saying 5% inflation or 5% interest rate is what you'll get back. I mean, where do you think inflation will be at in 10 years? Do you really, or even rates, do you think rates are going to be at 5%? Everyone, if you think we're going to be cutting, if you think even then we got a couple more years of staying up and then cut 2-3 years later, wouldn't you assume 10 years from now rates would be lower than 5? But right now, that's not what they're saying. That's why they're hovering near 4, 5, and 5. It's leading people to ask some questions, and it just highlights how messed up the bond curve really is. But yeah, so 4.5 is going to get exciting. And same thing happened last time. Literally, end of last year when we dropped. Remember, end of last year, we had a crazy rally. It seems like nothing could have touched us as well, but that ended abruptly and randomly as the bond yield started to climb again. And it was right above 4.5. We started going crazy. And then SPY a little cheat clay, bonds at the low. It would be bad, though, if bonds flushed while the SPY started dropping here. Otherwise, we'll see what they do. But again, there is still a little room for the market to ignore bonds. I do agree with the general sentiment that bonds have already, or stocks have already ignored bonds. But I'm just keeping a close eye on the rates, because as of late, they've been a little bit more stickier with each other. And then long term do good today. Waiting on the inversion. I haven't seen the yield curve lately, but I'm pretty sure it's steepened. Yeah, back down 0.34. Honestly, though, we've been in the same setup since, end of the year? Ever since Powell, the yield curve, though, has not really changed. So ironically enough, even though that is weird. So even though your bond values, like literally the yields have changed, it's because of the 2-year. But even since Powell, like all of the bond yields have changed and moved a lot, but the yield curve is just pinned. It's kind of nuts. And again, it was the same pin even in October. Tesla, are they still going up? And then Meta's hitting a high. Yeah, Tesla's up 3.2, 173.80. Bonds going lower, though, and SPY's going up. So this is what it was like, anytime we'd go up, it would be bonds, not as much. But I think, didn't the same shit happen the other day, though? And we had, I think it was literally yesterday. The bonds were going up after that. That was like on the first half of the morning. But either way, stabilization is going to be the answer. Humana's been up a little, and Ulta, both of the big sell-off bounces have been working so far. CCJ, Tesla's still going. Pfizer, Microsoft, massive pop. Raheel. Be real, Raheel. Be real, Raheel. Be real. Apple, too, man. They're all doing good. All the big tech. Again, Meta, I want to say Amazon's probably the worst out of all of them. So, not bad. Not bad. Alcoa, even Walgreens. There's a couple of names on the low. And again, a couple of healthcare names doing bad. Not all of them. SPY's coming up now. Google 0.4. So, they're probably the lagger then. But still in the green. 5249. So, about to hit 5250. Yesterday, you were below 5200. The day before that, also. Now, my brother, you are 13, 14 points away from hitting a new all-time high. Ta-da. IWM picking up. Yeah, they were the leader all day. If anything, though, NASDAQ and I think Tesla and the big tech names are helping out a lot because the NASDAQ was lagging behind the Russell earlier. Now it's the leader. The Dow's the lagger, though, on the day. I was on. Dun, 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 dun. Caterpillar 52-week high. OVV, Oventive. Caterpillar. Oh, yeah, where are the China names? Baidu was up early. It's still holding up. But China is still staying pinned. Shopify. Tesla's still going, 174. Sound breaking 12. They're killing it as well. BHC, I think we have a small gain on that now. $6. Woohoo! Oh, did you guys hear that? That was my neck. My goodness. Pinned duo. You heard that? Dude, I was like, clink. It felt really good. But I think it's going to damage me. We've got trauma traps, right? Trump media is a scam and people buying its stock are dopes. Barry Diller says on CNBC. Who's Barry Diller? That's quite the name. Bold comments from somebody named Barry Diller.
So the whole regulation of it, right? Is there going to be a breakup fee? Are regulators actually going to let this acquisition go through if it does get to that point? Microsoft is even doing that in a very different way. They're doing deals. They're not doing all-out acquisitions.
Yeah, pretty interesting debate about whether or not charging is a sign of weak margins or just a part of the general move to subscriptions. We'll see which voice is louder in the coming days. Thanks. Deirdre Vosa. Coming up next, is Nat Gas having a canary?
Nope, I guess not. Man up. All right, well, good news. 5 minutes or 20 minutes till the Fed. Fees are going to come out top of the hour or 15 minutes. Fed barking. Richmond Fed. According to the Home Building Association of Richmond. It's an in-person event only. Oh, so you're going to get the text posted at, you're not going to get to listen to Barkin. It's a private event. It's an in-person event only, but the speech will be released at 12:15 on the dot. I appreciate you, my friend. I hope your day is doing good. Good morning. Happy Friday, Junior. I really can't believe this week is almost done. I think that's pretty mind-blowing that tomorrow's Friday. But I'm glad we get big data tomorrow. We get to end it with a bang. You know, we're going to be on early. I'll be on an hour before the bell tomorrow. And then we're going to get to play with the damn CPI next week. And then Jerome Powell. And then it's going to be May. It's literally going to be May before you know it. And then earnings. Earnings are next week, bro. Bank earnings, man. So, Chad, I'm glad it's moving fast. I hope you are too. I hope you got the long term. You know that. Now your long terms. Another earnings season. Long terms are either going to take a ride up or a ride down. We're going to see. In the wise words of Justin Timberlake. What? I know you like this. Dirty pop. This must be. Now, why y'all trying to classify the types of cuts they do? They just saying how to cut, and they do the same for you. I'm tired of the Fed futures always pricing in 7 cuts, and now it's 3 and it was 7, so now it's down. Doesn't matter the kites they press or when they cut and why. All that matters is that rates are high and that it still stayed high this time. Do you ever wonder why? Why the rates are still high? They take it on a ride. This must be your body start to. That's the only wise words of Justin Timberlake I know. It's the only one I know. SPR on the high. Are they getting bought still? Yo, SPR bought. Not bought, excuse me, pop. But remember, that's the news. I think we sold it out around this price. I don't see any headlines yet. Rafasen. No. Check that. Big pop and drop on SPR. Do you ever wonder why? April 2nd, the disarray. Yeah, I don't have anything. Keep watch on that. So again, it's big volume SPR, almost what, 60, 70 cent pop and then drop, and then now it's still holding up half of that. Tesla's still going, man. So again, I don't have anything on SPR. Oh, Boeing, Airbus exploring framework deal to divide operations of Spirit. There it is. That's the headline. It's coming out right now. Boeing and Airbus exploring framework deal to divide the operations of Spirit. Check Boeing also. So Boeing is going to be selling it to Airbus. They're like, fuck you. Our planes keep crashing, so now we going to sell you the people who install our planes. I'm not buying it, Boeing. I would never buy SPR. What do you mean? We like, Cap. They're like, how about you purchase our door installer, Airbus, our only other competitor? Shady. But that's the headline. That's why SPR is taking a pop right now. Literally, Boeing and Airbus exploring framework deal to divide operations of Spirit Aerosystems. Sources say, Reuters. It's a loose deal. Get it? Mortgage rates in U.S. climbed to 6.82, squeezing home buyers. All right. SPR is still going. Senior Hamas leader. Egyptians put forward recent proposal, but it does not include anything new. I mean, I don't know. Boeing, it looks like Boeing and Airbus have a deal, but I don't know. I have a weird feeling Boeing's going to have a difficult time landing it. Okay, I'm sorry, Boeing. That's the last Boeing joke. It's the last Boeing joke for the day until another plane falls. Okay. Am I getting bored? Maybe getting excited? I don't know. Just living in the moment, man. Living in the moment. Having fun. Bonds kind of are a little precarious. Waiting for tomorrow, but also, too, in the next hour, we should get more excitement. We're going to have Fed speakers. But the first one's just going to be text. Text base. Race for the long term. I never thought Ferrari would be like that profitable and scalable, but they're a really good company, but I wouldn't want them at this price. They're like killing it. So maybe one day if there's like a luxury car recession and that Ferrari get cheaper, I could be down. But it's up. It's up a lot. FLNC, then Zoom Info on the low. FLNC pop. That's about 29 cents in one candle. Zoom Info already flushing at the low. Skyworks on the high. Zoom Info's down 3. Again, bonds haven't hit a new low, and then SPY's just slowly working its way up. What long term were you talking earlier at? Was that an appointment? What do you mean? What long term? Confused. Pfizer. DraftKings on the high. And Apple again, like we said, I think NASDAQ. NASDAQ's outpacing Russell. Russell was the leader on the day. So all that big tech coming up is good. Oh, something I hadn't bought? Yeah. Abivai. That's what we did the math. So I haven't bought Abivai since October of 2021. But then like with all the drip, we've like added like $1,700 to it. Yeah, Barkin, smart for U.S. Central Bank to take our time on interest rates. Early 2024 data, less encouraging, raises issue of whether outlook is shifting. Interesting. So again, Powell says the data doesn't concern him. Remember I said on the watch list, these Fed speakers are giving you more info. He just said the data's kind of concerning, or it raises the questions of outlook shifting. Fed Barkin still looking for slowdown in reported inflation to sustain and broaden. Fed officials are all looking at the same data, but it's easy to draw different conclusions. Fed Barkin optimists see a soft landing ahead of given economic strength. Pessimists could note signs of weakening demand or evidence of persistent inflation. Tight Fed policy will eventually slow the economy further, but that does not mean painful job losses in a less vulnerable economy. Yeah, he's hawkish. I mean, for the most, I would say that's a little hawkish. It's only as hawkish as it can be when we're talking rate cuts. You know what I'm saying? That, as they all do, but he definitely, that little comment there leans a little bit more, but market's not caring too much, and then bonds a little lower. Barkin says he's optimistic, keeping rates somewhat restrictive, can get return inflation to target. All right, you're popping off of it. Again, I don't know if it's his comments more so, but he just said keeping rates somewhat restrictive. What does issuing common shares to acquiring various entities indicate to you? That they're going to dump shares on the stock? Capital raise. Google on the high. Again, they were kind of lagging behind. Then FLNC. Bonds holding up. SPY got a little extra of a pop. You're now near the high of the day. I don't know if you're actually hitting a high. Meta, 52-week high. Yeah, you're 1 point, literally 0.95 away. Again, back to filling the gap from a couple of days ago. We haven't filled this gap yet. And then you are now 13 or 11? No, yeah, 11 points off of a new high with a lot of time to do it. I mean, what, this is 30 minutes after Euro close? Meta, they got a price target increase. That was the only thing I saw this morning. And then SPY still holding up here. YGV, Apple killing it, 1.2. And then there's Google's down, actually. Oh, I thought Google was up. Google's actually still down. I read that 0.44 wrong. NVIDIA, I think it might move next week with the Marvel event. I mean, it's kind of slowed down since the Blackwell thing, but 900 just under it. I think it's holding up well. I don't know. I think NVIDIA is a game of expectations. Like, what are you expecting out of it? Meta will hit 530. Oh, I have no idea. It's looking good for now. Do you know why JRVR didn't keep running towards 15? I don't think they've finalized the offer yet. 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 I don't think they' I don't think the offer's finalized, and it's like what's it called? It was a share deal too, so it wasn't even like an all cash offer where you got $15 a share. I think the first like indications were it was based off of like a merger, and it would be shares based on the value of another name. Bro, SPY new high. There it is. My goodness. Literally out of nowhere. But I would say overall relief. The bonds have relief just because they're higher than yesterday, but they gave up some of that earlier. I do think the higher we go, they may start to catch up. But all said and done, you're now just holding up. Gapped up, gave back a little bit of it. Still holding, no data. Again, Barkin sounded a little bit hawkish there. Bonds didn't move as much, but we are still up from then. I don't know if that could really be chalked up to the catalyst. We got another Fed speaker here in a couple of minutes, too. Yeah, Goolsbee's at 12:45. And then SPY starting to rip even more. Another new high. JRVR. Did we buy it at 780 or 880? I think we got it at like 780. If that drops, though, I'd be down a double dip. I wanted to do that with Nordstrom's. Ooh, Nordstrom's is lower, actually. $2.57. Meta 525.90. My goodness. And where's Gildan? I kind of like the Nordstrom double dip play. I think that's lower than where we bought it now by like 20 cents. Gildan, we're up like 10 cents on that. SPY still going. Oil dropping. Where's gold? Gold came down a little bit. Dollar's finally back to red on the day. Remember, that went green for a little bit. Meta's at all-time highs, yeah. Kind of nuts. And then SPY up near the high of the day. SPY's up almost 1%. Russell and everything else, 52.56. Bro, you're, what, 8 points? 8 points away from a new all-time high? I mean, last time, too, even around this range, 52.60. 61, that's where we topped out the other time. Hi. The solar eclipse rally, the best platform for the fastest news. YouTube.com/the stock market. Other than that, though, I mean, I use like a collection of everything. So I don't know if there's like one like aggregate one more or less. But I would if you want platforms, I'd say TD Ameritrade. Then there is news on TOS. And I think TOS, once you learn how to use that platform, it's probably one of the most powerful ones out there. YouTube.com/the stock market. Yeah, TOS has a very high learning curve, but like TOS has a lot baked in there. Barkin expect high rates will eventually slow economy further. Barkin looking for slowdown in inflation to sustain. Broaden says Fed has time to gain more clarity before lowering rates. So again, a little bit more hawkish comments there. And then Axios reporter tweets Biden and Netanyahu are speaking on the phone now. Call started 11:45. How do you feel about CERN using particle accelerator to uncover invisible matter? You want me to be honest with you? Or how do you want me to do this? The last time that I was concerned with CERN, it was when I had like a little tinfoil episode in 2015, and I thought like it was like 2014, 2015. I thought the world was like borderline the rapture was going to happen. I had a little episode, and that was the last time I cared about CERN and like the particle accelerator. Maybe there's been, I mean, I don't know, Bernstein Bears and a lot of other stuff have happened since the CERN in 2015. But yeah, so I'm not too caught up in it. Fruit of the Loom. I've seen the episode with that, all of it. There's a whole drama around that one. Definitely getting rate cuts. I mean, Powell, that's what he says every single time, but just maybe we only get one. The Mandela effect's trippy. That or have you ever seen those people who take like Motorola phones and they like record stuff on their Motorola's and they look through the camera and apparently it looks different? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. LW down 20. What time is it? 9:15. Not bad. We're chugging along. We are chugging along. First Solar. It's up 6%. Damn. I know Enphase was up. Why not multiple smaller rate increments? Oh, that would be way too slow. A quarter point's already small. But a tenth of a point would be insane. But I don't know. I think Powell's been very confident on rates, but we may just get the bare minimum. Was Berenstein Bears or Berenstain? I mean, I was raised by Middle Eastern parents. We didn't have any of those bears, so I didn't, like, you know. People are like, do you remember reading this book growing up? I'm like, no. Nope. I remember the story of Moses and Joseph, and that's it. That's all I like. I didn't get, like, what do you mean Berenstein? We didn't, no. All right, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll let you guys listen to Michael Schvo, the Schvo founder and CEO. I don't know what they do.
You told me earlier that you think that banks are not going to let a lot of these properties go into default because they really don't want them, so they're going to work it out. But I've been hearing from a lot of other sources that the CMBS market, big banks, small banks, they really aren't lending on a commercial real estate basis right now. Are you seeing this, experiencing this?
That's not, no, the CMBS market has actually opened up. There are CMBS loans, obviously at lower valuations. The problem is if somebody's refinancing a loan that rates were 3%, and today they're 5 or 5.5 or 6, there's almost no way you can get that refinanced without putting a big injection of capital. So there are loans available, but at kind of new world valuations that are not driven by bad real estate or low rents. Rents are actually higher in most cases. Class A rents have gone up and substantially higher. The problem is that cap rates obviously have gone up too because of where we are in the treasuries. So the CMBS market is alive. Limited, not the way it was, 5 years ago, but the valuations are lower. That's why you're not seeing the same amount of volume that we used to see in that market.
Got it. And for the markets, the CMBS market and financing to return to what it had been, does that really take the Fed cutting rates? Do you think that that's factoring into their calculus of why they would cut rates when the economy is healthy? And, some are saying that they really don't have to?
I don't want to opine on why the Fed is doing what they're doing because, from outsiders, sometimes it doesn't always make the most sense. I mean, obviously, the commercial real estate market has been one of the largest victims of the Fed action. But obviously, cutting rates is the number one booster for the real estate market. It seems like it's not happening so quickly. Not for sure for real estate people, it's not happening fast enough. The question is what happens with all these, $1 trillion worth of commercial loans that are expiring this year. And you're asking why the bust didn't happen. It didn't happen because, as you mentioned, banks don't want the properties. They don't know what to do with the properties, so there's workouts, and they're pushing the can down the road with the hope that interest rates go down, properties get leased, rates go higher as far as leasing rates, and somehow these things work themselves out, and they will. And we've been seeing that there's been a bunch of defaults, you haven't seen a bunch of properties being taken back by lenders.
Well, speaking of one property that a lot of people didn't want back in 2020, because you don't invest just here in New York, Miami, LA, and Chicago, but also San Francisco, you bought the Transamerica Pyramid, which is one of the most iconic buildings in the United States. And yep. I believe you told me that you are now receiving 2 or 3 of the highest rents in the United States. You, of course, do focus on luxury and really making these properties iconic. What did everybody else miss? How were you able to buy that at that time?
So Transamerica Pyramid, obviously being an iconic building, what we specialize in doing is elevating super prime real estate. There's, the Transamerica Pyramid is obviously, as you said, one of the most known properties in the country. And the rents that we're receiving today are 2.5 times what they were pre-COVID. We went through a $400 million renovation of the entire city block. We own the whole block. We brought world-renowned architect Norman Foster to redo it. And in a market that traditionally people think totally died, we're seeing 250% of rent growth. It's driven because, as we said, the top of the market is willing to pay almost anything for the right product. We're seeing that in San Francisco. We're seeing that in New York. We're seeing that obviously in Miami, where the market is booming at all fronts. So.
Well, speaking of Miami, in just a couple of seconds, Ken Griffin had told Bloomberg News months ago that Miami is the new New York. Just in a few seconds, do you agree?
I think it's not the new New York, but it's coming close enough. We're seeing that, we're about to sell an apartment at the Raleigh, which is a property we're developing for $150 million. We're seeing Jeff Bezos just yesterday announced another deal at $100 million. He probably has $250 million invested in real estate. Ken Griffin is in the billions. So you're seeing big money move there, big tickets. Yep. So obviously the sun, the low taxes, and the good energy in Miami is bringing a lot of money there. So it might not be the new Wall Street, but it's going to be the mini Wall Street for sure.
Got it. A couple of boom towns. Michael Schvo, founder and CEO of Schvo Capital. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Alex, back to you.
I need to go soul searching in Miami. That's it. He said this. He said the good energy in Miami. Is Miami good energy? I went there. I don't know. I don't even know. I was confused by the energy in Miami, honestly. All I just remember is my shrimp on the beach, getting dress coded, and then I left. Actually, it was pretty nice though. Everyone was generally nice. They kind of were very hesitant at first, but generally nice. JP Morgan flush. Well, a lot can change in a couple of hours. I mean, market even just sold off from hitting that high. I'm sure some people were like, what the? Why is it even going up? Why are my charts? What just happened? JRVR, is that on the low? 870? Why does Miami have so many banks? Well, they're getting them more. Now a lot of people are moving there because Miami is really close to Florida. So, a lot of people, dude, you go down to Miami in the winter, that's a good place to be if you live in New York. And then now, ever since the pandemic, a lot of people move down there, and then it's just good taxes, a lot of favorable things, and then did I say Florida? I meant New York. I meant New York. My bad. I know. Yeah, my bad. I'm just making sure y'all listening. Miami is next to Florida. I like that it's so close to. I like that San Diego is close to California. My name is Josh Answers. Get a long term. Thank you. And yeah, New York, I meant New York. East Coast. How bizarre. NYCB, a little pop. Miami. Delray, Boca better, Fort Lauderdale. I've heard of Fort Lauderdale. I've just never been. I want to go. Apparently, though, isn't Fort Lauderdale where everyone's going for spring break though now? So like, isn't like Miami like shut down spring break so it wouldn't get crazy? But like, didn't Fort Lauderdale? Didn't they just get all the crazies? Gildan earnings? No, I'm gonna hold hopefully till next week. We get an update on the offer, and hopefully it's an offer higher than $42. That's my neck of the woods. Lauderdale. Yeah. So I'll go to Fort Lauderdale when it's not as packed. But I've heard good things. I've heard of Delray Beach, too. I've heard good things about Delray Beach. I've never been to the other side of Florida. Damn, CCJ 5021 runner. I've only seen Miami. That's it. That's the only place I've been to in Florida. I went there for like 18 hours and then went home. I was like, good job, guys. I just wanted to see it. Just want to see what y'all were up to. Make sure it was safe. And then that's it. Tesla Cybertruck, highest bid, $128,000. That's it? When does it end? I saw some going for way more. Into the Panhandle. Is that the one with the keys? That one looks crazy. When's the next TLT play? When you least expect it. He's a snaky little bugger. You know? The breakup that GE went through. I think too much going on, man. GE went from fallen angel dying to like epic turnaround to now spinning off in 3 companies. That's just too much for me. So in my mind, they kind of already died from being a fallen angel. And then now that they recovered, I would never touch it because of the price. So just a lot going on. As far as any spinoffs, 3M Solventum, that's as far as I could go. You know, that's it. Business better? Almo business? CNTX pop. It was up a little bit. We're barely up on that. We're up a lot more, though. Maybe I have the lending tips effect. Because I was up like $700 on it. I was like, I don't want to sell out now. From Key West. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. That place looks dope. The drive, too. But I don't know about them bridges. Scary. You were in Delray last night. Great place to invest. Got chats from all over the world, baby. Booking on the high, and then SM. SPY came down a little bit. If anything, bonds held up with all of that. The bridge, it is. That bridge, like driving to like Key West, I've seen it. It looks insane. Don't they like film commercials there? It's nuts. The new Roadhouse? No, I've heard of it, but the movie, I didn't see it, though. I'll be talking about Gil. CCJ. Big tech still holding. Not bad, though. Not bad. Pretty juicy of a day, though. 1.1. I mean, I would like bonds to go up a little bit more, but and then NTNX on the high. This is all just ahead of the data. It's a pretty decent move. You lived in Delray, now living in West Palm Beach. This place. How many of y'all live in Florida? Are y'all crazy? Like, what about all the Florida men stories? Like, are y'all? That makes y'all got long terms. Makes sense. Some of y'all like options. Y'all live in Florida. So many Floridians. We are the Florida men. Tampa, Florida gang, Florida man, check it in. Wow. I don't know. I'd have to double check. I think Florida's a pretty big demographic here. Because by the looks of it, y'all all in Florida. So y'all on East Coast time too? I expect a very good attitudes. I'm just saying. That's a lot of East Coast time I see in the chat. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, man, y'all better. 9:30? What do y'all do? Do you guys like build a house every morning? Do you guys run a marathon? Do you cook food for you and your community? Because when you waking up at 9:30, bro, you have a lot of time, bro. You could do a lot in those hours before the market wakes up. You could go to the bath. You could probably go. I bet you I could take 2 dumps. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll tell you guys, I like get my dump in the morning. And then, you know, depending on how the day goes, sometimes y'all getting y'all really, you know, man, you know what I love? Sometimes not Jen, what's her name? Corinne come up, or like Biden or whatever. And some of y'all, man, I love it because like they'll think it is the most like epic plot of why I'm playing it, and I'm like, I just had to take a shit, you know, I just had to move my bowels, but this is just, I'm sorry, you got me talking about a lot of poop. I don't want to get too crazy into it, man, but no, I already forgot my joke. Oh yeah. No. All of that being said, I could take 2 dumps by the time I wake up at 9:30. You could wake up at 6, take a dump, go back to bed, and wake up again and take another one. So, all my East Coast people, I hope you're having a good day. Okay, I hope you spread all of that goodness to other people because you have so much time before the market opens that you are in such a beautiful mood every day. Mm-hmm. We be waiting on you because you're late? What do you mean? I'm 9:30. I wake up. I'm live. That's it. More often than not, I'm here before the market opens, and even then, it's still 9 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's still 9 o'clock every day, sir. So you better be in a good mood 95% of the time with that timing, because you have a lot of time every morning. You'd be waiting from 8:55. You shouldn't be waiting. You should have been recovering from the gym in the morning. You should have fed the homeless. You should have woken up and like you could have started a company, filed like 3 or 4 LLC registrations, done 150 cold calls. You could have answered all your emails. It's a lot by 9:30, man. A lot by 9:30. Tim Whitman and I were high-fiving? What? You know Tim Whitman? Like, y'all get, like, that's dope. Y'all get to give each other high fives? Kind of jealous. Affordable ways to start a LLC? Yeah, Secretary of State. Just go to your Secretary of State. It should have instructions and a filing form and a fee. And you could file directly with your Secretary of State. That's the cheapest way to file a LLC. And the best I already answered the question for you, Greg. I think I gave you a 60-second answer. So, Greg, I don't think that question is as important as we initially suspected it was. So, thank you. You could transfer a house to a LLC. I mean, hopefully there's a reasoning behind it, but yeah. Today's National Burrito Day. I did not know that. I did not know that. I thought today was National Day before Non-Farms Day. Dividend stocks. Yeah, we have some. It's a big part of the long term. I think a little bit less than half of our long term is dividend stocks. Why would you put a home in an LLC? If you're operating business in that home, I would do it. If not, then maybe you shouldn't, because again, if you own one house and you get your homestead and all that and tax advantages, you can do certain things by owning a property. But usually if you're like doing business, so like I put every Airbnb I have is under every house. Every time I rent out a house, I put it under a LLC. So it gets its own little company just because you're treating it like a business. Oh, Yo, somebody bought the Gildan options. There was a Gildan option sweep on the 3750s and then the 3250s. For every brokerage? No, you don't need to for every brokerage. You set up separate LLCs for each property? No, I separate each LLC. So each property has its own company. It's a lot of work. My accountant does a lot of work, and I have to pay a lot of fees. But for the sake of like liability and protection, it's worth it. Gildan, it flushed. Is it halted? Or what's up with Gildan? I just told you there's a call sweep on there not too long ago. I don't know I don't think Gildan's halted. It just doesn't trade a lot. News with HBI and Gildan. What? I don't see that yet. The benefit of putting each house under its own LLC. Could you expound on that? So if I'm not living in it, I put it in an LLC because I'm renting it out. So that way, anything I do with that property too, for my expenses, my taxes, it's a lot easier to keep it related there. And then I am not exposing any of my assets or myself personally to anything related to that property or that renter. So if I get the worst story ever in my property, then I get clapped. But then I could only lose that property. HBI buy? I don't know. I mean, people are saying that. I don't see that. I don't know where's this coming from. I might, if it's legit, I'll get it in a couple of minutes. Gil, it jumped up a little bit, but not like, I mean, where are we at? Where it's only up 1%. HBI, it's weird though. HBI just sold off a brand. I don't know. That one's weird. That one is weird. I don't know if it works with foreign property. But, and then it makes sense with Airbnb. So like, literally, if somebody in my Airbnb, like if someone burns it, literally, I had a fire at one of my Airbnbs. Or if anything like a worse nightmare Airbnb, like my only risk would be the property. So some properties, it's really good because that way, make an LLC. If the house is worth $200,000, $300,000, $500,000, my max liability, if God knows the worst ever thing happens, it's only limited to the assets of that LLC. So makes sense in the long run, or it just depends on how much you want to protect and do you prioritize, protection versus like net profit and work. I don't have any. And then push-ups. Yalla. Chatadonia. LLCs, Gildan, and HBI, and the market. And we should have a Fed speaker here in a couple of minutes, but Chatadonia, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate costs. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We have 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations: stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, relax those pretty little eyeballs. Then, like I told you, man, clear your mind. Don't think about anything except dropping your shoulders and relaxing them. That's what I mean by dropping them. You're like scrunching them up. And you're like holding them up, and you're like holding this weird upper body tension. Just focus on letting your shoulders fall and relaxing. You know what I'm saying? Just focus on relax, just dropping the shoulders. Clear the mind. Breathe in, baby. Relax the jaw. Legs in front of you. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. That badunkadunk. Let's go, man. Then finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. Just like that. Just like that. There's my resistance. Alrighty. Alright, our power. Yeah. What's lower than low? Restrictive rates. Alright, no. QE. Alright, let me hit my resistance. All right. It's good, man. It's good. Bank of America price target raise. They got a downgrade, I think, this morning. Bank of America. PHILO, maybe. Depends on the luck. Depends how long Goolsbee takes. Oh. Pump it up. I mean, maybe. Are you feeling lucky? I wouldn't say it's impossible. I mean, you're closer to the all-time highs today than not. HBI moving. Oh, man. I'm really sore. It's good, man. Elon having no ego is the news. Some of you got mad hearing that. You go, screw you, Elon. He has an ego. You don't buy a company called Twitter and not have an ego. Can't do that. Can't do that. All right. I'll hit the wall. I don't know. You guys I don't want to have another wall conversation. Y'all had me contemplating life while I was stretching, talking. I didn't know if anybody heard me or not. That was
wrong about the
okay. He's excited.
The first I've heard about
I'm gonna hit that.
They don't have any debt maturities for the next 3 years. They got plenty of cash on hand, so I don't know why they would do the equity raise. But maybe David knows something I don't. Look, the reason that I led with the 2 positive free cash flow quarters and $800 million at that is that I don't think this company is anywhere near as weak as everybody wants to say. And I think more to the point that there is another deal that's out there. Now, it's a rumor, it's not confirmed, but Apollo apparently has offered $26 billion for the whole shooting match. That's an enterprise value deal that would value the stock in the low 20s. So, I've got to answer the question. We all have to answer the question, why, if Apollo would buy the stock in the low 20s, is the stock at $12 and change? One answer is the Sherry Redstone answer, controlling stake, that I talked about. The other answer is that nobody in the analyst community trusts management. They don't trust management because a year ago they cut the dividend, and yet here we are. We've had 2 positive free cash flow quarters in a row, and probably another one this quarter, which has the analyst community asking, why the heck did you cut the dividend? So this is definitely a situation where people aren't going to believe anything until there's a deal on the table. But I again, with the Apollo deal out there, I think this is a low 20s takeout.
You want to give me a quickie on, now that we have a definitive win for Disney in the proxy battle with Peltz, which, Iger talked about on the network today and said now it's, the board is solely focused. Number one priority is going to be succession. How you're thinking about that from here forward as a shareholder?
Yeah, so the succession issue is a 2026 issue. Obviously, they'll be working on it this year and next. For me, and this is what I said yesterday, now it's a time to execute, particularly on streaming profitability, but also on the Hulu deal and whatever they're going to do with ESPN. I mean, it was intriguing that the stock went down yesterday when the results were announced. I honestly think it would have gone down on whatever the results had been. The fact that it's up today indicates that people are focusing now on the operation and execution of the business plan, which is where shareholders' minds are.
Jimmy, you've been with us every step of the way on this battle, so I wanted to hear from you now that we have a conclusion. Jim Lebenthal, we'll see you back here. Coming up next, our call of the day. It's UBS saying one big bank stock is headed for a rate trap. Bill Baruch is in it. Uh-oh. The debate is next.
Thank you. All right, man. Hopefully you guys got a good stretch in, too. Gildan, I still don't see anything on that Gildan HBI thing. I see one trading higher. Gildan M&A rumors. Bloomberg looking to add market share. Article cites former CEO in late October was looking into deals worth more than $3 billion with HBI noted. So Gildan would want to buy HBI? That's the weirdest thing ever. So Gildan has offers by the 10th, and then Gildan wants to buy HBI? And then SPY still holding up. I think you should have Goolsbee on soon, though. I know you got Fed Barkin comments. Fed Barkin, no case to be made that 2% inflation is not achievable. Adhering to that target has brought benefits. So Gildan, I don't know, Gildan going down? That makes the Gildan thing very weird. Because, again, that news was them buying another company, not them getting bought out. And then the offer thing for them is to receive offers. Goolsbee speaks in 15 minutes. Your dad was the one who invited him to speak at the event? No way. Tell him what's up, man. Tell Goolsbee we want to talk to him. Mr. Golden Path. That's really dope. Google on Bloomberg? What do you mean? Google weighing fees? Is this like the CEO?
Right now, check out those conversations on Live Go on the terminal. And coming up next, we have...
I think he's talking with him. LaGuardia Airport, close call between Southwest flight and air traffic control tower being investigated. Excuse me, Barkin would be open to discussing a range around the inflation target as part of upcoming framework review. What? A range for the inflation target? No interest in backing off 2% target. And Barkin, I don't know. Barkin was earlier. This could be the Q&A afterwards. But Goolsbee is supposed to be coming on in a little bit. But homie whose dad invited him, he said 15 minutes. Goolsbee. Mr. Goolsbee. You want the link to the stream? Yeah, if I can't find it. I think I got it. The Multi-Chamber Economic Outlook Luncheon. Westmont. That's cool, man. Yeah, 11 minutes. Addie's. HBI starting to pop. Let's see. What was the news on HBI yesterday that brought it down? A price target 5 to 4. Oh yeah, they were selling. They said they sold what's it called for $1 billion. They sold what was it, Champion? Remember they dropped. I thought that was, I don't know why they sold Champion though. That was the only thing they had that was good, I feel like. Yeah. I don't know. This whole story just got weird. Goolsbee. Keep up gilding. Tesla's still at the high, 4.8 on the day. I wonder if that'll hold. Wheat stocks are still holding up, 3.5. Apple 1.0, but they're coming down. Microsoft did very good. I think Google was the weakest on the day. And then your boy Meta hitting all-time highs all day. Nvidia. Where's ARM? I feel like we haven't talked about ARM in a while. You guys remember when ARM was the hot topic? And then where's Marvel? Marvel it loves to gap up and then just sell off like the whole market. Baidu's coming up. Baidu close to 110. It's actually not bad. Your Tesla now is self-driving. You didn't pay for it. Elon just gave it to everyone. Or he's just going to charge you later. Said that was a mistake. I'm sorry. Do you want to keep it? Pay me. I'm Elon Musk. $5.99 a month. I'm just kidding. 15 now. Sign up at x.com. Everything app. I wish I could do a Elon voice. I can't do an Elon voice. I feel like this is my Elon voice. Is this my I feel like I'd wear a turtleneck and say I'm Elon. My name is Elon Musk. Hey, you guys don't know Elon from Trump. That's your problem. You think I'd ever beg? You think I'd ever be like a dog and beg like Elon? I don't beg. I don't. They throw more cases at me than Capone. You could call me Queson. Like queso. I love queso. Best queso. We've been at Chipotle. It's beautiful queso. But they're a scam. Nobody can afford $20 burritos on National Burrito Day. Who would have thought they'd do that? It's tragic. It's a heresy event. It's a full 30-day trial, free trial of full self-driving. CCJ, bro. I should have held 1 extra day. 2 extra days, actually, technically. Because I sold out in the morning. But that was fire. Imagine how good it must be if they're letting every Tesla driver drive it. I mean, maybe they're struggling to get sales, but that'll convert people. It's a pretty smart idea. I mean, maybe they're trying to spur activity with that move, but I do think some people are going to get hooked on it. I don't know. Maybe even Zachary. Zachary's like, oh shit, my Tesla now has self-driving. You're going to use that? It takes 3 weeks to build a habit. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. You do anything 3 weeks in a row, that is how you build a habit. Some of y'all are going to be on the freeway, and then you're going to be like, oh, this is nice. This is nice. 3 weeks later, you can't live without it. And then you'll be like, oh, I'll pay the $2,500. You just finished your trial. You used 2 months. Now it's hard not having it. Oh, yeah. It's in traffic, on the freeway. Yeah, watch if Baidu pops up here to 110. That would be nice. Using the enhanced autopilot and didn't work when the fog and rain. Well, I don't try to use it in adverse weather conditions. He's like, dude, my autopilot in the last blizzard was not it failed. Sending my love and some coffee money. Benny Sale Burial, baby. Man, I love you. God bless you, bro. I'm gonna send it right back. We gotta get Benny coffee one of these days. A good New York sub, like a deli. I don't know. I don't know if this is to me. I feel like it's good. Man, just one of them sandwiches at one of them little corner delis. They hit. I got the full New York experience when I went. I would get you a gift there or a bagel, a good bagel. That's, man. But God bless you, Benny. I need to get out to New York City. The bodega. Yeah, man, they're good. The latest update took away cruise control. It's only full. Really? Homeboy he took off your cruise control? That's cold. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I don't know where that came from. Sorry. Fed speaks in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Gesundheit. Is that bless you in German? Thank you. It's good. Didn't know we had so many Germans in here. It's a weird group we have. We got a lot of Florida people and a lot of Germans. It's getting weird. I don't want to know. And then we got some. I think we got a lot of people who watch anime. None of this makes any sense. This sounds like a weird riddle. I'm in a group of thousands of men and women. We like anime. This makes no sense. We like anime, and we're all from Florida and speak German. Yeah. Yeah, ARM, I was just saying, we haven't talked about this thing in a while. I mean, market looks good. This little hit a high, sell off, curl up here. I mean, you still got a lot of time remaining. It's not even 10. We got Goolsbee. Your homie is very bullish usually. We'll see if he lowers any of his rate cut estimates. Again, Mester, was it today? Or not Mester. Who was it? Was it Harker? The earlier one today was pretty bearish. Stanford names economist Jonathan Levin as president. And then Little Red bonds going lower, though. So bonds are literally doing the reverse of yesterday. I don't know if you guys realize. Bonds yesterday gapped down, went lower, and then throughout the rest of the day melted up to go to break even. Today, they gapped up, and then now they're just melting down to go back to break even. Peltz said yesterday's PHILO, no ego. Right? GG, baby. GG. Hey, there's a lot. I've been hearing PHILOs everywhere. JP Morgan price target raised by Chase 210 from 188. So you might get that soon. Bank of America got a downgrade today. But like you might start getting anybody who has earnings. Remember, analysts like to upgrade them right ahead. So that could be it. Chase is owned by JP Morgan. Stop asking questions. No, they have a certain way they do it if you like rate your own company. But yeah, I think Bank of America rates Bank of America too sometimes. They're like, clearly Bank of America stock is the best stock. My boss made me say that, but still, none of this is a recommendation. We are a fiduciary. So you got those cheek. I don't know. I don't like the bonds. If bonds go negative, that'll be ugly, but it's close to it, man. You're only up by 0.04 now. Flip. Me and Young Bonds off the rip. Zoo on the high. What was the other one? Lunar everywhere. It came up a little bit. We were up only one time on that. BHC went green for a little bit, then came down, and then Gildan. We're up on Gildan. I mean, you got a small gain on Gildan, but that thing's not really moving. And that's it. RCL on the high. I don't think I'm going to play the banks till next week. So last time I went early on any of the banks, I got clapped. Except for Citi. I think we hit Citi. And then Baidu, about to go to 110. That one's good. NASDAQ up 1.1. SPY just over 0.75%. Dow just under 0.5%. And Russell 2000 right under 1%. Fed is not releasing. You got Barkin conceivable. Is it 59? Yeah, that 2% target is met without shelter inflation returning to what were considered normal levels. That's crazy. Goolsbee. Yo. I work up in the Fed. One day, you gonna need me when the market is dead. But instead, they only call up on me when it's red. So okay. Sorry. I thought Goose. I'm just trying to, like, if Powell had to, like, flow, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, yo. They said the rates don't last forever. But as long as they here, then we might as well raise forever. Either now or never. Interest rates before pleasure. Jerome Powell in the fam. Who you know do it better. Damn right, no matter. No, cut Josh. You can't sing that anymore. That's a P. Diddy song. You have to get him. Oh, help me. No. This is, no. Fed Goolsbee speech delayed. Yo, they try to delay my speech. I guess so. It's not playing. We had homie in here. He said his dad invited Goolsbee, but, like, we don't have the, I don't know where he didn't, like, what's up? We got any updates? Is it delayed, or, because it was supposed to be 15 minutes ago, so it's already delayed now. So that's why I'm like, hold up. Schwab kind of popping. Yeah, decent candle. Schwab, about 30, 40 cents. Not bad. Schwab US, delayed 10 minutes. Ameritrade, now part of Charles Schwab. Is there press? I don't have any headlines on it. It is popping, though. You've seen the term FUD thrown around. What does that mean? Where do you, like, how much fucking crypto do you own? You just bought a lot of crypto? Where do you see FUD? He's like, what's FUD? I see it a lot lately. I have not seen that on one Bloomberg or Financial Times article. I've not read FUD anywhere. But it means fear, uncertainty, and doubt. It's used as a slang term to say people are spreading, fear, uncertainty, and doubt to bring the price down. And that it's people, being dramatic or taking things to bring the price down. So, like bashing a stock is what they would call it. Like, oh, you're just a basher. So, yeah, it's a crypto thing. Started with crypto. Nobody used to say FUD until like 2018, 2019. That was, or at the peak 2018 crypto. I'd replace doubt with disinformation now. Facts. Heater. And maybe doubt and disinformation. FUD. You guys. FUD. Fear, uncertainty, doubt, and disinformation. FUD. It's fun to say. You just let it roll off the tongue. BG on the high. Bungie. Schwab came down. Spyman bonds. They're coming back to break even. No. Barkin. I don't know. Barkin, there's no statements out. It's not Barkin, excuse me. It's Goolsbee. Barkin was kind of bearish there, but he's also said some things bullish. I think the first person, though, in the morning, they were talking a little bit more hawkish. Unless that was him. Josh Horn just added Robin Hood to the long term. Brian lives for it, baby. Oh, and now we got Bradley Beesky. Is it Beisky or Beesky? Oh, and another Bradley. You know Bradleys have a special heritage here. Horna. Sorry. Amen. Amen. Robin Hood. Are you going to get the credit card? The credit card. But yeah, man, they've been having some good news. UWMC. Oh, dude. Dude. You guys want tin? I don't know if you can handle this tin. It's not even, it's like tin, but it's just like, uh-oh, hot dog. Oh, I don't know if you want this. I don't think you can handle this. I don't think you're ready for this tin. I don't think you're ready for this. Because the tin is too delicious for you, baby. You don't want it. You don't have 1,700 likes. There's not 70 of you with demand. Like if this was a supply and demand curve and the price was free, there's not 70 of you willing to demand it right now. You know what I'm saying? You're not, you guys aren't, you don't demand it. You don't want the 10. That's good. It's a great one, but you don't want it. I'm just telling you, I'm looking at the numbers, right? There's not 70 of you here. So you're not down. Stop acting like you're down. You're not. That's all I'm saying. I see 1,600 likes, not 1,700. I mean, there's no demand. There's no demand for the 10. I'm sorry. I don't make the rules. I kind of do, but I don't, man. There's 70 people don't want it. I don't even know if there's 70 people here. Like, that's why I'm like, they don't want it. Oh, they're here. Look at that. Oh. I guess there is some demand. That's crazy. 70 people from all around the world are like, yeah, give me that shit. Give me that 10. All right. That's a lot of pressure now that I framed it that way. I hope I don't disappoint. Okay? So here's the deal. Your tinfoil today is about UWMC. It's not even really tinfoil. But people are starting to talk some smack about Mr. Ishba, the owner of the Suns. I saw a video that makes like a channel that makes videos about the NBA was talking about this. Yes. People are saying, the video's live of Goolsbee. That's awful timing.
But to my immediate right, Dr. Joe Cassidy.
Which one's your dad, bro?
For work.
But I'll finish it real quick. Pretty much they're saying that like UWMC overcharged for a bunch of mortgages and that like how they did their competitive practices, UWMC wasn't supposed to do that. And they're saying that they overcharged and made billions, and then like the capital structure of the company, how like his brother and dad and everybody's on the board, and then the family gets like a $600 million dividend. They're pretty much saying that Matt scammed mortgages to buy the Suns, is essentially what they're saying. But I don't know if it has like traction. Does that make sense? So this is just like people talking shit, but I don't like, like I've talked shit, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know if it's like, I don't think it's not leading to any investigations or like, you know what I'm saying? It's very just like, oh, they're like, look, it's FUD. It could be borderline FUD. So that's why I'm saying it's tinfoil. And it's like this whole, people are pretty much like making like connecting the dots of like Matt and just saying how his mortgage company and the Suns and based on his behavior and how they get all this money and control it and no one can vote him out. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's just a story. It's an entertaining one, but it could be either true or false or a very good documentary. So yeah. All right. Let us now get to the economic outlook with Mr. Goolsbee.
Providing financial services to banks and similar institutions, as well as to the United States government. Prior to becoming Chicago Fed president at the start of 2023, Goolsbee served as the Robert P. Gwynn Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, where he first joined the faculty back in 1995. Goolsbee served as a member and then chair of the Council of Economic Advisors from 2009 to 2011 and was a member of President Obama's cabinet. Would you welcome Austin Goolsbee? Joe, take it away.
Thank you so much, John. Thank you, Larry, in the Westmont Chamber and all of the chambers. Thank you to the business owners, to the nonprofit leaders in the room, the business leaders. Thank you for all you do to keep Chicagoland, Greater Chicagoland, so dynamic. And then, of course, thank you for being here to our distinguished guest, Dr. Austin Goolsbee. We've had some questions already received from across the chamber, so we want to dive right in, if that's okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
You failed to note that the 10 days of spring have begun.
Yes, welcome to spring. Yeah. We should have 4 inches of snow by the time you leave. So 2023 was a period of significant economic adjustments. The 12-month inflation rate came down considerably from 5.5% to about 2.5%, yet the unemployment rate was quite low at about 3.7% at the end of the year. How do you explain these numbers?
Okay, there's a lot, that was a trick question, but there's a lot behind that. I was saying the normal trade-off that economists see is if you want to get rid of inflation, you got to have a big recession. And historically, that was always true. As we went through 2023, I started calling it the golden path, that maybe we could get the inflation down without having a big recession, because there were several weird things about 2023 that were not like normal. So if your thing was to just look back at history, and then you would have concluded it's impossible. But we had COVID, a destruction of the supply chain, a bunch of damage that was healing. The supply side improvements that we saw in 23, I think were central to enabling that to happen. Kind of begs the question, well, then can they continue in 24? I hope so, but it's not going to be as extreme as it'll be the golden tributary, not the golden path or something, but I think that mostly explains
golden tributary.
So we'll come back to the golden path perhaps a little bit later.
Wow.
Sticking with unemployment, it's ticking up slightly. Yeah. We're up to about 3.9%, I think 3.5% in Greater DuPage.
That's a river.
I wonder if you might say more about the trends in the labor market,
lake.
Both regionally and nationally.
Yeah,
the
Golden Lake.
To touch on
Did he just say a golden string?
This, like that are employers' minds, like working remote and AI, aging population.
Well, look, who am I? I'm not going to tell 20 chambers what the economic conditions are like. We should just open up and you could tell me. You know, a big part of our thing at the Chicago Fed is talking to the region and local business to get some more color. I would say, what a bizarro universe it was, the labor market from 2020 up until last year. Labor shortages like we've never seen, the work from home dynamic, total scarcity, obviously not in equilibrium, not sustainable. It feels to me like we're getting a little more into balance in the labor market setting. Still strong labor market, as you say. There has been for many years a view among economists that full employment was 4%. Some people thought even higher unemployment than 4%, that you really couldn't get unemployment below that. So it's inched up, but it's still at a very strong rate. But the data measures we typically look at, like the ratio of job vacancies to the number of unemployed workers, or the voluntary quit rate of people who are in jobs now, things like that. We went from unprecedentedly tight labor market to something more like a regular boom. So it kind of feels like we're getting back to something like good normal.
A little more regular.
Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. So we've had a couple of months of higher inflation numbers. We just received February reading on the PCE, the personal consumption expenditures, which I think the Fed prefers over PCI.
Yes.
What caught your attention in this recent report, and how do these data sets influence your thinking about progress on inflation?
Okay, again, there's a lot of deep in that question. Let's back up. You see the CPI. You understand the CPI, they have a basket that they say the typical American buys XYZ stuff, and they go out and they literally have thousands of price trackers who go to the store and check the prices of that basket. That's where CPI comes from. That's not what the Fed looks at. Somebody's calling, they're like, that is what we look at. No, but we look at the personal consumption expenditure, which is just a different measure of inflation. If you really want to get into it, we can go in it. It includes more things. It's a more accurate measure. And we look at core inflation, which means we take out food and energy prices, which then stop. My mom is furious. What do you mean you don't look at food and energy inflation? That's all I look at. We don't look at that as a measure of how things are doing because they're very volatile. So they're not that predictive of what's the true state of things. If you look at core inflation, it got out of control. There's a target that the Fed sets to get inflation to 2% and to keep it at 2%. Congress gives us by law a mandate of what our job is at the Fed, which is stabilize prices and maximize employment. So we've said publicly we want to get PCE inflation to 2%, and it got almost to 6% and out of control. We've worked it back, and taking a longer arc, it's clear inflation is way down from its peak. We have hit a little there. That was not without bumps, and you highlight January, February, there were some bumps. The February bump was smaller than the January, so that's at least good. But I always say 1 month is no months, and 2 months, that's a real month. So that we had that for 2 months, you can't just dismiss it as noise. I still feel like if you look at the broader economy, it doesn't really look like broad-based overheating Those labor market metrics are coming back into better balance. There are even some things that are a little cautionary, like if you look at consumer delinquencies, they're rising, and in the past, rising consumer delinquencies have been an indicator that the business cycle is kind of turning. So it doesn't feel like broad overheating, so I still think if you take a longer arc, inflation's coming down, and we're going to get to 2%.
Thank you. So you mentioned core inflation, and again, excluding food and energy, the very volatile, those volatile areas. Yeah. Anything we should be thinking about differently with the three core components of goods, housing, and then services excluding housing? Anything we should be looking at?
I love the attention to detail on this. If you love looking at price indices, I'm going to give you what to look at. Within this price index of core price index, there's three parts. There's goods, there's services, there's housing. The first thing to remember is 2%. We basically were at 2% before COVID. And that doesn't come about from everything in the economy having an inflation rate of 2%. They were very different rates. Services were about 2.5% a year. Housing was like 3.5% a year, and goods were minus 1% a year. Because there's productivity growth, the price of physical goods getting cheaper and cheaper. Combined, those were where the 2% came from. What happened in COVID is everything went crazy, and the improvement in 2023 was dominated by goods coming back to minus 1% a year. And a lot of that came from the supply chain healing. That got up 9 or even higher percent a year at its worst. That was a big improvement. Services, you've seen some substantial improvement, though it's still got a ways to go. The biggest puzzle, and what I highlight to everybody to watch, is the housing part. Housing inflation is down a little from its peak, but it's still way above what it was pre-COVID. It was 3.5. It's 5.5, 6% continued now, even as overall inflation's come down. That's important, and it's puzzling because we know how the number is calculated. And if you go look at, say, market rents, the inflation, market-based measures of inflation are down, but the official numbers haven't come down the way that we kind of predicted they were. So I've been personally watching that housing. It has to come down. I still think it will, and as it does so, it gives us, not breathing room, but it gives us a little momentum to keep getting down to 2%. But if it doesn't, that's a threat to our target.
Okay. You mentioned pre-COVID a couple times.
Yes.
As inflation starts, getting closer to 2% on average across those three components, do we return to pre-pandemic norms in pricing?
Pre-pandemic norms in pricing. Let's just distinguish the inflation rate from the price level. The inflation rate, of course, is how much do prices go up in a year. And it's never zero, and it's never negative for the economy as a whole. It's a matter of degree. So our explicit goal, as given to us by the Federal Reserve Act, is to stabilize prices, which we've interpreted as 2% inflation, but it's not going back to the price level of 2019, 2014. But my grandpa used to always have it. When I was a kid, going to the movies cost a nickel. Movies are not going to be a nickel. We're not to get back to the level that prices were before COVID. You will have to have substantial deflation. And I'll just remind you, the only times you have deflation are like the Great Depression, the financial crisis, the lost decade in Japan. The deflation is not a fun experience. So our goal is not to tank the economy while stabilizing the prices. And to get incomes up. If the prices are up some amount, we want our incomes to go up more than the prices were up. And for a couple of years in there, that was not happening. And you can see it in people's dissatisfaction. Now they are growing faster, and that's where we want it to be.
And you mentioned income growth, and I hear people discussing wage growth. Has it been too high to be consistent with the Fed's 2% inflation target? So what do you think of that, and what wage growth is consistent with the target 2%?
Okay, you can't answer that question. What wage growth does it need to be to match 2% without knowing something about productivity growth? Okay, so if we get better, technology advances, and we have more output per worker, per hour, per whatever, then wages can't go up without inflation. We can have economic growth. And what you've seen in the last year is actually productivity growth has been much stronger even than the pre-COVID trend, and especially compared to the beginning of COVID years. If that continues, that might not continue, we might just get back on the trend, but if that does continue, then it's more like if you're old enough, you'll remember the late 90s was a period where productivity growth started getting much higher than trend, and that has implications, lovely implications for wages, GDP, monetary policy, etc. The only other thing I'll say about this is, if you look historically, wage growth is not a very good leading indicator of price inflation. Prices tend to move faster than wages move. So when things happen, first the prices go up, then the wages go up, then the prices come down, then the wages come down. So if you had in your mind, the Fed should just keep stomping the brake until wages come down to match something like 2% inflation. You just want to be a little careful that you're not overshooting.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned, you alluded to the dual mandate.
Yes.
How do you go about, I'm sure this is a simple answer, how do you go about balancing the dual mandate of holding inflation to 2% and full employment?
The dual mandate is the thing I said, stabilize prices and maximize employment. Sometimes those are in contradiction and there's a trade-off. In 2023, there wasn't a trade-off, and that was the puzzle. There was kind of a traditional view, which was, no, we know there's a trade-off, therefore inflation's too high and you'll never be able to do it unless you crush the economy. And you had very prominent economists like Larry Summers saying unemployment will have to go to 6% for 5 straight years before you will see inflation come down. And he was basing that on the historical. The short version of the answer to the question, how do you balance that, is you gotta take into account the totality, what all the conditions are. So it was important in 2023 that we not overreact to just seeing that GDP growth was strong and the jobs numbers were strong did not mean, we better keep tightening until we see a recession, because there were these other things that made the year quite different from the historical experience. That's harder as we go into 24 and 25. It probably gets to be more like the traditional lessons are the ones applying. So we'll just have to play by ear on that.
So turning to rates, interest rates, with inflation coming down, the next step would seem to be reduction in the interest rate. And if I understand it correctly, the Fed controls the federal funds rate. The FOMC has said it's waiting for greater confidence that inflation is indeed on track to return to 2%.
Yes.
What would give you that confidence? And once you begin, how quickly do you expect to cut rates?
I'm always supposed to say, and I should have started with you, I do not speak for anyone else on the committee. My views are only my own. That's a great relief to them and to me. So What I look at to have confidence, I told you, in the immediate term, is this housing inflation. I think we've had, if you take the 9-month span, we've had great progress on inflation, and that is a path that looks like it's headed to 2%. And
So again, Barkin was just saying we don't even need the housing.
There is room to get us there.
He said that's the most important.
If we start to see housing inflation coming back to something like more normal conditions, the way we've already seen for goods and partly seen for services. That said, I think it's worth noting the Fed funds rate is basically like short interest rates. That's what the Fed controls or has a strong influence on. The level of tightness, if you approximate it by what's that short interest rate minus what's the inflation rate, that kind of real federal funds rate, we call it, as a measure of tightness, it hasn't been this high in a very long time. Okay, so that interest rate is over 5 and the inflation rate is down in the 2s. Okay, so a real rate that big, I think implies we're just pretty restrictive. It's pretty tight. And if you think conditions are getting back to normal, then the question is, well, how long do you want to stay restrictive, or do you want to normalize it? That leads to its own religious war among economists of, well, what is they call it the R star. What will we settle back down to? I don't want to get involved in that war. I want to look in the immediate term and let's manage this thing point to point. We want to be more convinced that we are on path to 2%. For me personally, I think that says watch the price data, not the employment, GDP growth, et cetera, because we're in a weird moment. In the old days, you could just look at the GDP growth and be like, GDP growth is too high. You know, we've got to be in a more stabilized, balanced approach. I basically reject that. I don't like thinking, ooh, people are earning too much money. You know, the GDP is growing too fast. I think this is a moment where that logic is the wrong way to think about it. The thing to watch is inflation, and especially this housing part. If we start to see progress on that, I'm going to have more confidence.
Okay, thank you. So the U.S. economy has faced many challenges over the past few years. Of course, COVID, to put it lightly, right?
Right.
Supply chain disruption, inflation, labor shortages, a number of these things you've already mentioned. War, high gas prices. There's quite an extensive list.
Yeah.
What are you focused on right now, both domestically and abroad? What are you watching and saying, hey, I'm concerned about whatever it is?
I often say the job of central banker is to worry about everything. You know, what keeps you up at night. Your job is not to sleep. You're supposed to be up at night, you know, worrying about everything there is. That same list, I would carry most of those over to page 2. So external shocks in our language have derailed soft landings that were easier than this one before. If you go back and look, if war escalated and drove up the price of oil, we know what happens if the price of oil goes through the roof. If war in Ukraine extends and our major trading partners get into a pickle, that would affect us. If there were meltdown in China, though it's not that large as a direct input into the U.S. economy, I don't see how the second biggest economy in the world could really go into steep decline without everybody feeling that. And there'd be a little bit of a business freak out channel. And
so then this China weakness isn't real weakness.
Persistence of inflation. And
what's happening coming down housing, a little bit. We're going back to the lows here.
If inflation stays Iran comments right now, and we started to see more deterioration of the labor market, that's a stagflation-y seeming scenario that's never comfortable for the central bank. So right now, that's in my that's in my choice set of, let's call them the top 5 risks, but I got to keep an eye on at least 20.
I have a quote here, and I think you almost said it exactly again. I've heard you say.
But it was me? It was a quote from me?
It was a quote from you, but it was that the role of a central banker is to be paranoid.
Oh,
okay. But with that said,
that could have gone way worse.
I think I heard you say something along those lines.
No, that's what I mean.
Yes.
That's the same.
But given that, what are you looking at that's really positive?
Oh, what's really
our current
positive?
situation?
Okay, I like that. Yeah, you're welcome. Strongest part of the economy right now, is the job market and consumer spending. Those have been remarkably robust, super strong, went through at the end of 2022. You'll remember, they had a survey reported in the Wall Street Journal. 100% of economists agreed that there would be a recession in 2023, okay? There wasn't. Not only was growth was actually faster than trend. It was a pretty good year, strictly by the numbers. And the main thing that drove that was the consumer proved stronger and more resilient than people gave them credit for. And the job market was a key part of that. Wage growth was quite robust. And as we go into 2024, it's not a bad place to be. What we've seen has been stable, and so I still think consumer plus job market, that's the strongest thing going.
And I think you've probably started to answer this, if not answered it fully, but I heard a story that you told on Odd Lots, a great podcast, about the limits.
This guy's really doing your homework here. Okay, so on Odd Lots, what was the story?
The story was you were talking about the limits of predicting the future based upon past trends.
Yes.
And you gave the example of your grandfather telling you, do not invest in the stock market.
Right.
Because he lived through the great crash.
Yes, yes.
And so you brought that up as a way to say this is a really odd time in that all the traditional signals are not necessarily playing out. I think you say it sounds like we're starting to get into where it will be more tight. But is there anything else that really stands out that's so non-traditional right now that you would caution us not to look at those normal trends?
Yeah, this is an important question. When I told the story, I did tell it funnier.
You did.
Than it
I'm
was,
not that funny.
Portrayed. One that I'm still keeping an eye on that's really, really different, and it's worth just emphasizing how different it is. Normally, the Fed controls the interest rate. And so, of course, our impact is on the interest rate sensitive parts of the economy. It's kind of like you hired the handyman, but he has only one tool, which is a screwdriver. We can tighten or we can loosen. If it's anything besides needing tightening or loosening, we're kind of at a disadvantage. It was like, can you make dinner with a screwdriver? Not really, and normally it works okay because the most interest rate sensitive parts of the economy are also the most cyclically sensitive parts of the economy. So it's like, if the economy's booming, it's usually durable goods and construction and a bunch of interest rate sensitive things are really hot. And so if we tighten it down, we kind of stabilize. COVID was a recession unlike any recession ever. Not just in magnitude, it was just totally different. Durable goods went up. Everybody wants to buy a car. Everybody wants to buy a TV, but buy a bunch of stuff that normally drives the recession. And what drove the recession is like nobody's going to the dentist. And like going to the dentist is not normally, that's a recession-proof sector. So all these services, which dominate what we spend money on in pre-COVID times, 65, 70% of consumer income and consumer spending goes to services, that thing goes down. And that led to a boom in manufacturing like we had never seen, accentuating the supply chain problems, because partly there was the business cycle and partly there was this transition of what people are buying. That is still unwinding. If you go look at the consumer spending, we're still spending well higher a fraction of our income on physical goods than we did before COVID. And I think it's still going back to the previous trend. That was the trend towards services is like an 80-year trend. So I think that's coming back. And so everybody just be a little careful concluding things about industry without being cognizant that there's still that weird thing lurking around.
Great, thank you. So this question I have to throw in there for my colleagues at College of DuPage and in higher education.
Yeah.
So I'm in meeting after meeting where people are questioning the value of a traditional higher ed degree. And I think, part of that's fair because the cost is increasing and higher ed can be slow to adapt. And while the Fed can't take a stand on a topic like this, as a longtime professor, as a parent, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about the role of higher education and or the impact of student debt on the economy.
Now, the Fed cannot take, the Fed is nonpartisan, take no policy position, doesn't endorse anybody's bill. But we can take a position on that, and we actually have researchers at Chicago Fed that have looked at the question. There's the public thing pushing back of people like, it doesn't even make sense to go to college anymore. The Fed research says that's absolutely, totally wrong. The college premium to not going to college has basically never been bigger. And if you look, I think it is the case that the average debt for a student that has debt when they graduate from college is over $20,000, which is not an insignificant amount of money. And the data shows that if you have a degree, you make something like $16,000 a year on average more for your entire life. So it's not for the typical person, it still absolutely makes sense to go to college. Now, you still gotta choose a major, you still gotta find a job, but especially College of DuPage, the average tuition paid for college is well below the sticker price, for going to Harvard or whatever they see. So I'm troubled by people convincing themselves too much that it doesn't make sense. I kind of want everybody to can we get them the Chicago Fed letter? We got to get them the Chicago Fed letter where it lays out the numbers. The thing that made the U.S. the richest economy in the world is, in our language, the human capital of the American workforce. And if we are, for many years, we had the highest share of 25-year-olds with a college degree in the whole world. We didn't become dumber. Everybody else saw that we had that, and we're like, that's how they did it. And so they've pushed to get their folks more education. And so now I saw some list, we've fallen down, maybe we're 25th or something, and we're between Costa Rica and Bulgaria. I don't have to tell you that if your education and human capital is somewhere between Costa Rica and Bulgaria, come back in 25 years, your income is going to be somewhere between Costa Rica and Bulgaria. And that's not an insult to either Costa Rica or Bulgaria, but it's just to say, I think investing in the human capital of our workforce is really important. It doesn't have to be 4-year college. It doesn't have to be 2-year college. It could be the trades, but skills, ultimately skills equals productivity, and productivity equals how rich we are. So that's where my head is.
Great, thank you. At our business incubator in Innovation DuPage, I work quite a bit with regional startups and small businesses.
Yeah.
What role does the Federal Reserve play in fostering innovation and supporting emerging industries?
I would characterize mostly indirect role to provide a stable environment. We got is it a simple job? It's a straightforward job, but not a simple job. Straightforward job, Congress told us, you maximize employment and stabilize the prices. That's what we do. That's important for an innovation community that is not. The more volatile things are, the less able small businesses and startups are to raise money, the more likely it is that stuff goes wrong and they failed. Some of the bright spots, and actually
Raul,
when you
back to VWAP. It's a low VWAP too.
Optimistic.
Again, bonds already led the way lower.
Plus years pre-COVID, you'd seen a decline in, let's call it, business dynamism in the United States. Increasing concentration of market after market, some through mergers, some by just the big getting bigger, and the number of new startups shrinking each year. With COVID, that totally reversed. We're in the new golden age of new business ventures and startups. And yes, some of it's AI and whatever, but a lot of it is just old-fashioned. People want to work for themselves. They want to try an idea. You know, just the heart and soul and bread and butter of chambers of commerce around this country have been for decades. And that business dynamism is a great source of optimism. We're getting the signal that I'm speaking too long. I can be faster.
The signal is we have a few questions from the audience.
And we got some questions from the audience. Okay.
Okay. They said stop talking. They said the chat's getting worked out. You're working the chat. Actually, it's better than Corinne, but still.
Look, if we
market near the low of the day now.
Interest rates
so again,
are
random
lower.
Pop. Now you're back down.
When
No data. I
real
mean, it's hard to
income
even
growth
say
is
if these
higher.
comments are even moving
When
anything.
GDP growth is stable, all of those are the conditions that are conducive to starting new ventures.
Great. So, and this is certainly of interest to startups, but any size business.
Yeah.
What's the outlook on borrowing and access to capital for business in the year to come?
It depends greatly on what happens with inflation and employment from the Fed's perspective. In a way, that's the question: how tight are conditions going to be, credit conditions, over the course of this year? The Fed raised the rates really as fast as it has ever raised them, more than 500 basis points in a span of a little over 1 year. You saw that in surveys of credit conditions show up, and people start saying, whoa, geez, if this, and not just banks, not just Silicon Valley Bank, but just regular companies trying to borrow and do their thing. If we start getting the continued progress on inflation that allows us to kind of scale down the restrictiveness, then that'd be a fairly favorable condition for access to capital. If we don't, it'll probably still be tight, and it feels a bit like we've seen if not a bifurcation, at least different types of companies answering that question differently. If you're big enough to access capital markets or equity markets, they've been booming like crazy. And if you're more on the smaller side, where you're either going to banks or other kind of direct lenders, it's been a little tighter.
Okay. So you mentioned housing. It's come up quite a few times. It looks like we've got some real estate folks in the room. While rising interest rates typically mean a slowdown in the housing market, that really hasn't been the case here locally.
Right.
It's up 23 or 5% from last year. Is this a regional bubble? What can we expect in terms of rates and the impact on the housing market in 2024?
Okay, let's start with DuPage and Cook County. Bubble. Don't say bubble. I thought you were going to say boom. You know, is it a regional boom? It's only a bubble if it's not based on fundamentals. If you look at DuPage County, like you said, the unemployment rate is below the national unemployment rate. Income growth has been relatively strong. It's been one of the brighter spots, and the Midwest has had a tough COVID times.
Education rate is very high as well.
And the education rate is very high. So in a way, I'm not surprised to see that kind of strength. The broader national question of isn't housing interest rate sensitive, and interest rates went way up, so why isn't housing going down? That's a little complicated in the short run by how fast the rates went up, because it affected the supply.
All right, you just flushed to the lows real quick.
In a negative
I was looking
way
to see where we're
at
at.
the same time.
Again, this is just pretty much the gap fill
At the
from
same
a
time,
couple
it
days
raises
ago.
the cost of
And now you
having a
have this big
mortgage.
gap.
It also convinces you, if I have a 4% mortgage, I don't want to sell my house if I don't have to.
New low of the
because I will
day.
have to
Remember,
take a
bonds
8%
hit this
mortgage.
twice before the market hit a low.
So you saw that.
You've
kind
hit
of
2 new
suppression
lows
of
already on the
supply, and
bonds in the
that
same time period. So it's
holds
literally
up
moving just like
prices.
yesterday where it's
And
coming
those
back up
higher
to match up.
prices kind of incentivize construction. That's only a short-run phenomenon if you think about it. Eventually, if you get transferred, you got to move. Like, this is what it is. So that's rates to housing has proved a little more subtle or a little more complicated than kind of the stereotype. But I still think the basic dynamic, if it stays as restrictive, if rates stay as restrictive as they are now, in the end, that's going to be tough on housing because housing is an interest rate sensitive sector.
I want to end with what I hope will be a fun question, but one more here about the Fed's. Is the Fed concerned about household debt and business debt loads?
Always, and so yes. It's worth noting that what people call the excess savings, actually there was less debt than, by far less debt than normally exist across a business cycle. Normally, you go into recession, there's a big increase in debt for the bottom half of the income distribution. It's a tough environment. Right. In this case, through stimulus, through whatever, the balance sheet improved quite a lot, and that made the impact of monetary policy in some sense a little blunter, because if people aren't borrowing money and the interest rate goes up, maybe they don't care. So as we've gone through the stock of pent-up savings, that's made it so that you see the change in debt going up. And a lot of people look at how fast debt is rising. But the other way to look at it is it was really low and it's rising now to something
I wonder
like what's normal.
Immediate call for ceasefire.
Kind of
he
think
just got off the phone with
delinquencies
Netanyahu.
I mentioned at the beginning.
That's
It's,
kind of a
again,
big deal depending on if he
historically,
actually
when that thing was
sticks
rising,
with it.
It's a cautionary indicator.
Yeah,
but
everything's on the
it's
low right
rising
now. I mean, you
from
got a
what
couple
was
names on the
super
high,
low
but we just
level,
hit new lows
so
of the day.
Maybe it's not an indicator. We're just going to have to see.
Okay, great, thank you. So I've heard you talk about your transition from being a professor to the White House.
Yeah.
What about this transition into the Fed, and any surprises in your first year of this job or year plus?
Yeah, right. In the Fed is like reverse dog years. So like you be there 7 years and they're like, I'm a rookie. That's kind of how the mentality. There's a very powerful culture at the Fed, which is lovely. They believe in the mission, and the Chicago Fed, I shouldn't say this out loud, but I always say, look, we have all the competence and excellence of the New York Fed, but without the attitude. That's kind of our thing. And I say, it's the Midwest. As you know, the Midwest motto is, there is no bad weather, there is only bad clothing, and like we deal with the conditions whatever they are, and that's the Chicago Fed mindset. Now, that said, the economic part in the FOMC wasn't a surprise. I mean, it's really cool. If you're like an econ gym rat, the FOMC is just as cool as you would want it to be. It's a huge table and the shades come down so that no one can spy on you. And they go around and they're like, what do you think about the economy?
That's funny.
The surprise was the Chicago Fed, the operational side to the bank. There's almost 2,000 employees, and one of the things
I want to hear more about how they decide in this room that gets dark and the shades come down.
Cash for their ATMs, or if they have cash and they want to send it in. So the Chicago Fed has a giant vault with a door that's literally this thick, and the door weighs 40 tons. that has $25 billion of cash in there, and we have Brinks trucks in and out all day and high-speed machines that catch the counterfeit. I'm fascinated and love this cash operation. And like they have tours, and I alone was almost 1/3 of the tours of cash. I brought my mom there. I brought like the kids, all my friends. So it's really been it's been exciting. It's been fun.
Well, it's really been a pleasure getting to know you a little bit, talking to you. It's a great honor to have you come out and share your wisdom with us. I think I'm going to turn it back to our host, but thank you so much, Dr. Goolsbee.
Thank you.
Thank you, Goolsbee. That was great. I've been enjoying him lately a lot. It sounded like the same. What did he call it? The golden stream. He gave it. I forgot the word. I Googled it. Oh, I already exited out of it, man. But he didn't say much. I don't think that moved the market. Again, he is on the more dovish end. So ironically enough, the market went up when we were getting hawkish Fed comments, and then your more dovish Fed member, the tributary, thank you, the golden stream. No. He says that it'd be another state into another state is what he was talking about. So again, he focused. It was very opposite. And this is exactly what I was saying on the watch list. If you've been listening to Powell, homie hasn't said anything. You know, Powell has been saying the exact same thing, but these different regional Fed members or these heads of their Feds, they have all been like, you know, they're saying, oh, I'm this person on the dot plot. I'm here. I'm there. I'm this. Literally yesterday, even this morning, Parker was saying, oh, real estate, we might be able to get the target without it. Goolsbee saying it's the most important thing. Again, you had Mester talking about, 2 hikes and then Bostic at 1. Some of you guys are saying it shows they have no clue. And, like, I wouldn't really say that. I mean, the whole idea is, like, if anything, like, it shows that we have a diversified set of opinions. So I don't think it's like negative, but what I am saying is, like, if we are going to get anything new and information low key in the short term, it will be from these people. Oil is on the high again. So oil's ripping, stocks still near the low. It's almost 11. That one kind of took a little longer. I didn't think. Again, they even told him, they're like, hey, man, you talk a lot. Can you do it? There was a lot less substance than any of his other speeches, I would say, just because it was very similar this time. I'm surprised, given that there's been more data and whatnot. I mean, I was kind of hoping he would say more, but I'm not too. I kind of, like I said, I've kind of like listened to him lately. I know some of you don't like him. I didn't like him at first with the golden path. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't like the golden path at first. I didn't take the golden path well. I thought, homie, you know, golden path was the same time when, like, Bullard was talking about like 7%. And this homie is talking about golden path. Like, what? So, I mean, but he grew on me. You know what I'm saying? He grew on me. He didn't like the golden path until we hit the golden path. Kind of, and until it was like another 3 months and then 6 months where nothing really changed. And then they're like, oh, yeah, we'll wait and do this and do that. And I'm like, all right. Well, shit. Man, oil's still running. SMTC, I've seen that on the high ticker like 4 times today. 15 times maybe. It's up 11. Semtech. Semtech out. Enemy UAV online. Semtech rising. SPY new low. Blinken, support for Ukraine, especially important in countries that are helping Russia build up its defense. DM moved 20. Why? Oh, this stock's only 99 cents. Why did I think it traded higher? Granada. Is that from Call of Duty 2? Is that from World War II? I was in there. BITU, again, CCJ, Ripper. XOM, again, energy stocks as well as spot gold is going up. DM was earning projections. I didn't know that thing was only 99 cents. I feel like I've seen it at a higher price. Maybe I'm tripping. MPW went up. So here's the deal. Are you ready? I looked up MPW. They have not declared their dividend yet, which is still getting kind of interesting. But then I saw another headline from it was unrelated but related. But they sold another property. They sold one of their properties in Santa Cruz. They sold it to the city because the city put out a press release saying that they raised money with a bond and that they're buying one of the hospitals from their landlord, MPW. But no dividend declaration as of yet. Ooh! Spy! I don't know. Again, we did have those comments out of Biden. I don't know if it's a hard line for Israel there, but you are starting to dump a little bit. I mean, you got some points here to fill the gap. It would be like a 25-point drop from here. I wouldn't rule it out of the question. We still got a lot of time here, but you are making a move down. Oh, Midwest Finest, baby. God bless you. Happy Friday, Junior. Did we get a closing or not? I mean, MPW, they could declare whenever. It's just kind of usually out of standard practice. So, but I do think they're taking a little longer than usual. But then there's a couple of other names that have not declared as of yet, too. Yeah, oil is, I don't know. I see USO on there. It's not at 87, is it? It's at 85, 85. So remember, I think we hit 86 briefly yesterday, but yeah, that's still up there. Thank you, Nathan. God bless you. Trying to decide beside long-term Baba, Tencent as individuals or KWeb. KWeb will be safer when it's all said and done. If you go a la carte, you'll get better returns and easier to focus on. But I mean, ETF, you'll pay a little fee on it. It might take longer for gains, and then depending on if one of them moves crazy, you'll get less. But it will be a lot safer with the ETF, more likely. A lot safer, lower return potential. iRobot. Oh, yeah, wasn't the other day the Apple thing yesterday? And then SPY going lower. Those are some pretty big candles. I mean, once again, you should be used to this setup. I mean, you gapped up, sold off. Red. But the market's still up 0.5%. NASDAQ just under 1%. The Dow is the closest to going red, and then Russell is still doing good. The volume, I don't know. Let's see. Well, you're dropping even more. Those candles getting bigger. I mean, you were right near the high of the day. Volume is at 29 million. Oof, and we are at hour number 4 almost. 5? Ugh. So volume's pretty dog poo-poo. Dog water, as the kids say on Call of Duty. So not bad. GSG on the high. SPY dropping even more. Again, you got some blinking comments. 52.34. So again, you got another 20 points if you are going to fill any sort of gap. UAV online. Again, bonds led this way down earlier, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see when the Dow goes negative or if it does. And then energy, and then gold came down. Actually, gold popped up on that. And then the dollar, yeah, because dollar's back up. It's still negative on the day. NKTR now up 30. Was that NXTR? Was that the other one? There's something like that. And then BHC, I think we're either slightly up or slightly down. Oh, Lunar dud. IBIT on the high, on the low. McDonald's dropping. SPY another low. And Abivibe been dumping all day. Pretty bad day for them, down 3.4. And the Airbnb was leading earlier. Ford dumped. They were doing good. GM too. GM was hitting a 52-week high. Nordstrom's, Gilead, Gildan, they dropped. We had a nice little pop there. Can you trade futures on an IRA? I'm not sure, but I don't think many books would recommend that or anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's a common practice of trading futures in an IRA. So I would not do that not a recommendation or life, but yeah. No PHILO today? Were you not feeling lucky? So did you not? You did not feel lucky? If that's how you feel, man. I can't control it, but if that's how you feel. You could trade futures in a Roth IRA and TD Waterhouse. Well, there you go. Bro, oil is still breaking out. I did want to do the PHILO. I mean, your boy caught us up a little bit, and then we just started dying out of nowhere. So let's see. Give it a minute. We'll see the first little bounce. But then again, I mean, I think we could dump 0.5% before it even goes red. So how much longer until Twitch is back? I don't know. I haven't looked. Kind of out of sight, out of mind, until we get a serious offer on the table for negotiations. Amen. Do you miss it? It's good to see you here. It's on the YouTube, though. I'm glad to see some of the Twitch names. I made it, though. I want Nike for the long term. We're talking about that. Is it even lower today? Ooh, 9. Dude, it's about to hit 89. So, I mean, this is kind of what we wanted. It's just going so slow, but, man, 90 down to 89, that would be crazy. Anything lower, too, it just starts to really wow. It's a good discount. Goolsbee in March, I jotted down 2 rate cuts this year. Well, there you go. So Goolsbee is 2. Mester is 2. I think someone else we know is 2. And then Bostic is 1. Interesting. Yeah, silver prices are climbing up here. Again, yesterday it finally broke out. We even talked about it too. I'd even watched some of the other broader factors. Silver 27.21. It's crazy. Silver has, hey, if we start getting 28, 29? Kashgari? Wait, we got Kashgari too? Oh, man. It's Jeff Bezos' brother. Trust me, they are related. They are related. Yeah, 20. Damn, that's crazy, actually. Some silver picking up. Live now. This is a LinkedIn.
The Federal Reserve over the long term.
Okay. Neil, as the Fed considers its approach to monetary policy normalization, what indicators or metrics are most crucial in determining the appropriate timing and pace of upcoming interest rate decreases?
Again, he's a voter too.
I do think it's the two sides, just going back to fundamentals, it's the two sides of our dual mandate. So continue to look at what's happening to actual inflation, both headline and core. You talk about energy prices. Energy prices are a very important input to the economy, but they're also quite volatile. That's why we tend to look at core inflation as a better signal of where underlying inflation is heading. So are we going to continue to see progress on that core inflation measure? And then what's happening to the labor market? Is the labor market going to continue to be strong? We've seen a lot of evidence, I think, in the last year or two that the labor market has cooled.
I think you just might fill the gap at this point. These candles just get bigger and bigger.
It's not as crazy.
You're down another 10, 11 points now.
To try to find and keep their workers. But they're still having
still got another 17 to fill the gap.
Labor market. It's still a healthy
but you're just
labor
flushing.
Market. That's a good thing. I think those are the first two things that we pay attention to is what's happening to the two sides of our dual mandate. Underneath that, you can unpack inflation into services inflation, goods inflation, et cetera, housing inflation. Each of those is an important component. I'd be surprised if we see a lot more progress from goods. Goods tend to have disinflation, modest disinflation prior to the pandemic. We're close to there now. Really, the services inflation and housing inflation are the big categories that hopefully we'll continue to see some progress on.
Many concentrate on the Fed funds rate, but overlook the Fed's actions with regards to the balance sheet. In other words, the pace of roll-off of treasuries and agency MBS. Let's talk a little bit about that. Does the Fed intend to proceed with its balance sheet reduction even after it starts to cut the Fed funds rate?
We've said that the cutting of the Fed funds rate would be viewed as a way of returning back to whatever normal is going to be. So I think the most participants in the committee believe that the funds rate is at a somewhat contractionary stance now, and eventually you'd want to reduce it to
that's not a good
neutral
headline
stance, so that we're not
literally said will not cut
economic
rates.
Activity. Similarly, the balance sheet is still in an expansionary stance because it's so large relative to where we think we need to get to in terms of having an ample reserves regime and no longer providing stimulus. So in both cases, we would take steps to reduce them back to what we would consider a neutral posture and then be available to use in the future. So I don't see any reason why, even if we started to cut the federal funds rate, that we couldn't continue with our balance sheet reduction plan, because in both cases, they'd be taking steps back to what we would consider normal in this environment.
We will pivot to the markets in a minute. You said recently the economy is hard to diagnose. There's been a lot of pleasant surprises in the wake of the pandemic. How would you assess the Fed's performance over the last few years navigating the pandemic and inflation?
Great question. There's a lot of things that we got wrong, meaning I was in the transitory camp. I didn't expect inflation to be as high as it got, and I didn't expect it to last as long. And in some cases, we've gotten lucky. Those supply chain factors then ended up reversing and providing a lot of disinflation, even faster than we had expected throughout last year. So a lot has been hard to diagnose. I would give us high marks for keeping an open mind. And when things did not evolve the way we expected, we didn't just say, no, we're going to stick with our view.
24 and 12 more points.
And then we adjusted.
I think you might close in on it, bro. We're just dumping out here.
I guess overall, I'd give us
more hawkish review. Comments now.
Some things we got wrong, but in the face of new developments and new information, we were not shy or reluctant to take that on board and adjust our approach. And I think that that's been positive.
I mean, obviously a lot of what's happened over the last few years couldn't have been predicted. But from a Fed decision-making standpoint,
I'd say spies about the matchup with bonds, damn it.
We've all, I don't know that this is a surprise, but I think that we've all been humble about what we know. People have asked me, how come there haven't been any dissents, in the last year or so, even though there's so much uncertainty in the economy. And my record has shown, I'm somebody very willing to dissent if I have a different view than the rest of the committee. But even for me, it's hard for me to have conviction that I know my view is right and that the committee's collective view is therefore wrong, and therefore I should dissent, because there's been so much uncertainty in how this economy has evolved in this reopening dynamic. And so I think that we've all acknowledged our own lack of omniscience about some things and said, you know what, we're going to work together to try to get the best course we can, the best path we can, and then keep an open mind as developments present themselves.
Okay, I'm going to pivot into markets, and I do have to ask, we've seen a strong stock market, which could be AI related. Gold and copper are breaking out to the upside. Gold is over 2,200. My mom is ecstatic. What's going on here?
It's hard to know. We certainly don't target the stock market or these different asset markets.
But you are monitoring them, right?
We do monitor them. They're a feedback. They're one of the mechanisms by which monetary policy works its way through the economy. So all things being equal, I think economic theory would say a higher stock market will leave the owners of stocks feeling more optimistic, more likely to spend, which will be one mechanism of some stimulus for the economy, that we need to take that on board. I know, having worked on Wall Street, that they're prone to exuberance, that one piece of good news gets extrapolated forever. And there's tremendous hype around AI. I mean, personally, I hope even 10% of it ends up coming true. If 10% of the rosy scenarios come true, I think it'll be a boost to the U.S. economy and make us more productive. So I hope so, but
oil's
we'll
at
see.
86.40.
So
dude, oil's going nuts.
It's hard to judge what's driving the stock
First time
market
hitting
on
90
any day or
on
any
Brent.
week. We just need to
since
focus on the
October.
fundamentals, which is what's happening
It could
to
be
inflation,
off of the.
what's happening to inflation expectations, what's happening to GDP,
It could be the other one.
what's happening to the labor market, and that's got
Could
to
be off of
guide
those
us.
comments with Biden and then the Netanyahu thing.
Questions because we're getting a lot, so I'm going to jam through these. We've received
Then again,
several
we
on
started
AI.
dumping here. You have a pretty aggressively hawkish Kashkari, or at least very much questioning rate hikes or
and
cuts.
Private credit. So
that's what's happened
I'm
here.
going to start with private credit.
Again, we were dropping a
wait
lot
for the
before
Bitcoin
that,
one.
but then more of his comments kept
credit.
hitting, and then one
Does
after
the Federal
the next,
Reserve
and then
have
we just
any
started flushing
further
through the lows.
research or concerns surrounding the growth of private credit that is replacing banks in the financial system? If yes, what are those
You have
concerns?
Fed Mester
and how
talking
could
now
private
too,
credit
but I
be
think we're going to listen to
regulated going
him.
forward?
We heard Mester
So
the
I
other
looked
day.
at this. I care a lot about systemic risk. As you know, I was part of the team responding to the 2008 financial crisis when I was at Treasury. I oversaw the TARP program. So I'm personally very interested and care a lot about financial stability. Whenever policymakers see a new asset class growing rapidly, it raises questions. We need to pay attention to that, and maybe there might be a risk brewing there that we don't understand. So I've tried to dig into this, and a number of my colleagues around the Federal Reserve have been digging into this. I don't think we've reached any definitive conclusions, but I will share with you some of my own personal initial observations. One thing that I've learned is that to the extent that a loan activity is moving from a bank to a private credit vehicle, it seems like it's a less risky proposition for the financial system because banks are levered 10 to 1. Most private credit vehicles are either unlevered or levered 1 to 1, much lower leverage. And leverage is a key instrument of financial stability risk. And then second, the liquidity. Bank liquidity is real time or overnight liquidity. People can ask their money back at any time. Private credit vehicles, as I've understood it, tend to have much longer term liquidity. So on those two fundamental dimensions, and maturity transformation, that's how fast the liquidity is, and leverage, those are the two key instruments that end up leading to financial
All right, another low.
Kind of
7 more
sense.
points now, bro.
So
You're going to fill the
two
gap.
Key dimensions.
That's it. You got the hawkish comments and already made half of the
banks
move.
To private credit vehicles is actually de-risking for the financial system. I know banks are not going to be happy about me saying that, but that seems to be objectively true.
It's like yesterday, depending on how we bounce.
That I've heard
it's a lot like yesterday.
That pushes back against that narrative.
Except we didn't start as low.
That might be true if these loans were otherwise going to be made on bank balance sheets. What's happening today seems to be most of the private credit loans are funding buyouts at higher valuations than the banks would otherwise underwrite. So in that dimension, these loans, if there are a bunch of companies that are being bought at higher valuations with more leverage being enabled by private credit, then maybe those individual firms are a broader risk if there's an economic downturn. So as a financial stability matter, it seems like private credit is de-risking of the financial system. But as an economy matter, if you end up having a lot of companies that end up being bought at higher valuations with more leverage, then those companies could face more risk if there's any kind of downturn. So that's kind of a complicated answer, but it's actually a complicated topic. And everything I just said, even I don't have definitive views. I'm just sharing with you what I've learned along the way.
Let's just stay on the topic of banks, and it is the one-year
it's weird. Bonds are ramping.
Silicon Valley Bank.
Because again, the bonds already made the move. If anything, SPY should catch up. But now bonds are ahead of the SPY,
and do you expect to see more mergers
percentage-wise, Nasdaq and
I do expect to
Russell
see more
are
mergers.
almost there.
We have a financial
kind of a
system
trip.
where a handful of banks, the largest banks, are now objectively too big to fail.
Okay,
we saw
two more points to fill the gap.
Dynamic when Silicon Valley Bank got into trouble. And, I've been sounding the alarm about too big to fail for a long time. But even I did not appreciate that a bank as small as Silicon Valley Bank could be a systemic risk, could trigger a systemic risk for the banking system as a whole. And we saw a dynamic where corporate customers said, hey, I'm not sure if my bank is solidly too big to fail. Therefore, I want to move my money, my deposits, to one of those too big to fail banks to take away any risk that I might be facing. So the fact that some banks in America are clearly too big to fail, that status created a systemic risk for everybody else.
Actually, right above it.
So that was a new part, a new twist that even I had not appreciated before.
Dump hawkish.
So
We started dumping halfway, And then Kashkari's comments were just, he started saying one less rate cut. He said that before in the past, but then he just started saying, why would they cut rates? And bringing up questions. Again, he has talked about 2 rate cuts before. So it's not like that's new as much as it, but then so did, what's his name said that too.
Kind of economic downturn, I think Goolsbee said too. Crisis. So I do think that we will continue to see small banks merge to become mid-sized banks and mid-sized banks merge to become big banks. And that's an outcome of the regulatory system that we have today that has allowed some banks to be in this too big to fail category. And that's created an unlevel playing field for everybody else. So there's a giant tractor beam pulling people, needing them to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Are you ready for the Bitcoin questions?
I've gotten a lot of Bitcoin questions over the years, so you bet.
All right. How is the Fed gearing up to handle more?
All right. Gap is definitely filled now. SPY red.
I think we're just paying attention to it.
You filled the gap from yesterday, that 20 or so, 30 or so points. And now you're right back down a little bit lower.
Risk. I look at it right now more as a
you like ran and dumped around these levels yesterday. VIX is in the green. NASDAQ's still the only one green. Actually, Russell too.
That some people could be put in a lot of harm's way. And of course, there are thousands of these garbage coins that have been introduced. You can create Gen Coin, I can create Neil Coin, and we can go pump it up. The SEC is now cracking down on some of those schemes. So there's a lot of fraud. There's a lot of hype and confusion. So I'm worried from a consumer perspective more than I'm worried from a financial stability perspective.
So I shouldn't ask this next question, but I will. I came from a reader. When will the Fed put Bitcoin on its balance sheet? You've already said on record that you have an unlimited supply of dollars. Doesn't it make sense to trade some of them for a currency with a hard cap?
Yeah, what is that hard cap? I mean, the hard cap.
This sounds like a question from the chat.
It could go down to 0.
It's a good question, though. I'm glad. It's kind of refreshing to hear.
Just replace the words Bitcoin with Beanie Babies. Should the Fed buy Beanie Babies? Because Beanie Babies were a fad for a while, had no actual utility in the economy.
Breaking news, the Fed now owns the rarest Beanie Babies.
Owning and trading.
And an unlimited supply of money.
Has anybody actually bought anything with Bitcoin? And Bitcoin enthusiasts will say, oh, yes, I bought something. But I'm talking about in mainstream America. When
bonds are going vertical
talks,
here.
I always ask the audience,
which is weird because they led the move down.
Ever bought something with Bitcoin? A sandwich, a cell phone, a book. And nobody ever has. It's the only use case that I can come up with, except for the evangelists who contort themselves to try to find use cases. In the real world, the only use cases that I've seen are trying to subvert banking regulations. Get around either marijuana banking or illicit activities, et cetera. I don't think subverting banking regulations is a legitimate use case. And until, one other thing I'll say.
Bro, gold and silver? What the hell just happened
who are watching this right now are saying, oh, you're
a
Neanderthal.
Man, so gold popped
like,
on that too?
You'd say in 1994, nobody ever bought a book online. So
$3
Amazon
away from highs.
This is not Amazon.
Yeah, gold, silver, bond just caught a bid. I mean, a little bit more pain here.
For more than a decade.
It's kind of weird considering. I mean, you are red now and back to the lows of this couple-day range.
In a democracy, an advanced democracy.
And so how many years do you need
to test this out until there's going to be some usefulness other than the Bitcoin bros? It's like a religious revival for some folks. So my skepticism, unfortunately, has only grown.
I'm gonna ask you also about the dollar. What are your thoughts on the dollar?
Ultimately, what sets the reserve currency? It's the major economy around the world that investors around the world have the most confidence in. And right now, and for quite a while, investors around the world.
Do you believe it's still the reserve currency?
Oh, it's not even close. I mean, other countries can talk about it, but the economic fundamentals of America today and the outlook for America's economic fundamentals, it's an economy of one. Now, that could change. We could become less competitive in the future. And we have lots of challenges as a nation that and that your audience knows. But I wouldn't trade places with any other major economy in the world in terms of our competitive position today. That's ultimately what determines who has the reserve currency. Which major economy do investors think is the best place to invest over the next 5 years, the next 10 years, the next 20 years? And I would not bet against the United States.
Neil, at pensions and investments, we are
hear that?
focused on
All of you guys who
institutional
just bought
investors,
puts?
including the biggest pension
Literally,
funds,
someone just bought puts 30
foundations,
seconds
and
ago.
endowments,
Betting
and
against the
retirement
United States of
security.
America.
I wanted to get your thoughts on the retirement crisis that BlackRock's Larry Fink and other leading investors and economists have been warning about. Larry Fink came out with his widely
Why does Larry
read,
Fink support Disney
report letter.
and not Nelson?
He said, quote, maybe once a decade, the U.S. faces a problem so big and urgent that the government and corporate leaders stop business as usual. They step out of their silos and sit around the same table and find a solution. He says we need to do something similar for the retirement crisis. America needs an organized, high-level effort to ensure that future generations can live out their final years with dignity. What are your thoughts here? How do you respond?
Well, I read his letter, and he's right. I mean, obviously, there's good news underlying a lot of this, right? The good news is people are living longer. The good news is our scientists and our medical community continue to pioneer new techniques that help us lead healthier lives and can live longer. That's great. That obviously creates challenges. I mean, I think for a lot of folks, the answer is going to be people have to work longer. And they may not everybody may want to hear that, but if I'm able to live longer and be healthy and able to contribute to our economy, then it probably will fall on my shoulders to have to work longer in order to support myself in the livelihood that I'd like to live. I think the real challenge is going to be, are people living longer, but they don't have the ability to work, right? They're not healthy enough to work. They might have some other hardship that's preventing them from participating in the economy. And so that to me is the really hard public policy problem to solve. The other one is just going to come down to, I think Larry even said in his letter that, raising the retirement age is probably one of the things that should be under consideration. Even if they don't physically raise the retirement age, when somebody retires and they look at their accounts
this a lot, bro.
and they look at what they expect to get from Social Security, and they say, boy, I can't live on this.
They say AI,
they end up having to go back to work. And so that ends up being the default solution for people who have that ability to do it. And again, that's why, to me, the more acute crisis is, what do we do for the folks who are not able to do that? One other piece of good news is that with technology like we're using today, more people can do jobs from different locations. Maybe somebody who retires steps down from working 40 hours a week to working 30 or working 20. Maybe it's a different kind of job. I think we're finding that there are a lot of different ways that people can contribute to the economy and also, save money or earn money to make their own ends meet that weren't available 10 years ago. Just take Uber as an example. Most Uber drivers that I talk to say that this is a part-time job that supplements their income in their off hours. That's really cool, right? That's a way to supplement their income in a way that works around their schedule. These new pioneering ways of working, I think, is opening new avenues for people to continue to contribute to the economy, which will be part of the solution to the crisis that Larry talked about.
At P&I, we've spoken to a lot of institutional investors.
Damn,
what are your
Nike
thoughts
did drop
on
a little bit more.
Defined benefit plans, going back to DB plans?
I think it's I think ultimately that's a debate between employers and employees, and these pendulums tend to swing back and forth. And if the labor market continues to stay tight, and I hope it does, and workers continue to have a lot of power, then I think that becomes more attractive. I'll say this: the Federal Reserve has had a defined benefit plan. We have a 401k program. We have kind of a hybrid of both. And our younger employees, when we survey them, they don't find any value in the defined benefit plan because they don't plan on sticking around long enough that they're going to be collecting on it. And so it's a funny thing that people who've been in a job for 20, 25 years say, wow, this is really valuable. I'm so happy that I have this benefit. But a lot of workers who then join us, they'd say, well, I'm going to probably work someplace else in 5 years or in 10 years. And so that's not that important to me. I'd rather just have a higher paycheck today. So it's an interesting thing. I mean, ultimately, I don't think there's obvious one answer to this. I think that cohorts of people are different, and they have different priorities, and people's work expectations differ as they go through their journey of their life.
I want to go back to we talked about gold and the markets, and people are trying to figure out what's happening, if there's any correlation to our exploding GDP deficit, our deficit spending. Could you explain to us what you think is an appropriate debt to GDP level?
Well, that's a good question. It's a hard question, and it's an impossible question to answer. I'll give you an example. There's no question that America's debt to GDP is at very high levels relative to our history. By World War II, we had a big spike in debt to GDP for obvious reasons to fund the war. And then through growth, inflation, taxes, it was paid down. Inflation was part of the reason that it shrunk in the ensuing decades. And now we have very high debt to GDP again. What's interesting, I'm not advocating this, but an interesting data point is Japan has about twice as much debt to GDP, and they have very low inflation and very low interest rates. And so, if there's a magic number of what's too much, it's hard to know what that number is. And yet there are other economies, say Argentina, for example, or Greece, et cetera, which have had much lower levels of debt to GDP and run into trouble. So again, it comes back to the question of, when do investors around the world lose confidence? At what point do they lose confidence in an economy and in an economic system? By the way, we don't want to test that. We don't want to get to the point where investors are starting to lose confidence and saying, boy, I'd rather invest in Europe or I'd rather invest in China. There's no question we do have to get our fiscal house in order. If you look at the Congressional Budget Office's projections of where debt to GDP is going to go, absent any changes, they're obviously unsustainable levels. So somehow we have to find the political will to make those choices, but that's not for the Fed. That's for Congress and our elected leaders to ultimately make those calls.
Yeah,
all
man,
right, I know that we have to.
You got Mester comments, and then again, you're getting some more White House comments. U.S. will examine policy approaches. And again, oil
receiving from graduates who sent in
not crashing,
question.
but you gotta.
I mean,
we'll talk about this. This was like it's the same hawkishness. I think it caught us a little bit off guard, and then again a little bit of the overseas tensions at the same time mixed in with
from rocket scientists
weird
to
low volume movement day.
I went back to business school, so I done my bachelor's and master's in mechanical engineering. Worked in aerospace for a few years. My managers, I loved aerospace, by the way. I loved R&D. My managers were encouraging me to get my PhD in engineering. And I knew if I had done that, I would be dedicating my career to that engineering research. And as much as I loved it, I wasn't ready to make that type of a commitment. So I decided to go back to business school to explore business. I'd never taken any business classes. And one of the things I found as soon as I got to business school is everybody immediately was interviewing for banking or consulting. I didn't know what bankers did. I didn't know what consultants did. But they told me you have to pick something and start interviewing. So I started interviewing, and I found my way. I had a summer internship at Goldman Sachs in the tech group in California.
No respect at 5,200.
I was able to go back.
Dude, you're lower than yesterday morning
so
now.
Business school was how I made that pivot. I will say this.
So you're getting back into the lows of Tuesday. You still got like
engineering training much more than I use my MBA.
13-point, 10-point buffer
every day, because policymaking is about problem
you got
solving.
6 points.
You have a problem facing the
8190
society. You have certain tools. How do you use these tools?
White House process of providing U.S. military aid to Israel was not tied to Hamas conflict. I think it's some of the overseas stuff hitting right now too.
But it's the engineering.
I think it's one part Kashkari, another part again that phone call with Biden and Israel, and then all of these comments now
that I get to work with every day,
demanding that
here
they don't.
At the Fed. So I actually am a big advocate for engineering as a major. Even if somebody doesn't end up working in engineering.
Yeah, no, this is a big move already. It's over one. This is 1% top to bottom.
I'm not here to poo-poo the MBA. I'm glad I got my MBA as well, but my engineering has proven to be really valuable.
Yeah, and you're hired. That means all of the ISM yesterday. You've given up every single bit of that.
What advice would you give to someone looking to go into the public service?
You know, there are a lot of paths to public service that I was unaware of. So I didn't know anything about how Congress operates before I went to Washington.
Oh, another high in oil. Again, I think that's why oil is going nuts.
How they legislate and whatnot. But I didn't know that
oil's about to hit $87. Again, Brent went above 90.
Have professional staffs that support them, that dig deep into specific issues, that each member of Congress and each senator has their own staff. And there are lots of avenues. When you go and you meet with members of Congress or senators,
everything is kind of dumping.
Their staffs come from
again,
all over
even
the country.
Pfizer's down, Nike's dropping, MO, everything. Everything's cheap right now.
Some of them majored in economics.
Nvidia's selling off here. They're down 1.1 now.
I would just encourage anybody
again,
who's
Marvel,
that
went up 3 to down 1.
To go get a job in government.
Apple, too, that flipped. Remember, Apple was green. All of big tech was leading.
Committee to see how Congress works. There are a lot of those jobs up on Capitol Hill, and they're always looking for smart people who want to serve. And so I would just encourage you to go give it a try. Even if you did it for a few years and you concluded, hey, that wasn't for you, you can always go back to the private sector. If you want to go back to grad school afterwards, there are a lot of choices. I don't think you'll ever regret having spent a couple of years. You could go work at a Federal Reserve Bank. The 12 banks have internships. We have staffs as well.
Press briefing. We might want to listen to the press briefing.
If you start exploring,
this is a mix of like
see what it's like, and then figure
hawkish
out
Kashkari, even a little slightly hawkish Goolsbee.
I have a couple of questions
mixed in now with global tensions, and then just the natural, I think, momentum. Because half of this move, there wasn't any headlines.
Will lead to job loss.
But this has got pretty wild. Again, you moved over 1.3 now.
I think more likely. I think net, it'll more likely just lead to different jobs. The nature of technology development over human history has been one of certain sectors being revolutionized, those jobs going away and new jobs emerging.
Again, this is a big level, 5187. We've made some moves here.
I think about everything Silicon Valley says.
Anything lower, man. Dude, you hit 51. You hit a low of the week right there.
And again, if only 10% of it is right, that's still really good.
That little week there was the low of the week.
Why do you dismiss them?
Well, because 5 years ago, the best experts in Silicon Valley said it was completely obvious that self-driving cars were right around the corner, and it was completely obvious that all the long-haul truck drivers were doomed, and they all had to go back to school and become nurses. That forecast was 100% wrong.
Okay.
And so I'm not saying self-driving cars will never materialize, but these things are hard, and they tend to take a lot longer than the optimists think. And so I'm very excited that AI may have real potential. I hope it does. I hope it comes true. Much more likely scenario is it'll make people more productive in their current jobs. Maybe some very entry-level jobs will go away and they'll be replaced by different types of jobs. People have been predicting the end of labor for as long as people have been predicting that we're going to run out of food. And both of those predictions have been totally wrong throughout human history. So I continue to bet on the workers. Nature of jobs will continue to change.
I think bonds are moving a little bit on QT talks by Mester.
What's at the top?
Then again, maybe a little bit of the fear here. But bonds went from leading the way down or lagging on the day to now leading. That's insane.
Just
SPY about to hit another low again. This is near the low of the week, bro. This is actually quite a big deal.
To trend back down.
So again, this is the low you were at on Tuesday.
With the Fed. And then the other worry that we always have is, what is the thing we're not thinking of? We have teams of people at the Federal Reserve who are looking at scenarios of different shocks, as we call them, that could hit the global economy. And it's always the shock that we're not looking for that, ends up hitting us. And what is that shock that we're not seeing right now, even though we are trying, our eyes are wide open and we're looking everywhere we can? We get people contacting us all the time, online, in person, warning us about this and that and this and that. People are warning us about everything all the time. So it's like, well, which is the real thing? Like, most of those warnings are wrong. Most of those warnings are not coming true. So which is the needle in that haystack of nervousness that we get? And that's what I think it's ever present for us when we're in these types of roles, to try to catch it before it actually bites us. But so often they do bite us. And then the one good thing is, the Federal Reserve is has become very good at responding to crises and moving very quickly. And I think that's a good. I'm sad that we have to do it as often as we do, but I'm happy that we've come pretty good at it.
Neil, thank you so much for this illuminating conversation. I hope we can do LinkedIn Live again, or maybe LinkedIn Live in New York City.
LinkedIn Live.
Thank you so much.
I've never been on a LinkedIn Live.
All of the viewers out there. I'm Jennifer Blonde with Pensions and Investments. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Again, I think you have, I don't know if Mester's still live. We may want to tune in if this is still live. Let me explain real quick. I mean, this little dump, there was a couple of things that we were dumping without any real headlines. We were wrapping up listening to Fed Goolsbee. Market was moving, then it started giving up a little bit, but then Goolsbee, there were some follow-up comments around his rate hikes, and then Kashkari, he came in and it was like 3 or 4 back-to-back hawkish comments, one of them being how he only has 2 rate cuts, and then he was even talking about why if inflation just stays sticky, they wouldn't cut at all, and that was taken hawkish, but the thing you got to remember, your boy Kashkari, he's already said these statements before, or he said at least the 2 rate cuts before. And then in the middle of that, you had, like, it was also while we were dropping here, Biden wrapped up a call with Netanyahu regarding, like, Gaza. And then after the call, Netanyahu made statements, and then Biden made statements. And then Biden says he calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. And then now people are talking like Iran stuff and issues with Israel, and then oil and gold started taking off. So it's a mix of global tension headlines as well as hawkish Fed, I would say, that are hitting at the same time that caused this little fiasco. And it's pretty big. It's almost, again, we were up 1.1, 1.3, I think, on the NASDAQ. And now it went negative. SPY was just about 1%. And then now it's negative about a quarter. So pretty big deal, but
focused on today.
Let's see what the press briefing has.
These operations are being prosecuted.
Because I do think some of the politics got. I mean, just look at oil.
Civilian aid workers and innocent Gazans.
And then Xi reportedly told President Biden during their summit in San Francisco that Beijing plans to reunify Taiwan with mainland China. Did the Chinese leader bring up similar sentiment in their call the other day? And if so, what was President Biden's response?
I would certainly, Taiwan came up in the context of the call. There's not a single discussion that we don't have with senior leaders in the PRC where we don't talk about Taiwan. Of course it came up. I won't characterize President Xi's comments, but I can tell you that President Biden was very, very clear that nothing's changed about our one China policy. We don't support independence for Taiwan, but we also don't want to see the status quo changed in a unilateral way, and certainly not by force.
Okay, a couple more. Go ahead, Jared. I know you said that Rafah wasn't the point of this conversation and it wasn't discussed a lot. Does that mean that that is still sort of a separate issue that's going to be sort of an ongoing discussion between U.S. and Israeli officials?
I don't know if I'd call it separate. It wasn't a focus of this call. The call was, as I answered to MJ, it was really about the humanitarian situation and changes we need to see. But we look forward to having another conversation with Israeli counterparts in coming days, hopefully in a week or so, on Rafah specifically. And we hope this next one will be in person, but we'll have more to say about that as we get closer to it.
So an operation in Rafah would not sort of run counter to these new conditions that the president laid out to the president?
I didn't say that at all. I mean, one of the big concerns about a ground operation in Rafah that we've expressed is the damage it could do, the death and destruction it could render to the 1.5 million Gazans that are seeking refuge there. So, again, today's call was really focused on humanitarian assistance, civilian casualties, and that includes humanitarian aid workers. You can't talk about Rafah and the possibility of operations going after those Hamas battalions in Rafah without also talking about the humanitarian situation down there, which is dire.
Yeah, Brian.
Thanks a lot, Admiral. Does President Biden agree with Donald Trump that Israel's war against Hamas is taking a long time?
I'm not going to compare the president's views to Mr. Trump. I think you can understand. I need to stay out of that. All I would tell you is we have expressed our concerns about the manner in which operations are being conducted, and the speed and the energy with which we want to see changes to the way those operations are being conducted. And I think I'd leave it at that.
Does the president think that Israel's war against Hamas is taking too long?
The president believes that they have a right to go after the Hamas threat, which is still viable. And the president made it clear again today that we support, and we will continue to support, not just philosophically, but tangibly, Israel's right to defend itself against a range of threats, and certainly that includes this fight against Hamas. But again, I want to reiterate what I said earlier. It's not just the threat of Hamas that Israel's facing. They are facing broader threats throughout the region, including directly and publicly from Iran.
Peter. John, a follow-up on that first. Did the CIA warn Israel, or did President Biden warn Netanyahu today about an Iranian plan to attack inside Israel within 48 hours.
I'm not going to talk about intelligence matters, Peter. I think you can understand. But they did talk about a very public and very viable, real threat by Iran to Israel's security. And I think I need to leave it at that. It's really as far as I can go.
On October 7th, President Biden said, "My administration's support for Israel's security is rock solid and unwavering." That is not true anymore, correct?
No, it is true. Still true today.
How is his support unwavering, but you're also reconsidering policy choices?
Both can be true.
They cannot be true. They're completely different things.
No. I'm sorry.
He is wavering.
No, come on.
How is he not wavering?
Come on now. As I said, and as it says in that readout, we made clear, and he made it clear to the Prime Minister in his call, that our support for Israel's self-defense remains ironclad. They face a range of threats, and the United States isn't going to walk away from helping Israel defend itself. That said, you can say all that, and you can act on that, and you can believe that, and the president does, and still believe that the manner in which they're defending themselves against the Hamas threat needs to change. And that is the conversation that we had today. But both things are true. Our support is ironclad and consistent. It's not gonna stop. It's not gonna waver. But will there perhaps be some policy changes we might have to make if we don't see policy changes out of Israel? Yes.
How is that unwavering? It sounds like you guys are trying to have it both ways here.
No, I don't know that I can.
But we are going to make all these changes because we don't support Israel.
I didn't say we're going to make changes. I said we need to see how Israel responds to the humanitarian crises in Gaza and how they respond to the protection of aid workers. I think we can all agree. I think you would agree. You don't want to see innocent civilians killed or targeted, do you? You don't want to see Gazans starve. You don't want to see famine in Gaza, do you? Of course not.
But you're the policymaker, and you're talking about policy changes. That is not what you were talking about on October 7th.
Because
when
things have
solid and unwavering.
On October 7th, there wasn't near famine in Gaza. On October 7th, there wasn't a diminution of trucks getting into Gaza. On October 7th, we didn't see thousands and thousands of innocent people killed. I mean, I could go on and on. We're talking about a conflict now which is dang near at 6 months here. This weekend, 6 months. And it has changed over time. And what the president's message today was, we need to see some changes in the way
New low of the day, new low of the week, 5181.
That's what two good friends and allies can discuss.
I don't know where the next spot is.
This isn't about changing our support to Israel or the security of the Israeli state.
Yeah, like 5174.
I just have to take issue with the
77 to 70, 71.
Where is President Biden?
So you got a little baby range here. There's a lot of support actually in between.
Talk about how angry he is or frustrated he is about the high cost of insulin. He comes out and gives an impassioned speech. Where is he on any of this?
He's been talking about this. He's been issuing statements on this.
In private?
No, that statement, last I looked, was public.
But where is he? Why isn't he here right now?
I'm sure you'll continue to hear from the president about this and many other national security issues.
All right, we got to wrap it up. Go ahead. Thanks. Can you share anything about White House views on the upcoming UN Security Council resolution to prohibit nuclear weapons in space, which is scheduled to vote as soon as Friday?
Yeah, actually I can. And if you don't mind, I do have some notes. I want to make sure that I get this right. But I think last month, Ambassador Thomas Greenfield announced that the United States and Japan would put forward a Security Council resolution calling on all countries not to deploy nuclear weapons in space or to develop nuclear weapons specifically designed to be placed in orbit around the Earth. And we will be bringing this resolution to a vote in New York early next week. Now, the vote should be straightforward. The Outer Space Treaty, which has been signed by more than 130 countries, including Russia, PRC, and of course the United States, prohibits the deployment of, quote, nuclear weapons or other kinds of weapons of mass destruction, end quote, in orbit, period. Now, we have heard President Putin say that Russia has no intention of deploying nuclear weapons in space. So we look forward to Russia voting in favor of this resolution. There should be no reason why not to. And if they do, then I think that should open up some really legitimate questions to Mr. Putin about what his intentions really are.
SB, you have the last question.
Admiral, could you clarify on the
Perigo,
the
PRGO,
ceasefire language
Perigo.
that the president used in
Again,
the
they've been tied to some of the
says that
abortion stuff, but big pop on
that
Perigo.
There should be a ceasefire. And then the next, after a comma, it's he urged Prime Minister and empower negotiators to conclude a deal without delay. So are the two tied together, or is he saying ceasefire right now, and then the other thing later? I mean, how immediate is immediate?
I can't really improve upon the president's language. We want to see a pause in the fighting. We want to see a
Many
ceasefire
to
immediately.
cover Perigo's oat pill.
So that
All right, I grabbed I grabbed one of the 35s for 15 cents.
Create a
just in
set
case
of conditions
it goes
where
crazy.
aid
But I don't know.
organizations
You need a
feel
pretty. That's on
better
the weekly. You need a decent pop.
about operating inside Gaza, because as we've already seen,
I don't think that news is as good, but that's a
attack on
huge pop
the
in this
WCK,
environment.
Workers that some aid
That's all. I thought that was
going to
be like a buyout news or
so
something.
we want to see that immediate ceasefire in place. We also, of course, as we've said many times,
35 on
I
Perigo.
think that could also provide a window here to get the hostages out.
Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was it an ultimatum? Was it an ultimatum?
All right. Thank you so much, Admiral.
That's great.
A lot of screaming.
Either before the call or after the call, has the White House briefed lawmakers on Capitol Hill about this potential change in U.S. policy? What is at stake here?
Well, look, I think the Admiral made it very clear. We are giving the Israeli government an opportunity to deal with something that is pretty serious. Humanitarian aid workers who are, we saw this week being killed. I think we talked about, we've seen that more than 200 humanitarian aid workers in the past several months. And so that needs to stop.
We're still at the lows.
And so
I mean,
we're giving the Israeli
look
government,
out for
as you heard from
anything.
my
Again, this
colleague,
Israel
come up with some,
call with
some ways,
Biden.
some,
I mean, there were some
some
tensions and
measures here,
updates there.
on how to
That is
avoid
half
that.
of
We have to
half
keep,
of the drop that we're dealing with here.
Civilians safe. We have to keep humanitarian workers safe. And so I don't want to get ahead of that. We're always having conversation, always in contact with congressional members. I don't have a readout of outreach that was done right after the call. Obviously, the call ended not too long ago, and so don't want to get ahead of that. But I think in that readout, the president made it very clear where he stands in this moment. He made it very clear after the horrific, what happened to the horrific events of seven, brave people doing heroic work. What happened to them? He put out a very strong statement. So I think the president has been very clear. He's outraged. He's heartbroken, and this needs to stop. We need to protect civilian lives. That's why he's having. That's why his team is having conversations with the Israeli government on Rafah operations and what that's going to look like. They're having a reasonable debate back and forth and talking about that. We're hoping, we expect that to happen in person very shortly. And so the president has been very clear. We got to protect civilian lives. We have to protect humanitarian aid workers.
Told the Uber driver
and those
to say what's
conversations
up.
certainly are going to continue.
Tell him like the video.
Yesterday, whether the president's conversation with
Come
the
get long
doctor
time.
who'd been in Gaza on Tuesday was his first interaction with somebody who'd been on the ground in Gaza since the war began. I was hoping you might have you have to give us an answer on that.
So a couple of things. I did have a moment to look into that. And so, as you know, the president and his senior team have been pretty actively honoring their commitment he made in continuing that ongoing engagement with communities directly, obviously impacted by the conflict in Gaza. And he did that by hosting community leaders just this week, but also you've seen the senior White House officials going to Michigan, going to Illinois, and continuing those conversations over the past several months. Look, and we believe that by going across the country and hearing directly from community leaders in numerous states, that we are keeping that ongoing commitment. And so, look, there were three doctors who recently returned from Gaza who participated in the meeting this week, and they shared their firsthand experience with President Biden. And so we can say that there were three doctors. We're trying to be really respectful and keeping the privacy of those who are attending these very private meetings. But I am able to share
Bonds
there
still
were at
going
least
up?
three doctors who have had
Very weird,
the
man.
firsthand
Bonds they look
experience
like they
gone to
ripped all
Gaza,
day
and
today
they were
comparatively.
able,
When you just look
to
at
share,
the change of the day.
to share their
Shit.
firsthand experience
interference with the president.
Yeah, I have
so can
LMT
share
up.
that,
This is
but I
part of
also
that
wanna be
global
really
tension.
careful
I mean,
because we do want to
this
keep
doesn't
our
move like
commitment
this
in
with
keeping
without
these
it.
conversations private, and that includes the attendees.
That was the first time that the president has interacted with anybody who'd been on the ground. Correct?
So what I can say is, I have not checked in on that, right? I want to be really curious. No, but I think 3 doctors coming to the meeting yesterday, and laying out their first account, I think that's important, right? So we were able to share that information with you. 3 doctors who've been in Gaza, and it were shared directly with the president, what they have seen on the ground. That matters, right? It's so, want to be very clear about that. Look, we are going to continue to keep our commitment in hearing from folks in the communities who have been directly affected by this. That's been our commitment from very early on. We understand how painful this is for many. We understand how important it is to hear directly from Americans. This is what the president wants to do. He's a president for all Americans. He has said that continuously on any issue. And on this issue, it is important to do that as well.
And then yesterday you got a question that the president had been briefed on this avian flu outbreak. Wondering, is the president going to designate any sort of coordinator at the White House or federal government to manage this?
So I'm glad that you asked that question because we do have a couple things to share with all of you. The president
and
has
then
been
SPY
very,
coming a little lower. I mean, what,
well.
8 minutes till power
Look, the
hour?
health and safety of
Again,
American
defense
public
still
is
running.
very
That
serious. We
Parago's
take that
coming
very
down.
seriously.
I don't know,
Our
the
top
play's still
priority,
up, but
obviously,
I'm
is to
surprised.
keep communities healthy, safe, and informed. What we
Why
were
does
able
Chad
to do,
hate this
is,
lady
the
so
White
much? I
House
don't know,
immediately,
man.
The White House stood up a response team with relevant agencies like the CDC,
I wonder,
FDA,
why you just,
USDA,
if this is
to
your
ensure
first
that we are
time,
doing
you're probably like,
everything in
why
our
is,
power to
what did
ensure
this
we keep
lady do to
communities
you?
healthy, safe, and informed, ensure that our nation's food supply remains safe, and monitor any and all trends to mitigate risk and prevent the spread of avian flu. We are also in regular touch with those relevant agencies and receiving daily updates because, again, we take that very seriously. And this is an issue when you think about the avian flu. This is public experts, health experts, and agencies have been preparing for this for decades, for 20 years now. And so we have invested the ability to test, the ability to prevent, and to treat. And so as CDC said themselves, right now the risk to human health from this outbreak is low, but we want to keep it that way, which is why we set up this immediate response team. And so we're going to monitor, continue to monitor
They say, cut it.
all relevant.
No, skirt.
And we want to make sure that we keep all Americans safe. Thank you for the question. I think it's important. Go ahead, MJ.
Karine, if Speaker Johnson were to put some form of Ukraine aid on the floor and a lawmaker, say a Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, then moves to oust him, would the White House, would the president support Democrats working to keep him as Speaker?
So we've always been very, very careful when it comes to leadership, and we have always said when it comes to picking the Speaker, picking the leader in the Senate, we want to let Congress deal with that. We want, in this case, it's something that House Republicans have to decide on. That's something that Leader Jeffries and his caucus have to decide on. We are not going to weigh in on that. We've been very consistent over the past 3 years, and we stand by that.
Any recent contact with the Speaker's office that you could read out?
I don't have anything to read out to you at this time. Obviously, our Office of Leg Affairs is in constant communication with congressional members on the Hill. And I do want to just say, and we've been pretty consistent about this, when it comes to the National Security Supplemental, that it includes all important Ukrainian aid. We believe that there continues to be bipartisan support in Congress. The Speaker needs to put that on the floor. He needs to make sure that he gives House members an opportunity to vote for that. We believe it would get overwhelming support. And we have to remember, there are lives at stake. They're alive at stake here in Ukraine. The brave people of Ukraine need the assistance.
Bro, another one, 5170, bro. So again, this is the top end of the range. The next part's like 5177 to 5170 flat. And then at that point, I mean, you start to get a little, I guess you've never filled this gap, 5117. Mr. John 117.
Put it out on the floor. The Speaker
Damn,
needs
still
to do
flushing
that.
more. Again, no
Let
headlines.
Congressional members vote on
Houthi
it. We
leaders,
think it'll get overwhelming support.
37 killed,
coming out of
30
the Senate
wounded
for
in
that
airstrikes
national
conducted
security
by
supplemental.
U.S. and UK and Yemen in 3 months ago. And then bonds, bro. It's kind of wild. It's a big day. It doesn't look like much, but remember, we were up a lot.
Jose Andres in his interview with Reuters.
He's aware. He's aware. He's been briefed, and he's aware by the comments. Look, You saw the president. We put that in his statement. Obviously, we made sure that it was in his statement how he felt about his relationship, his friendship with Chef Andres. He considers him a friend. He sees him as a hero in everything that he has done, not just in Gaza, but across the globe, in feeding people who are in need, the humanitarian assistance that he provides. We have said the op-ed that he wrote is incredibly powerful. That the first couple of words out of his statement yesterday was outrage and heartbroken. 7 people died. Outrage and heartbroken.
Was he concerned about the discrepancy, though, between how Chef Andres described a deliberate attack on his workers versus what the White House and Israel have said in terms of describing that attack?
Look, there's an ongoing investigation. We're going to let that investigation move forward. And we certainly, I think we all can understand how heartbroken Chef Jose Andres is at this moment. We understand that. We are mourning with him. We are mourning with the families that lost their loved ones, so we can be sensitive to that. But as it relates to making any declarative statement, we have to make sure that this investigation moves forward, and it is, and we will see where that takes us. Okay, Nancy.
Thanks, Corinne. The parents of Jacob Flickinger, who's the American citizen who was killed in the World Central Kitchen strike. They said this morning they haven't heard from anyone in the U.S. government except for that first day when they got a notification from the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. Does the president or anyone else at the White House plan to reach out to them?
So, don't have a readout for you at this time. Look, we've been always very clear about this, that our hearts, and I just said this to Jeff, our hearts go out to the families. It is tragic. We send our deepest condolences, obviously, to the family of Jacob. And, he and the World Central Kitchen workers were doing heroic work, as I just mentioned. And what happened on the ground as they were doing that heroic work in Gaza is tragic. It's devastating. It's heartbreaking. And we just don't have any additional calls to read out right now. I expect members of the administration to be in touch with the family to express our condolences directly. Just don't have anything to read out at this time. But obviously, our hearts go out to all the families who lost someone they loved.
And several Democrats are now calling for an independent investigation into what happened here. Is the White House open to changing its position on this?
We're going to let the Israeli government do their investigation and see where that takes us. I don't want to get ahead of that. They're doing an investigation. We have said we want it to be comprehensive. We want it to be make sure that it has accountability. We want it to be swift, obviously, and we want it to be public. So don't want to get ahead of that. Let that process move forward, and we'll see where we are from there. Okay.
Thanks, Corinne. So yesterday, John Kirby said that the U.S. would not consider a shift in their policy towards Israel until they finished their review of the World Central Kitchen strike. And just now, he said that the U.S. may consider a change if they don't make changes in Gaza within hours and days. So where's that shift coming?
I think we're talking about the conversation that happened today with the president. As we have said, it was very direct, it was productive, it was professional, 30-minute conversation, and it was based on humanitarian
It's about to hit a low,
aid,
but it's still up 2.
Workers,
I was like, no way that
really
turns red.
Protecting civilians.
Again, big tech move. It was up 1.3.
And what we have said,
so top to bottom, that's almost a 2% move. This is huge now. Again, you're breaking a new low of the week. Mix of hawkishness
and so
plus global tensions is hitting all across the board.
The president laid out in the statement that we put out. You heard that from Secretary Blinken today, and I think that's the way that we want to make sure that we're be very clear about that. We want to see measurable changes to how humanitarian aid.
Bro, this is again. You've already gotten through the 70s now.
And that's the changes that we want to see the Israeli government present. That's what he was talking about in the days to come.
Yeah, so 5161.
Sure.
Yesterday,
and this close over
Benny
here,
Gantz,
5157,
minister called
the 5150, and then 5118, and then 5125 probably.
Where does the White House stand?
We're not gonna get
kind of crazy.
in the Israeli government or any government's elections. That is something for them to decide on. It's not coming from here.
I have a question about electric vehicles. Ford said today it's delaying production on an electric SUV. Tesla earlier this week said that its sales are plunging. Do these types of developments make
I don't think
the
Tesla said that,
rethink their EV policy?
No, not at all. Look,
And Tesla
you
said
know,
they're doing
when it comes to
the
EV
worst
sales,
ever.
they're reaching record highs. EVs are more affordable than ever, and that's because of the work that this administration has done. Last year, EV sales surpassed 1 million for the first time ever. That's a 50% increase. That matters. Under President Biden, EV sales have more than quadrupled. Sales of hybrids and EVs are now a record high of 18% of all light-duty vehicle sales. Average price of an EV is down 20% from just a year ago, just 1 year ago. So we believe that this is part of, well, I should say, the president has always said that he wants to make sure we do everything that we can to lower cost, lower prices. This is part of that, and also do everything that we can to deal with a climate crisis, and this is part of that.
So is it realistic to go from about 7 or 8% of sales to 50% of sales in 8 years if the automakers themselves are cutting back on production?
We believe, and we've seen that U.S. manufacturing jobs have increased. Jobs have indeed increased. And when you see a boom like this, that means you need auto workers, right? It can't happen on its own. And so we believe this is working. We believe this is part of what the president has promised. And we want to see a manufacturing industry that's for the future of this country. And that's what we're seeing. And that's what the president's working towards.
Question about yesterday's call with President Xi. If President Biden is concerned enough about TikTok to bring it up on a call with the president of China, why is he and why is the vice president, why are they still making videos for TikTok?
That's coming out of the campaign, so I would refer you to the wait, that's, I understand. It is the campaign's decision. I would refer you to the campaign. We have been very clear. We are not trying to ban TikTok. We're not trying to ban TikTok. We're talking about a divestment. You heard that from the National Security Advisor when he's been here a couple times at the podium speaking to TikTok and the legislation and how we're trying to move forward. It is a platform that we really need to take seriously here. We're talking about our national security. And so we've talked about not banning, divesting. Not banning, divesting. So we want to be very clear about that. Go ahead, Karen.
There's a report from Bloomberg that the White House, specifically Jeff Zients and Will Brainard, are calling major Baltimore employers, including Amazon and Home Depot, encouraging them to not cut jobs in the wake of the bridge collapse. Can you confirm that that outreach is happening and other outreach like that, and what is the message from the administration to those big companies?
So a couple of things that, and I think I've read this out before, that we have been doing as it relates to supply chain and the potential economic impact. The President's Supply Chain Distribution Task Force has convened multiple times at this point to analyze the impact of supply chain, which has so far been manageable, which is important. The task force worked with railroads to set up new service lines and with ports and ocean carriers to divert vessels. The SBA, the Small Business Administration, has made low-interest disaster loan assistance available to eligible businesses and set up business recovery centers to help on the ground. As it relates to your question about the Chief of Staff Zients and other senior White House officials, they have called major employers in the Baltimore area, including retail chains and distributors, to encourage them to retain workers. So we wanted to make sure that we're having those important conversations for the people of Baltimore, obviously. They're also working with SBA to reach out to small businesses and are in touch with local unions alongside the Labor Department as well. So we're going to do everything we can to have these conversations with stakeholders so that we can identify any and address any potential disruptions. And so if anything, this should show that this is an administration that's being active and we're being proactive, obviously, in trying to make sure that we deal with any potential economic impact. Right now, as I said at the top, we see this being manageable, and this is why these conversations are critical with stakeholders at this point.
Will the President have any update tomorrow for state and local officials about Congress moving forward on the funding package?
So I'm not going to get ahead of the president. He, as you know, he's going to be there on the ground. We'll certainly have more to share later tonight. As I mentioned at the top, he's going to have have an opportunity to engage with family members. We lost, as you know, we lost lives on that night, and the president, as he does, and he understands what it means for people to have loss, he'll be there for those families, just like he'll certainly be there for the people of Baltimore.
Yeah. Thanks, Corinne. I had a question about the state dinner next week. But I saw the White House announce today the dinner itself is going to be held in the East Room. And I was just curious, the last state dinner was held on a tent on the South Lawn.
Yeah.
Was the East Room chosen out of concern that protesters who have been coming after the president might be shouting out past the South Lawn? And
Not at all.
ruining the atmosphere?
It's not the first state dinner that's been held in the East Room. I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, South Korea was held in the East Room. So I wouldn't read too much into it. Okay, I'm going to take one more.
It's been a while, Korean.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you calling.
I have thoughts, but I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself.
Thank you very much.
No, go ahead. No, you are correct. It's been a while, so go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you about press freedom and then about a significant White House personnel matter. About press freedom, our government appears to be closer to potentially extraditing Julie and Assange.
I mean, it's starting to. They're not answering. I mean, the beginning of this, when Blinken was talking, or Kirby, there was a little bit more. I mean, we're still hugging the lows, though. Remember, half of it geopolitical, other half
on the pending federal press shield legislation that passed the House, and that Senator Schumer told me he hopes reaches President Biden's desk this year.
You're talking about the Press Acts more specifically. Yes. Look, and I've said this many times. I said this last week, where journalism is not a crime. We've been very clear about that. And as it relates to this particular legislation, I haven't reviewed it, would have to talk to our Office of Leg Affairs on that particular legislation. But I do want to say, back in October of 2022, the Justice Department codified a policy to ban subpoenas of journalist records. The president strongly supports the right of free and independent press. That is something that the president talked about when he was at the Gridiron. The president talked about this at the last White House Correspondents' Dinner. He's been very consistent about this, and I'll just quote him for a second. A free press is a pillar of any free society, and while we may not always agree with certain coverage or admire it, we do admire the courage of the free press. Journalism, again, is not a crime.
Before moving on, just to confirm, no stance yet on the Press Act that you're aware of, and the Assange matter, is there concern about that?
You know, I don't have much more to share besides what I just laid out here, so I'll just leave it as what I just stated to you.
Been in prison 5 years.
I understand. I heard the question. I'm just not going to go beyond from what I just stated.
On the personal matter, I'd like to ask you about my reporting on Anthony Bernal, who is one of the most powerful figures in this White House. The First Lady reportedly refers to him as her work husband. 3 former colleagues have made allegations of sexual harassment against him, building on prior reports of bullying.
I'm just saying, Biden, me personally.
I've worked with you. I think you'd find them credible.
Girlfriend have no work
Chief of Staff
husband.
Science issued a statement dismissing the allegations as unfounded attacks without even investigating them, which my sources say they're alarmed about because they say chill sexual harassment and bullying reports. How can the White House potentially possibly justify not investigating these allegations when the president says he will fire
a couple
people?
things. I don't know who your sources are, so I can't.
I don't know who you're talking
with all due
about.
respect, I can't speak to that, right? I just don't. I mean,
Okay, there it is.
They're blind sources. I can't speak to
What
that.
the fuck you're talking
what I can
about.
speak to
It's always a good
is you
one.
saw a statement from our
Always
Chief
a
of
good
Staff,
one.
Jeffrey Zients, saying they are unfounded. You saw a very strong statement from Anthony himself. It was obviously in your reporting, and he said the same. And I cannot speak to personnel investigations here or anything like that. That is not something I will ever speak to. And I'm not saying there is one. I'm just saying that I will never.
That was a
I cannot
crazy
speak to
ass
that, and
question.
That's not something I can do. But hold on. I have known Anthony for some time now. I've known him for more than a decade. I've worked closely with him. And I consider him a friend, but also a colleague that I respect. And that's basically what you also heard from Jeffrey Zients. I just don't have anything else to share beyond your reporting.
Because the president said he will fire people for disrespecting colleagues, and there's no investigation.
I just said to you that they have said themselves, Jeffrey Zients and also Anthony Bernal, that they are unfounded. I can't speak to your sources. Those are your sources to speak to. I cannot. But no.
Special status come from the First Lady shielding him, as some sources
I've
believe?
answered the question. Anthony Bernal spoke for himself. You heard from our chief of staff. I
thought you don't know who he
and
is.
Gave your publication a statement.
You pronounce
obviously,
his name very
and
well.
You've heard from me. I don't have it. I don't have anything else to share.
Sexual harassment.
I don't have anything else to share on that. So we don't end in that way. Go ahead, Brian.
I guess
Talk to
I
me,
want to
Brian.
just clean up something that you've spoken to today. Would you categorize the conversation with Netanyahu that we've been told about all day long? Was it an ultimatum? Did we deliver an ultimatum to
No,
him?
I mean, look,
was it a shot across
That's a
the
good
bow?
question to end it on.
It was a
Especially
direct
for the market right now. Yeah, VIX did go
It was
nuts.
an honest conversation. It lasted 30 minutes, as you heard from my colleague. And we have said this many times before. You've heard this from us. You've heard this from the president himself. The prime minister and this president have known each other for decades, and because they have known each other for some time,
We'll talk about this. There's a couple of reasons why we're down.
To have a direct
There's a
and
lot
honest
that just happened in the last
and
hour and a half.
After what we saw,
And it is power hour now.
especially with seven lives taken who were part of the World Central Kitchen workers, right? Who were doing heroic acts, providing humanitarian aid. After what we saw, and you heard from the president, he was outraged. He was heartbroken. He wanted to have this direct conversation on how to keep humanitarian aid workers safe, protected, and also civilians, innocent civilians. And that conversation has been happening for some time. And so on protecting innocent civilian lives. I mean, that's one of the reasons, as I stated moments ago, why he wanted to make sure that his team and the Prime Minister's team came together to talk about their potential Rafah operations, because he believes that we need to protect civilian lives, and a major military operation was not the way to go. Understanding that there are Hamas operatives in Rafah, but we have to make sure that we protect innocent lives here. So they had a very direct conversation. That is because they've known each other for many decades. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. We'll see you. Hopefully we'll see some of you in Baltimore tomorrow.
They're going to Baltimore. Even then, there's a Chad who works around the area. He said that his CEO, Biden, called his CEO about Baltimore. So, wow. Hey, that guy, let me call him. You should give me your CEO's number. Let me call him. And I'm like, hey, what's up, buddy? I'm just messing with you. I'm not really Joe. They call me. I don't even know what they call me. They call me Yoey B. I'll call it what you want, man. Either a cattle. Not cattle, but cattle. CADL. This thing's up 200%. SPY near the lows, man. Low of the day, low of the week. I don't know how you guys feel about all of this. That kind of escalated very quickly, man. It wasn't too long ago. So a lot of you were just asking what happened here. So we started dumping. I mean, we were dumping prior. There's a couple of things that were happening at the same time. We were wrapping up listening to Goolsbee, and then one of the Fed speakers, he got a little bit hawkish. There was like some comments there, but then it was Neil Kashkari's comments. He started getting hawkish, reiterating less rate cuts like he has before, but then talking about the need to not even cut rates, and it came out pretty hawkish. And then at the same time as all of this, we started flushing as these comments were hitting. There was tensions over that phone call with Biden and Netanyahu, and then Biden made comments kind of like an ultimatum towards a ceasefire. Then people talking about Iran and other tensions, and gold and oil started ripping, and then we just started flushing. We gave back, filled the gap, broke the levels of the other day, and then before you know it, man, all of this, one thing led to another. I mean, we were at the lows of the week, and that's literally where we're hovering right now, 5170, 5177. That'll be its own little range. Anything below here, I mean, it gets very interesting. But that's what happened here in the last, 10:30 to 12 hour and a half, I'd say. It was crazy. So a mix of geopolitics and a mix of hawkish Fed would be the way I could say it in one sentence above all else. 90-point day. It was big, top to bottom, man. That's almost 2%. 1.8 on the SPY. I think over 2% on the NASDAQ. They don't play around, bro. They don't play around. Mm-hmm. Up. 505, easy bet next week. 505. Well, don't forget, what is there you got to keep in mind? Anybody? It's easy. It's easy. This ain't even like, this is when the teacher give you the easy. It's not a trick question. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, no matter, it's not a trick question. I promise. Easy. Not the damn eclipse, bro. Why the eclipse matter? The eclipse, you know, man, I told you I worked out and I'll be like putting up the TikTok. You know how many damn eclipse conspiracy videos I've seen? It's because I watched damn one of them, and then I got 17 of them, and then because I kept laughing at the first one. Yeah, man, clandestine operation. What the fuck? That's too many words. Were you like, what did he say? What was the new word? Tributary, truancy. I don't know what he said. Yeah, man, non-farms are tomorrow. You guys knew it. Not a trick question, easy one. So you have the non-farms tomorrow morning. So whatever you're planning for next week, I mean, you got to deal with the final boss for tomorrow. And I don't even know if I'd call that the final boss. I would say the final boss is the CPI on Wednesday. So you got Friday, then 2 days, and then boom, CPI, jobs, then inflation, and then boom, next week, earnings, and then pow. And then the market hitting a new low of the day, new low of the week, 51.64. I think, again, 51.61 was it? It's one of these levels. Oh, no, is this the level? No, 51.57. That's like our next level, then 51.50. And then you're going to start looking at like 51.25 and then the next 5100 gap, which has not been filled. Again, this is all since Powell, correct? Oh, I believe so. Pre-non-farm, well, it's interesting because, I mean, all of the jobs data leading into this was hot. The only thing you had yesterday was the prices on ISM dropping. Everything else was generally hot. Again, Powell reassured us. The rates stabilized. That's what calmed us down here a little bit in the morning. But I don't know if people are too worried about a hot jobs report as much as, again, I mean, global tensions mixed in with these Fed speakers kind of ignoring recent data but still changing their mind, more or less, again, as evidenced by Kashkari and the rest of the gang. So you never know. How's ISM service prices different than services in the CPI? Are they different? Just measured differently. You know, just a different system of sampling. CF Industries popping red to green, kind of painting the high ticker. CF, I don't know if we're late on that. That one's moving. SPY still near the low. CF popping. USDA reports export data. Agriculture. CF Holdings. They're moving up here. That's the only thing on the high. Everything else is red. The Fed's not as data dependent, but we're getting, data dependent reactions in a weird way. I don't know. Or they're moving no matter what the data says. And that's where kind of the market. That's why I'm like, I don't know if we're as jittery. CF, another big pop. 1% on that one. CF industry reader interest option volume high. Maybe they have an event. I don't know. I think there is data at the end of the week that comes out. But other than that, I mean, lately we have made very big moves heading into power. I mean, like around 3:30 or right before. Today we started a little earlier, and I mean, this one just got big. So, I mean, you never know. Remember, bonds led the way down today. Now they're leading somehow, which they were trailing far behind in the morning. But just watch out. They bounce. Maybe if there is any leading in there, maybe markets get a little bit of upside. I mean, VWAP's a lot higher. Only problem, volume. Actually, volume picked up. It was a lot lower earlier. You're at 64 million right now. But 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left. A little longer. 39. This is all in preparation for the data tomorrow. You woke up to green, now this. Well, that's what we were just talking about. I don't know. There's obviously some jitters to the data, but I just think you're also kind of getting, you know, the market was a little bit weaker earlier. We were just worried about rate cuts and all of that, and now the Fed speak today, I mean, did not assuage concerns, and then now on top of it too, I mean, gold and oil and some other effects are happening because of some global tensions. Seems like, you know, again, the Israeli stuff is getting a little out of hand. Yen had a pop earlier, but, I mean, until the dollar and everything else, like, I mean, there's a lot going on. I'm just taking it as a volatility pop for now. We'll see what happens at Theta Thursday Capital. Japan numbers 7:30 tonight. Non-farms in the morning. Something serious going on. I wouldn't say it's like, oh my gosh, but it definitely it's a bigger day than some of the other ones. I mean, some of, like yesterday, I wasn't even really tripping too much. I think now you're going lower on the week. You got little developments here near 4.5 and all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. What does Yalla Habibi mean? It's like, let's go, my friend. Let's go. Yalla Habibi, Yalla. Let's go. It kind of means my love, like my beloved. That's like my brother. Let's go, brother. Let's go. I was looking at Nike, man. I was looking at Nike, even Pfizer, kind of getting tempted for the long term. But then again, I'm like, you got non-farms, you have CPI. It's pretty simple. If you think non-farms and CPI are going to be good, and this will be the cheapest pickup of the month, then you shoot now. Otherwise, you could wait a little, or that's your risk. If non-farms and then CPI is good, some of these names might run, and then you'll miss out, but then you'll just get to stack up a little bit of cash. So I don't know. What's an eclipse watcher? Is that just people like watching the eclipse? Y'all just make sure you get good glasses, okay? But make sure you guys protect yourself. CF still going. I don't have any headlines on that. I could double check, but that's what, 5% pop? 4? That one very big, Habibi. Very, very big. CF Industries. I don't see anything. No glasses you want to see? No, bro. That's not good advice. Won't you, like, fry your retina? Her is pretty intense. You can't go blind? No, what? What do you mean? Is this not what? What? No, I don't know, man. It seems very counterintuitive. You can and you will. Well, listen. I think I would wear welding goggles. I'm just saying, that's me personally. That's me personally. I'm more of a rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Honestly, with that being said, it's a good time to tell you guys about Stream Alerts, which uses the same motto. You haven't really heard a Stream Alerts ad. Yeah, do your own research. I can't confirm, but me personally, I live by the motto. It's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, So shout out to long term. You know what I'm saying? But on that note, cattle's popping again, and CF bonds, SPY near the low. I need to go to the potty, so forgive me. They're talking about Matrix. This seems interesting. So follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Cattle. I don't know. Do you want cattle or CF? I'll put up cattle while I go to the bathroom. But market's dumping. I'll be right back.
Maybe you should watch it again. Okay, anyway, fifth Matrix movie. There we go. I do want to talk about some more breaking news. This happened before, and I mentioned at the top of the show, but you do have an equity sell-off that's picking up a little bit of steam, down by 0.9%, and movement into the bond market. And it looks potentially like one reason why was Neil Kashkari and those comments from just about a couple hours ago saying, if the economy is strong, why cut it all? And that's sort of been the unspoken theme that, you know what, maybe we actually don't need cuts. Maybe we still get them, but maybe we don't need them. And that sort of moves the needle from 3 cuts to maybe no cuts. It does seem that some positioning, if you look at SOFR, for example, we could be positioning for maybe even a hike on an off chance. And Shonali, that feels like maybe that is the real risk to the market narrative.
Yeah, you definitely saw more of a bid in the bond market a little earlier. Now the 2-year yield only up about a basis point, still hanging around under 4.66, but certainly divergence of views from the Fed and certainly a divergence of views from the market as well.
I can also say maybe you just want to chill a little bit before Jobs Friday. That could be it too. Take a little bit of profit into that number. We'll see. We'll see. Much more coming up. This is Bloomberg.
I didn't even get to go. 3 minutes till ramp capital.
Fast track your career.
No. Excuse me. Wow. Am I getting allergies? I sneezed a lot today. CF again. And then cattle. I don't know what's going on with that. I guess it got halted. It has popped. Just care what caused the bonds drop. I mean, Mester was talking QT runoff, but again, I think it could be some of the global tensions. The Kashkari thing, that's the only thing, because bonds and what he said was pretty hawkish. But then again, the bonds ran down ahead of markets this week. So, if anything, that little pop there, I mean, markets held up very, very well comparatively. Bonds got destroyed to start off the week. MSOS flushing, Pfizer, SPY hitting a new low. So we'll see what happens at Ramp Capital here. 2 more minutes, but Pfizer breaking down. I mean, low ticker, there's nothing on the high ticker except for VIX and volatility. The SQQ, the high ticker is just gassing to the low side. Again, even VIX is I think this is the highest of the year almost. That's kind of insane. I guess we hit that 17. I don't know if that was a fat finger, but like, bro, you're going to get like one of your highest closes on the VIX.
We're at session lows as we come back on the air here in the final hour of trade. Investors digesting the latest Fed commentary.
That. I'll be right back.
Some geopolitical headlines. Joining me now, Evercore founder and senior chairman, former U.S. Deputy Secretary Roger Altman, Deputy Treasury Secretary, excuse me. Roger, it's good to have you back. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Scott. How are you?
So I'm well, thank you. You know, we seem to be debating what the Fed is going to do, and maybe it's going to be different than what we first thought. We've had 2 famous investors on our air minimum over the last couple of days, both Steve Cohen and David Einhorn weighing in on this question. I'd like you to listen to what they think is going to happen, and then I'd like your own view.
Sure.
I think the market expects 3 cuts. I think that's the number. I don't disagree with that. I think inflation's been, somewhat contained. And I think, ultimately, what it'll come down to is that a true statement or not. We think the Fed thinks they, eventually is going to come down to 2% inflation rate.
What do you think?
I think that's going to be hard.
How many times are they going to cut this year?
I think fewer than are priced in right now.
So fewer than 3?
Sure.
Do you think they cut? Do you think there's a chance they don't do anything?
There's a chance. I think inflation is reaccelerating. I think there's a lot of indication of that.
So, Roger, what are your own expectations given what those 2 gentlemen had to say?
Well, first of all, I don't think that inflation is reaccelerating. I'd be interested in what data David Einhorn is looking at, because I'm not seeing that. I do think it's sticky on the downside. It always has been in earlier periods of higher inflation moderating to lower inflation. So that's not a surprise. And it may prove, as Mr. Cohen said, hard, really hard, to get to 2%. And I think it's possible that just isn't achievable, at least over the medium term. My own expectation is pretty much in line with the latest market expectations. I think as of earlier today, there was about a 56% chance based on the futures markets of the first cut taking place in June, and still a base case of 3 cuts. I think that's as logical a scenario as any. I paid a lot of attention to Chairman Powell's own comments, as Steve Leisman was talking about a few minutes ago. And as Steve said, he clearly wants to cut, and he essentially brushed off the latest data as not changing their basic framework. And so absent negative data, and that could happen tomorrow morning with the jobs report, but absent negative data that is seen as continuing, and by negative I mean stronger than expected, on growth, jobs, and inflation, I think that is still the most logical expectation. But if you say to me, is the risk, if I can put it that way, risk quote unquote, more likely to be fewer cuts or more likely to be more cuts, I would agree with the sentiment that Einhorn expressed in that case, such that the risk is fewer cuts rather than more.
Well, what if the last mile here, Roger, is much more sticky than we thought?
Well, I think the Fed wants to be sure that it doesn't keep the funds rate at this level too long. And it's willing to take some risk in that regard.
Dude.
And that's why.
What just happened? Oh, 3:30. Yo, this is wild. Bro, this is more than 100 points on the day. You guys realize that. So just a couple of hours ago, you were at 52.56. Right now, you are at 51.55. You have dropped 100 points in about 2 hours. Maybe a little longer than that. So again, I don't know. Did you guys notice something? Do you guys want to and then dollars back to green. So we'll see. I don't know. I'm surprised. I think gold is still up though. Gold came back down a little bit. Oil's still near the highs. There was something kind of funny. I don't know if you guys noticed it. And then VIX is near the high. Do you want me to tell you the funniest thing? You told me, sir. I think it's don't remind me about the printing put. Sir, don't remind me, okay, sir? But here's the funny thing. Did you guys notice when we played Bloomberg? What did they say? They're like, market's going down. Some comments off of Neil Kashkari. And then you go to CNBC and they're like, here at CNBC, it said the market's coming back. It looks like global tensions playing out in the market as we hit session lows. You guys, that was funny. So, and then I'm telling you guys both of them, so you got an interesting mix of what caused this move today, and then just factor that into the data tomorrow. So welcome, baby. Very interesting Friday. I told you I was excited on Friday. You could rewind this whole track back, baby. I've been excited all day, and now this is kind of wild. So tomorrow should be a lot of fun. We're going to get even more. You liked the video? That's good, man. I hope you liked it. That's good. So let's see, man. Vic showed that 17. I see a high earlier at 17, but we're getting close to 17. If there is no end of the day crazy pop, bro, that's it. What's this? Bank of Japan Ueda. Chance of stably achieving 2% inflation target is in sight, likely to keep heightening. Bank of Japan will adjust level of interest rates in accordance to distance towards stably achieving 2%. So you got some Ueda comments here. Watch the yen. Again, even then, the dollar's moving. Gold's already moving down a little lower. We'll see what this... Bro, that CF is still going? We have no idea what the CF happened. CF, I have no idea. The precursor. Well, this just widened up the range. You just moved 100 points in a couple of hours. So, I mean, no matter what happens, I mean, your weekly range is pretty wide. You just literally were just a couple of hours ago closer to all-time highs than not, and now you're literally closer to 5,100 or like as you are 5,200. That's a big move. That is a big move. That's nothing to balk at. So we'll see. Gold and silver dump. I don't know if that's off the Ueda comments. We'll see. Give it a little bit. Watch if the yen or anything moves. Any Chads in New York? We're going to be here for a few days. We got a lot of Chads in New York. You got Benny. I think Benny in the Bronx. I know we got a lot of I think besides Florida Chads, it's all New York Chads. I think Adidas in Jersey. It's close. New York, New Jersey, very much same thing, Habibi. Oh, I'd say Zach, but he moved to Miami. You in Buffalo, Rochester. Let's go Bronx, baby. Richard, Usha. Brooklyn, stand up. He'll be staying in Tribeca. Is that? I sound like y'all be in BK all the way to Tribeca. Home mother. No, okay, sorry. In New York, power won't raise rates in 24. Okay, oh, no, I can't sing like that. Yeah, SPY hitting a new low. I don't know if it's my fault. Gold is dropping all of a sudden again. A wild ride. That thing's almost down 0.5%. Pfizer selling 2% off, Habibi. 2% off. The last couple days is kind of a discount. It's getting a little lower. 26.58. Where was the last time we bought it? You listen. You thought I was from New York the first time? Hello, Habibi. Hello. I've heard that before. But then I've also heard people say, no way, I sound like I'm from New York. I like New York. Good guys, you know. Good people, Habibi. Good people. All right, not bad. You would mesh in New York. That's good. I could vibe. They're mean in New York, though, man. Y'all like, will you wait whether to raise interest rates again this year will be dependent on data. UATA is data dependent. UATA the data. UATA the data. I'm still in my gold short. I was up and down, and now I'm back up on it. Sound like progression. I'm up $250. And then I'm down 250 off the Lunar today, and then still down 80 on BHC. We got out of the CCJ yesterday. The what was the one I made today? It wasn't Snowflake. Data Kelp. I think that got killed with everything else. Yeah, that's down 25%. We're not mean. We just hate stupid people. Did you just call me stupid? Is that? UATA says no need to change, views Japan's economy recovering moderately as trend. UATA, if we become more convinced that trend inflation will approach 2, that'll be one reason to adjust interest rates. If Forex moves appear to have impact on wage inflation cycle in a way that is hard to ignore, we could respond via monetary policy. If we become more convinced that trend will approach 2, that'll be one reason to adjust rates. So watch the yen. I mean, he just said if Forex, pretty much if the currency affects wage inflation to a point, then they're going to intervene. So gold, I think gold might be reacting to the yen, but then again, is the dollar still rocketing? Very interesting. You're going even lower, man. This could be, like I said, a pretty bad close. You got 20 minutes left. 51.50. If we break this level, it's like 51.30 and then 51.25. And then 51.18. You'll fill this gap, I believe. That gap is from, what, March 15th? So that's like, what, 2-3 weeks ago? I mean, feels dramatic, but yeah, not really. So again, you're coming back to last couple of weeks here. So like I'm saying, I think this is at 51.18 and then 5,100. Yeah, March 15th. Pretty crazy, though. That kind of came out of nowhere here. Again, VIX is rocketing, and the dollar is moving up here, and then low ticker, only thing moving. We got 20 minutes left. Even bonds just went up to where they were at the beginning of the day. Again, part of that rate stabilization. That was the good part of the day, and then all the other stuff kind of changed that. Man, UATA. If Forex appears to have impact on wage cycle and hard to ignore, they'll adjust. UATA, no comment on recent currency moves. UATA, no need to adjust policy. All right. What happened, the simple way to explain it is slightly hawkish Fed comments. and then some global tensions, all kind of at the same time. That created this almost 2% move. I think it is 2%, top to bottom. Bro, another low. It's not stopping. Pfizer's getting down to one of our cheaper purchases. That's what I like about it. It's like 1% higher than our last 26 pickup. So, I don't know. 51.47, bro. Still dumping. This move came from nowhere. Again, you were near all-time highs 2 hours ago. You said global tensions mixed in with the hawkish Fed speakers that just kind of got us puking a little bit. Definitely picking up a lot more than most expected here. I do not follow the MACD. No, if anything, VWAP is probably the only thing we use. I'm going to check on the pump it up guy. Yeah, that just got a little crazy. Abivai's been dying all day. I don't know if there's any news or not. And then gold just touched the low and bounced. Pfizer going a little lower. There's Tessie. Tesla's up, and then Meta. So there's still names up. Actually, let's check if anything flipped. Last non-farms, again, they've been actually really surprising, but the market has borderline been ignoring them. So right now, you got Dow Jones. All 30 are red. Every single name in the Dow is red right now. NASDAQ 100, 93 names red. Only 8 names in the green. And then S&P 500, 448 in the red, 55 in the green. Yikes. That's crazy. It's a very crazy day. Bro, especially if we close here, this will probably be your highest close of the year on the VIX. Every time the VIX has ran up, it would like sell off by the end of the day, bro. This will be, I mean, if you dump into that close, this could be kind of one of those wait and sees for maybe some of those global tensions and then even the data. But that's a very, very high close on the VIX. If we stay up here, I mean, you have 15 minutes. Anything is possible. PSA, local tops whenever I feel like I don't need to work anymore. Back to grinding, providing real value, I go. Enjoy. You got a long term? You got a long term. That's all that matters. All that matters in life is the long term. Oh, don't even get me started on the solar eclipse. Half the move of COVID. What? I mean, this is a big move, but I don't know. Wait, is this going to be 1%? I don't think we've closed down 1% in like, what, 90 days or something? Or was that 2%? But I wouldn't say it's that bad, but I other days I am much more calm in the sense I'd be like, oh, it's a lot smaller. But today, I mean, it stands out. I don't think you could really ignore it, but then again, you have the data tomorrow and everything else, so you know, we'll see, man. We will see. Mega Raul. Hey, dude, it's crazy because you were just near the highs. I think that's what makes it hit a lot harder. Y'all keep asking about Raul. Well, there you have it. Justice Department to meet lawyers for family of victims of Boeing 2018 crashes as DOJ weighs criminal case. Correspondent shows. What? I don't know if are they doing another one? Hot dog. And then UEDA, our main goal, prevent inflation from deviating sharply from 2% target for a prolonged period, rather than rigidly achieve 2% inflation at all times. No plan to change goal. Buy the dip. This was a big one, man. That was crazy. Only 13 minutes remaining. And then bonds going up, man. I'll take it, but I mean, still a pretty wild move. You know, I got LT. You don't got the peach without the LT, baby. Just whenever I stop giving real estate 100%, my portfolio dips. God's sign. Let's go. Let's go, baby. Hard on. Just the more Fati, man. Let it come to you. And shout out to long term, baby. Shout out to long term. Honeywell on the low. That thing's kind of flushing. It doesn't show up here, but it's down like another 10, 15 cents. Bonds are ripping here into the close. 13 minutes. We'll see where the VIX close, but my goodness. Don't sell the long term. I'm not. I mean, if I did, it would be for real estate, but that's about it. We're not. I don't think we have any other plans. Oh, Tiara. Let's go. Arda. God bless you. I appreciate you. Happy Friday, Junior. You got the let's go. Give him a. Yeah, some people like you. Again, I mean, even then, we are getting close to landing, so I do hope you guys are prepared. I actually got to see, man. What are we working with? Oh, sorry. Just making. That was loud. I have my speakers really loud. I was just making sure everything works, though. You know, that's it. My fault, though. My fault. Forgive me, my friend. Forgive me. It's good, though. Yeah, we didn't get a PHILO today, but it's okay. Brings us into Friday. Don't you worry. The horn funny. The horn, I mean, it's loved and hated by many. It's a very polarizing topic. You know, what happens? Please continue to say not worried. It's okay. We need the retailers to long every dip. See you at the bottom. Clown emoji. So what the fuck did I do, bro? Come on. Just let me. All right, man. But do you know, like, clowns are not, like, you should be careful of clowns? Like, I don't know. Do you want me to get philosophical on you? I could get philosophical on you. But, like, you know, clowns are, like, used to distract you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. And, like, I feel maybe that's what you're implying that I'm doing, but, like, you know, you got to be wary of the clowns. Like, the whole idea back then, they would, you know, get your attention. Nothing against you, bud, just the sentiment. All right, I'll take it. That's good. I was like, man, what did I do? I'm just here peacefully trying to get to the close, 10-minute rigged. I'll take it. I feel you, broadly speaking, sentiment is the clown. The proverbial clown, so to speak. Short term, no peach. We got a peach already. We got the peach today. Long terms. Market on close, 3.3 billion to the buy side. I will show them, prove it. Give me down payment, 300 million. What do you mean 3 billion to the buy side? How? I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to see a high VIX close. It's not that like I want to see the world burn, but like every time, like literally every single time that we have came to these levels on the VIX, the market would just bounce at the end of the day. So it's not like, I'm very fascinated. And then the bonds I like, bonds recovered some of the last 2 days. Still murdered though, my goodness. Not as bad though, definitely bearable. Not today. Big tech sell-off. I mean, big tech was running in the morning. We were looking at the NASDAQ and the major leaders. Again, all the big tech, they were leading us in the morning, and then that flipped and they turned red. That was a big flip-flop. Same thing with the Russell. And the SPY, not as much, but again, NASDAQ and Russell were up a lot more. And then even to be hitting another low of the week, even the last couple weeks now. But you are bouncing a little bit here, so 10-minute rigged. We're trading a little bit higher here. I think volume is actually even high too. Highest in the last couple days, 79 million, not bad. Bonds hit a high of the day, came down here a little bit. We're getting into the close. We'll see what the final 5 brings. That's it. iRobot. That was, again, it moved off the Apple news yesterday. It's actually doing good here today, so I don't know. Kind of has a little bit of a premium. Actually a little cheaper than where it was. That's on you. I don't know. I didn't understand why it went up on Apple getting into robots. Like, I don't know. Would Apple buy them? Is Apple more likely to buy them and not get antitrust? Like, that's why I don't know. Page Nation, stand up. Because Apple's been smashed. Yeah, but they went up. Gold, damn. I'm up 400 on the gold short. What would that have been? It would have been 1,200 on a full size. It's back to 23. Gold's still much high. As an option trader, how can I have ever planned for this? Sadly, you couldn't have. I mean, because it's not like we've been getting Fed speakers on the daily. You never know what they're going to say. And it was a mix of that, not to mention the global tensions. That's probably the most unpredictable. Again, today, like if you guys aren't even understanding the scenario, a part of the volatility today, Biden and Netanyahu of Israel, they got on a phone call. And then at the end of it, Biden's like, saying you need a ceasefire right now. And then Netanyahu's making comments about what they plan to do. So it turned into more tensions and then people getting worried. Remember the other day with the Iran thing and what Israel did. So it's just getting kind of heated there. So that, there's no way to factor that in and that effect on gold and oil. And then even right now, Bank of Japan made some comments. I think that's playing out on gold a little bit. And then we'll see what the SPY does here, though. You sold off. You're at the low. And then BBG was issuing headlines about defense war stocks, which shows sentiment. Yeah. And then again, Kashkari, bro, just bringing up more of it. And then the other day, rates near 4.5, and people worried about the Fed not cutting 3 times anymore. And the SPY's still near the low of the day. But trying to move. He's doing good. Not bad. how Israel makes any difference in prices, because it's pretty much worries about Israel escalating the conflict leading into Iran, and then either America picking one side or not, further getting drawn into it or not, essentially. And that's why oil, gold, a little bit of fears popping up. So we'll see, but damn. Look at the time, Chad Adonia. That's amazing. That's amazing, Chad. So, kind of running behind here. I have to give you the warning. It's about to get really loud in here. We're about to wrap up the day. The new guy's going to come on. He's going to land the plane here and close you out, but you guys have been amazing. The market hasn't, but tomorrow morning we're going to be live 1 hour early, and it's going to be amazing, but I want you to end your day in a good note. So I just want to let you know it's going to get really loud in here. And when I say earmuffs, that is your safe word to mute your speakers so that you can protect yourself if you are sensitive to loud noises. I give this warning out because I have learned over the years that loud noises bring out many bad behaviors and disabilities within people. Everything from dormant BBB to ruining their day, their attitude. They attack their friends, families, brothers, leads to diarrhea, irritable bowel syndrome, and a lot of other issues. So I don't want that to happen to you, but when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your sign to mute your speakers, okay? Sound good? Earmuffs, okay? Earmuffs. This is not a drill. It's going to get loud. Earmuffs. Come on. Have a good day. Be careful. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming to the house with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. Out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Retailer. It's actually got FDA warning on Zyn. Burp. It's about 70 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you bought calls and sold your puts too early because nobody really saw this coming. Global tensions mixed with the Fed. But the good news is we got data bright and early in the morning. It's going to move us. So other than that, we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in the Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Cope and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chad, closing into the lows. This might be your biggest VIX close of the year, and you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, especially options. Data comes out in the morning. You got to wrap up your plays now. Otherwise, I'll see you bright and early. Locked and loaded. Less than 10 seconds. Again, FDA issued warning letter. Online retailers about Zyn. Something like that. 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need that GG. Drop that good game in the chat. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, information, vibes, cattle after hours. What the hell? That thing looks is 6'5". What the hell? GG, baby. Way to contribute. Way to hold it down. And listen, GG sportsmanship. Without it, you a baby back viewer. I said it. I said it. Without a GG, ain't nobody. We can't even see your messages. You gonna get banned. I'm just saying, without the GG, what the hell? If you hear me and you hear, why can't you drop a good game? Why can't you shake hands with your fellow traders? Bull bear, it don't matter. Let's go. We stronger as one. I see you too, my proverbial Twitch chat. You know what I'm talking about. Members, non-members, stream alerts. Everybody that held it down. I saw people throwing in donos. You didn't have to, baby. Yeah, there you go. Way to throw the GG. That's what I'm talking about. I see some GGs. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. That's what I'm talking about. God bless you. I'll see you in the morning. 1 hour early. I'm waking up early. God bless you. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG. I need me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me. Let's talk.
Walking to the car, it's a 2020 last shit. Live in the hills, but I still get them spread.
Taking what's mine. Like I bought and assigned it. Market got destroyed, bro. It was a very big day today. Simply global tensions and hawkish Fed speak. That's how I could say it in a couple words. I didn't type it out in the Josh AI yet to say it in more words. You know what I'm saying? But wow. And now the setup for tomorrow. And then everything else. So, Chad, listen, man. It's been a great Friday, Junior. That's it. Don't worry. It's not too bad. It was bad, but not too bad. It's a great setup for tomorrow. Let's see what tomorrow brings now. We got the data. It's on the way, so just relax, baby, okay? Relax. Get some rest. I'll see you on the watch list. We might do it live tonight. I think we're going to do it live tonight. We're going to see what's going to happen with the live tonight. We're going live tonight. Actually, here, I need to set it up. If I set it up, I don't know, man. What should we hit him with? What should we hit him with? What should we hit him with? What should we hit? You want Roblox? I give him Roblox. You want Roblox? Money's gone. What are y'all feeling? What's one we haven't heard in a minute? Is it? I think I could play it. I think I could play this. I could play this. It's close. It's close enough.
It's a cop.
Oh, yeah.
Bitch, I'm popping and recording, bitch, it's starting the season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard me eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TNT. I could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Talking AKs and 22s, what? I'm talking AKs and 10 Qs, hey. Or the best play, the slow move, hey. Want my whole life for damn school.
Boy, the best play, the slow move.
So sit your ass down while you ass quit the speed. You gon' get your ass clapped cause you confused with wrong with me. When they think I'm back down, it's when I'm rising to my feet. You saw me do this shit for free and still make 100 G's. I'ma pull up in a Jeep, one that's made by Mercedes. I'ma buy it when it's cheap and sell it for a cream. Know that water kinda D, so I'm so mad while I dang. You gon' probably need a team if you gon' run it up on me.
Don't bring a crew to a cold fight.
Better buy some more time. Hold it till there's no time. Meet me at the goal line. Dropping this like oh nah. The devil on my phone line, but haters kiss the decline. I'm buying contracts at the money. They said that I'm stupid. If you really think that you should short it, you won't do it. There's a fine line between the 40 and stupid. Anything I say, please don't do it. I'm just trying to be professional. Even through recession, bro. Kinda feel depressed. You should watch the estimates. Company consensuses. Earn the season, set it up. I'm about to hit consecutive. Popping every quarter, bitch, it's earn the season. Like I'm chewing on the mic, I know you heard me eating. I don't do the pretty lines, I trade a different reason. You don't like what's on my mind, you can mute your TV. They buying THC, we buying TNT. You could go and change your life before, not third day. You should go and change your mind to buy ACB. You should do the right steps, it's the ABC. Got a house up in the hills, but I don't really like LA. You know I got a couple mil, but still it's 20 on the play. I break it down 100 ways, I'm talking 50 different plays. Assume a lot of them gon' miss, but one gon' keep me in the game. Damn, now can you get up off my back? They say they making lots of money, but they talking non-cap. Never thought I'd make a million, now that's what I pay in tax. You ain't really gotta feel me, cause I know I got my back. Don't talk much, if it's a done deal. Plays I make are unreal, but the money's so real. You can hate it uphill, but the plays ain't conceal. I know you heard my mouth swear, you crackhead, you got no chill. I'ma never give this up like the girls I went to church with. Maybe I'll retire when a hostile take Berkshire. Don't fuck with your retire, I got Mivga on my shirt, bitch. But I didn't need an image, put a thumbs up on the Forbes list. Ha.
Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's it. I already set it up. It's gonna take you to the live watch list tonight. That's it, Chad. I'll give
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus, I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain he was praying.
That's it, man. That's it. That's all you get for now. But Chad, I love you. Thank you all for being here. When this video exits, it's going to take you to the live watch list. And then I'm even going to be live early. So I hope Josh AI is ready. Oh, I can't have Josh AI in the morning because, oh, brother. Oh, wait, I will probably. I don't know, but we're going to be live early too. So we got a lot in store over the next 24 hours. So you get it where you fit in, okay, buddy? Get it where you fit in. I'll see you at one of these moments, maybe all of these moments. So get you some rest. Thank you all for being here. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, baby. Why the faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And I don't know. You were supposed to have a PHILO, man. We're going to talk a little bit about levels. I was going to talk to you about levels to some things. We had some levels, but we'll talk levels tomorrow, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. Beautiful Chattadonia. All right, man. So you have a great rest. You better wake up and drive. You're going to have your hold. I'm going to remind you tonight. I'm going to see you. You see me tonight before. You see me on the watch list tonight. You see me there, bro. I don't know. I think I've been hyped all day. Maybe I'll be tired by the time it's the watch list. I don't know. I had a lot. I had good sleep yesterday. I worked out, too. I'm surprised. Like, my voice I should have been squeaking all over the place. I had a good chest workout, bro. You know what I'm saying? But like, anyways, I love you, and I'll see you tonight, okay? But you got tomorrow, and you got the rest of the day. Wake up and drive. I love you, Chad. God bless all of you, and peace out. Yeah, what about me? You don't play my song before election, and you're doing it now. Powell might not even cut rates. Fuck is going on? What the fuck? You're trying to get two terms, not two terms. I mean, come on, two-term, come on. Why? I'm trying two-term. Call me two-term, motherfucker. Fucking two-term. Two-term, fucking candy whip, peanut butter inside, two-term presidency. Yeah, fuck you. I know I got fucking, I throw some D's on that bitch. What the fuck am I saying? I told you, come on. Call me Joey Two-term. So they call me. That's what we're trying to do, and you can make it happen. You can make it happen. You shout out there. Come on, I'll stimulate you on fucking how many loans you got. I'll take care of it. You make Joey Two-term happen, anything's possible. Yeah, for real. I mean it. We're going to build that from the middle out. You ain't seen shit built from the middle out. I'm telling you, Josh and his ummo ain't built from the middle out like that. I tell you, built from the middle out, we're going to spread the wealth. Start in there. Anybody else, I'm telling you, you got fucking green clean EV, fuck Elon Musk. And I don't know why I'm still here. I got to go. Well, that's you guys better vote this election year cycle. I'm going to be there I can't wait to run for senator, president, a big election. Anyways, exactly. He doesn't even know what he's running for. You know that? It's like a chicken with his head off. He's running, but he has no idea where he's running to or for. It's sad, honestly. It's kind of heavy. It's like a puppet dog. I told you about Randolph, right? You remember, was it Randolph or Rudolph, the fucking beagle? I don't even know anymore. I could tell you, I'll save it for later, but either way, I'll see you at the voting booth. Exactly. Have a wonderful evening. I've reclaimed my time. Goodbye.